How's that? Yeah. So we're setting up the community room, which is about 80 feet down the hall, which will have TV sets up because we have a capacity crowd tonight. And so those who are standing, if they want to sit, they're going to be able to go down the hallway. And Tracy, they will be able to participate. Okay, and I'll repeat that. So if you want to be a public speaker tonight, the city clerk will announce who's up to speak and who's on deck. So if you're in that other room, you can then walk down here and we'll wait and give you your time. We're going to wait a minute or two for the city clerk to come in and make sure that everything is set up in the other room.
As soon as I sit down, we're ready to go. So they've
got
audio, they're working on video, but we at least got audio working in there, so you can announce that there's an audio overflow room in the community meeting room.
Okay.
All right? Other than that, we're good to go.
Yeah. So I've just been told there's an audio only available, and it's down the hall in the community room. They're working on the video screens right now, but audio is available. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager? City Clerk?
That's correct, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have an audio feed going. We will have a video feed up soon, and that's right down the hall in the community meeting room. There are chairs available in there as well. If you're providing public comment, when we call your name, you can come back into this room to provide public comment.
Mr. City Clerk, we're ready to get started?
We are, yes. Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
I'll call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, before we get started, I just had some housekeeping items for you. In addition to the overflow room, we are currently experiencing some technical difficulties with our YouTube channel related to the live streaming. So while we work to resolve this issue, a live stream of the September 11th, today's meeting, it still can be viewed on cable TV channel 15. You can access it via internet accessible video stream on the city's website, or participants can join the WebEx meeting live, and the link is listed on tonight's agenda, which is posted to the city's website. Thank you for understanding, and a recording of tonight's meeting will be posted this week to the city's YouTube channel, and we apologize for any inconvenience that may cause. For a roll call, Councilmember Duran.
Here.
Councilmember McReynolds.
Here.
Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Halter.
Here.
Councilmember Campos. Deputy Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios is absent, and Mayor Schrader.
Here.
6 members present. We do have a quorum.
Pledge of allegiance, Mr. Duran. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today is September 11th, and on September 11th, 2001, the world bore witness to an extraordinary courage and strength of Americans in the face of unimaginable tragedy. This senseless act is forever etched in our nation's memory. Today, more than 2 decades later, we continue to remember and honor the 2,977 people who lost their lives, as well as the first responders who, amid chaos and uncertainty, selfishly put their lives on the line to help those in need. In the days, weeks, and months that followed September 11, 2001, our nation stood united, showing the world that even in darkness, kindness, compassion, and unity triumph. Thank you. We now have the businesses and Green Business Awards. On behalf of the Ventura City Council, I am pleased to recognize 6 local businesses tonight, 3 that have achieved the city's Green Business Certification, and 3 that have been recognized with the Joint Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Business of the Month Award. The Green Business Program evaluates the environmental practices of local businesses by assessing each area of their environmental impact and certifies businesses that adopt industry-leading best environmental practices. The Economic Development Ventura Chamber of Commerce Business of the Month Award is designed to highlight one exceptional Ventura business each month for special achievement or other unique contributions made to the city. We'll begin tonight with the Green Business Awards, where we will recognize the following businesses for their exemplary green business practices, which are helping to make Ventura a cleaner and greener city. If we can hold the applause until we get all the businesses up here, that would help. Please come forward to the front when you're called, and we'll take a group picture. The first company is DMG Photo Booth Rental, a unique service that focuses on offering both personal attention to detail, quality service, and an eye-catching setup that will wow the guests. Owner is John Gow. John, thank you. From ZX Creative, a minority-owned marketing agency on the west side of Ventura, consisting of local creatives who contribute to the community and its sustainability. Creative Director and Owner, Mario Mora. From Westside Community Development Corporation, a federally recognized community-based development organization that activates partnerships and secures resources to strengthen Ventura's West Side. Board Chair is Robert Enriquez, Jr. Do we want to take a picture now with those 3, or do you want me to go on and get the other 3? Keep going. All right. Thank you for helping the Ventura business community be at the forefront of our environmental sustainability and keep up the good work. Next, we'll recognize the City Chamber Business of the Month Award recipients for their special achievements and unique contributions made to the city. The Business of the Month awardee for April 2023 from Taj Cafe, owner Rajbir Kahinda. Yeah, and his beautiful family is there too, particularly his daughter. How are you? The Taj Cafe has been serving delicious traditional village-style Indian cuisine in downtown Ventura since 2004. In June, they celebrated 19 years in downtown Ventura and credited their longevity to a welcoming, supportive community and to the city's long-term investment in its historic downtown. The Business of the Month awardee for May of 2023 from the Santa Cruz Market, owner Mark Aboud. Santa Cruz Market is your welcoming local hub nestled in the heart of Midtown. They are your go-to destination for a creative selection of Middle Eastern, Persian, and Mediterranean culinary delights. In addition to these diverse food offerings, they boast a vibrant sports bar and top-notch catering services and are deeply committed to uplifting the Ventura community through their dedicated fundraising initiatives. Finally, the Business of the Month awardee for June of 2023, Hanson's Plumbing, President Carrie Hanson. Hanson's Plumbing has been providing commercial and residential plumbing services in Ventura since 1987. In addition to being an accredited training facility, Hanson's is going green with electric service vans and on-site charging station. Congratulations to all awardees. Okay, if I could have your attention for a couple more minutes. Before we wrap up our presentations, I wanted to take a moment to recognize Assistant City Clerk Tracy Ayler. Tracy has been a dedicated member of the clerk's office for the last 6 years and has stepped up to the plate on numerous occasions when we needed her to. This is Tracy's last council meeting with us, and as she transitions onto a new opportunity, Tracy, thank you very much. And when I became a new city council member, I would not have made it without Tracy's help. I think I asked her 24 consecutive dumb questions in a row, and she never acted like they were dumb questions, so thank you. Artwalk presentation. Marie, are you? Good.
So anyway, I'm going to start. Greetings, council and staff. We are your arts community. And on September 23rd and 24th, you are going to watch us fly with the biggest and best art walk ever. This event is so big, we had to spread it out over 2 days so visitors would have time to do it all. We are featuring more than 40 venues, and you can watch this PowerPoint up here, and you will see the wonderful humans that are participating in this wonderful show. More than 40 venues in existing galleries, local businesses, and restaurants with hundreds of artists participating. Favorite local bands will be playing on the Main Street stage in the City Hall atrium, and we have two full days booked with ballet, music, theater, and poetry. Tonight, you are seeing dancers from the Ventura County Ballet who will be performing on Saturday, September 23rd at 2 p.m. City Hall guides will also be available to give tours of your wonderful municipal art collection. They're out on the street. There will be large installations all over and performances art near Mission Park. We encompass a huge area stretching from Cemetery Park down Main Street and up Ventura Avenue. Because we have incorporated this event into our downtown and west side business districts, people will stay and shop and dine. Businesses, hotels, and restaurants will all be art galleries, along with already existing creative spaces like the Latitudes Gallery, Museum of Ventura County, Vita Art Center, The Wave, Art City, and the Bell Arts Factory. The best part of all this, it's all free, and it's family-friendly, and you can ride the Gold Coast Transit buses during the event for free, too. You can start anywhere, and it's right there. Route 6 or 16, and you scan that little QR code and you can get to Artwalk. So that hopefully that we won't have any parking issues. But anyway, this is really something that has been a labor of love for all of us. This is put together entirely by a group of volunteers. There's no paid anyone in here. The artists are obviously having their booths out on the street, and they're hoping to sell art. But the performers, they're all free. The photographer that did this, free. The videographer who is doing this, she donated her time. And I think part of that is there is just a huge pent-up demand right there. We suffered during the pandemic, the arts community, and they just want to go out and have a great time right now. So I'm just very excited about this event, and I'm going to have Michael Arata, who is the most amazing origami artist. She's going to talk about the art.
Good evening, council members. I'm Michael Arata, Artwalk 2023 committee member and participating artist. It is my honor to present some of our local talent and venues participating in this year's Artwalk. Starting off the beaten path, patrons can visit the Clay Parlor and Crown Plaza. They can take the bus downtown and visit the Topping Room Gallery at E.P. Foster Library, stroll through the VC Art Market to any of the over 20 venues participating just downtown, including plein air artists at Pirano's and the Mission Courtyard, Red Brick Gallery and the Ventura County Potters Guild at the Main Street Mini Park, a pop-up fine art gallery at the Hotel Washington, and art installations at the Museum Courtyard. Several more artists will be displaying at a pop-up gallery, Galleria Al Fresco, near Vida Art Center. The Wave and Zeke's Creative will be buzzing with art, workshops, and entertainment. Stop by Art City before heading up Ventura Avenue, where you will find more artists at Bell Arts Factory, BAA, Karen Kitchell Studio, 643 Project Space, Pacific Wonderland, Jaws Woodshop, and the Idea Center, a completely student-run maker space. Finally, a huge thank you to the talented Trinity Wheeler of Muse, our Ventura Artwalk 2023 photographer, who did all these amazing posters. There she is. And she will also be exhibiting at the Museum Pavilion. I'm going to turn it over to Jason to present our Artwalk performing artists. Thank you for your time and support, and I'll see you at the Artwalk.
Yes, I'll keep my comments brief. I am an artist, a musician here in Ventura. My name's Jason Brock. And I'm just honored to be here with a member of the Artwalk organizing committee. My role is to take care of the performance stages, so I'm just going to briefly tell you a little bit about that. On the Main Street stage, down on California and Main Street, we're going to have 2 days of solid roots rock, danceable reggae, and surf music from local bands Shaky Feeling, who's headlining on Saturday, and the Heavy Hitters, a great reggae band local here, on Sunday. Other bands include Brian Shearer's Unreliable Villains, Maya Lumen, One People, Tribal Me, and my own band, Twice as Clever, so I'm excited about that. And then, not only that, right here in City Hall, in the atrium, we're going to have ballet performances, a little bit you saw tonight. We're also going to have the poets, Ventura's finest poets, reading selected works. We'll have chamber music, jazz ensembles, and skits performed by the Rubicon Theater. And what? The aerialists. And the aerialists. Yeah, we can't forget the aerialists. They're going to be performing down on the Main Street, somewhere on Main Street. We're not exactly sure where yet, but they'll be around. Flying. In short, that's we're gonna have a great weekend of art, performance art, visual art, music, and we're inviting everybody to come down. We hope that you'll join us, and thank you for your time. I also want to thank all of our sponsors who made this possible. Thank you.
Could we have the three ballet ladies? Could you stand? I think you deserve a special applause. Thank you. We go from ballet dancers to the city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, is there a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not have closed session tonight, so there's no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council communications. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. If the clerk could be so kind as to pull up my slides. Thank you. I have quite a few community events going on between now and our next meeting, which I believe is on the 25th. And so I just wanted to, being mindful of time, just give a run through of opportunities. If anybody wants to talk about the stuff on tonight's agenda or anything else about city business, these are some opportunities for you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., we'll be getting pastries and coffee at Butter and Fold at 2126 East Thompson. This is a new place. A lot of people don't know where it is. Depending on your hobbies, you might think of it as being by MyTech. I think of it as being across the street from Eric's Tackle Shop. As I do with all these things, if you ride the bus or walk on that one, I'll buy you a coffee or a pastry or something. I want to remind everybody that Thursday, just in a couple days, the Midtown Community Council will be meeting at Grace Church on McMillan. Midtown is back to meeting in person. I will be there. It's an opportunity, though, for you to hear about all the issues around Midtown. Our new city manager, Bill Ayub, will be there. There's a naturalist volunteer person talking about certifications, and I'd be lying if I said I totally understood it. And Steve Schaefer from the San Buena Conservancy will be there talking about the status of the Washington School. And that's Thursday. Sunday, the 17th, 10 a.m., Cafe Ficelle on Victoria. It can be a little busy Sunday at 10 a.m., but it's always a great turnout at Cafe Ficelle. Thursday, September 21st at 6:30 p.m., Rincon Brewery at Telegraph and Ashwood. A favorite with people in the College District. That's, again, one, if you ride the bus or walk, I will buy you a beverage of some sort. And then Monday, the 25th at 1 p.m., lunch at Snapper Jacks by the college. Those are just some of the events that I'm offering in the next few weeks. Could we go to the next slide, please, Mr. McDonald? Thank you. And just keeping my colleagues abreast of some of my external assignments, there looks to be state funding for transit agencies to cover some of the cuts that were coming. This is really just a bridge for the next couple of years as transit agencies look to deal with what we call the transit funding cliff. Gold Coast is doing pretty well. Unlike most transit agencies, ridership has really rebounded to close to pandemic numbers. But still, Gold Coast is anticipating having an operating deficit growing over the next few years. And this, of course, could impact the way people move around the city and the county. And speaking of that, the Ventura County Transportation Commission, I wanted to flag for my colleagues that VCTC is spending more and more time dealing with a lease that is held by an operator on the Santa Paula branch line. I've brought to my colleagues at the prior council some of those issues. It continues to be an issue. I bring this up because I know tonight when we talk about land use in Montalvo, I just want to remind everybody that one of the things that we can count on is expanded freight use along that branch line, which will impact Montalvo. And that's my comments. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity.
Councilmember Campos.
Mr. Mayor, we'll get that loaded right now. Just wanted to also let folks know in the audience, we are having some more technical difficulties as the meeting continues. We're having some challenges with our interpreters, and we're having some challenges with the online streaming as well. We are currently working on it, but just a reminder to the folks that are on virtually as well, our YouTube channel is currently down. The live stream is currently working from the website. However, it is a little spotty, but WebEx is working fully. So thank you for that, and we'll go ahead and pull that slide up now.
Thank you. So I'd like everybody to know about the National Heirloom Exposition, which is starting tomorrow morning and running through Thursday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the fairgrounds. I have some free tickets. If anyone wants them, I can hand them out during the break. And there will be food vendors there with all kinds of vegan and vegetarian food imaginable. So if you don't want to try it at home, this is your opportunity. September 14th to 17th, all the great restaurants on the Avenue are participating in Avenue Taco Week, which we do annually. The 16th, there's also a block party at Kellogg Park celebrating Taco Week and Mexican Independence Day, and everybody's welcome to join us at that. I didn't put the time here, but that starts at 4 p.m. and I think runs until 9. October 7th is the annual fundraiser at Bell Arts Factory. They'll have tickets on sale soon. You can find them on Instagram. Also on October 7th, Love Ventura is joining the Avenue cleanup a week early. They'll be watering trees and cleaning tree branches and cleaning graffiti along the avenue. So anyone from the avenue, if you join us, we like to keep our community moving and shining. And finally, there's an organization in the city of Ventura called Forever Found. This is an organization that does outreach and mentoring and gives counseling assistance to young women who are rescued from trafficking situations. Right now, they really need volunteers to mentor. Women or couples can participate. And on the slide here is the phone number you can call or the email. If you don't have time to catch it from the slide, you can call or email me and I will send it to you. Thank you.
Mr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw Glenn Overly moments ago, and I'm hoping he can hear me right now, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to publicly apologize to Mr. Glenn Overly. It was brought to my attention on August 31st that Mr. Overly felt that I harassed him in our July 24th meeting, and I'd like him to know that that was never my intention, and I'm truly sorry that I made him feel that way. I'm grateful that he was willing to bring this to my attention, and I hope he could find it in his heart to forgive me. So, thank you for that time. I also had one other thing I'd like to bring up, and I'd like to address some questions that have come up regarding my involvement with cannabis and the conflict of interest when I voted on July 24th for the resolutions increasing the number of commercial cannabis businesses to be permitted to operate in our city. So first of all, I just want the public to know that I do not serve on any advisory board of any cannabis company, nor am I listed on any of their websites. I resigned from both advisory boards on January 23rd, 2023. However, in the summer of 2021, before there was any consideration of me running for city council, I did write 2 endorsement letters to the city council supporting 2 applications for retail cannabis license for our city. I was first contacted by Sweet Flower in mid-May 2021, wanting to introduce themselves, requesting a tour of the City Center Transitional Living and Tender Life Maternity Home. On June the 16th, 2021, I met Mr. Tim Dodd, who's the owner of Sweet Flower, and gave him a tour of the City Center. Mr. Dodd was so impressed with our operations, he gave the City Center a $2,500 donation to our general fund. On August the 3rd, 2021, I joined Sweet Flower Advisory Board. The purpose of the advisory board was to make recommendations of local nonprofits to receive funds allocated by Sweet Flower. Well, then, in June of 2021, Embark approached me, and after a few meetings, I agreed to join their advisory board. And the statement I wrote on August 7th, 2021 was this. I said, as a pastor and a long-term member of this community, I am not supportive of cannabis, but with the city's decision to legalize adult use, I am committed to doing my part as a community leader to ensure the retail cannabis is done right, ensuring the benefits of retail cannabis are directed to addressing our community's most pressing needs. Embark never donated any money to any of the nonprofits I operate or manage. In July of 2022, Elevate Cannabis Company did sponsor the Tender Life Maternity Home Walk in the amount of $500. They heard about the work we were doing at Tender Life and they wanted to support us. I had no prior affiliation with Elevate. So in 2021, City Center received $2,500 from Sweet Flower, and in 2022, Tender Life received $500 from Elevate, which, by the way, neither company was awarded a cannabis license in our city, neither one of them. The River Community Church, where I am gainfully employed, has never received any money from cannabis company ever. And the reason I say that there's no conflict of interest is because the two nonprofits I manage that received money does not benefit me personally, because I do not and have never received a paycheck from either of those organizations. I manage both organizations as a volunteer only. All money received goes directly to our mission, which is to get homeless children off the streets and give their parents the tools that they need to be contributing members of our community. Thank you for this time and allowing me to bring clarity to the questions that have come up regarding the conflict or the potential conflict of interest. In the future, I just want to let anybody in this room know that if you have any questions about me or my integrity, please call me directly. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Mr. Halter.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to first say that just how much I appreciate all the people that's involved with getting Artwalk back and going again. I'm really looking forward to that. I believe that the cultural arts has been disproportionately impacted by COVID, especially those that were performing indoors. So anything we can do to support our creative and artistic community, we need to do that. And I'm looking forward to seeing Artwalk in a couple weeks. So thanks to all of you who participated, especially to the artists who will be participating in this Artwalk. Next, I want to mention that as District 2 representative, it's basically where my district goes from Cedar Street, the hillside, all the way to the east end. So I wanted to mention that we've suffered quite a bit since it's been almost 6 years since the Thomas Fire. There's been a lot of our homes have returned. There's still many more that are going through the process, and many more that still are yet to enter the process. We need to get those missing teeth put back up in our neighborhoods for many reasons, some of which are fire hazards, because some of them are now in the hands of trusts. So everything we can do as citizens, as neighbors, as family, as people who care about our community to make sure we lower the risk of fire and trim our hedges or bushes, keep trees and vines from growing on our houses, making sure our weeds are mowed down, doing weed abatement in time to make sure before the fire season, which is basically all year round at this point. It helps every one of us, and the only way we could help reduce the damage from the next fire is by everyone doing their part. And along with that, something that hasn't been talked about a lot is a lot of homeowners that are in the fire zones, which is the hillsides all the way down and past Poli and Foothill, have had significant increases in insurance costs, which makes it even more unbearable for people to own their properties. With that said, the thing that we can do, again, is be proactive and help reduce the risk, and the city can do the same thing, is do the things that would help reduce the risk of that fire being as bad as it was, or to be able to stop it as quickly as possible. There's one neighborhood that stands out tonight to me, and that's the Ondolando neighborhood, because they're our first nationally recognized FireWise USA community. They went through the steps to become nationally recognized, to be a FireWise community. That in itself is allowing some insurance companies to reduce insurance rates because that neighborhood's chosen to participate in that way and make sure that everyone's on board and watching the neighborhoods to make sure that we reduce the fire risk. And so I wanted to congratulate them, and especially Ben Rhodes and Nancy O. Road, who have been leading that effort in Ondolando. And I will do everything I can and I'm available to help make sure that we spread that goodwill and that those efforts across our entire hillside. So every one of us are helping each other lower the risk of fire, thus make it more possible for us to keep our homes and insure our homes and make sure we don't have any loss of life and property in the next high fire season. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. On to Mr. McReynolds.
Just a really quick shout out for the East Ventura Community Council on October 7th. They're going to be having a bike event at Community Park. So I just wanted, if you're out there in East Ventura and would like to come out for a bike event, October 7th, mark your calendars, more information to come.
Thank you. On to City Manager Communications. Bill?
Thank you, Mayor Schrader, and good evening. The city's evacuation planning survey is live. Ventura residents are invited to participate in the city's evacuation preparedness community survey, which enhances the safety and resiliency of community members during life-threatening emergencies. The 10-minute survey is available in English and Spanish and is open through October 3rd of 2023. It allows respondents to share feedback that directly influences the refinement of current evacuation plans, allocation of resources, and educational initiatives. A shout out to our emergency services manager, Mac Douglas, and the Ventura Police Department team who is leading this charge. To learn more or access the survey, please visit cityofventura.ca.gov/OES. On to some updates on our major construction projects around town. The Ventura Water Pure Ocean Outfall Project recently began construction and spans between Marina Park and our water reclamation facility on Harbor Boulevard. The project is anticipated to complete by summer of next year and is a critical component of the Ventura Water Pure program, which will provide up to 20% of the city's future water supply. Another water investment project is the Midtown to West Side Waterline Interconnect Project, which is currently underway and spans Telegraph Road between Mills Road and Hill Street. The project is anticipated to be completed by fall of 2024, which will then kick off a street resurfacing project on Telegraph Road between Ashwood and Victoria. Additionally, street repairs are also underway on Bristol Road starting this month through February. To learn more about these projects as well as other construction work happening in Ventura, please visit cityofventura.ca.gov/construction. And we've advertised this previously. We have requests for qualifications for professional artists that are still open for integrating public art at the future Advanced Water Purification Facility located on Harbor Boulevard. This unique opportunity aims to create a platform for artist-led designs that celebrate the story of water recycling, and highlight awareness and education of our water resources. Applications are due by the end of September. To learn more, please visit cityofventura.ca.gov/VWP Public Art. Our next regular council meeting is scheduled for September 25th, 2023, and meeting agendas are posted online, updated regularly. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, staff is recommending items 13 and 23 be pulled from this evening's agenda and rescheduled on a future date yet to be determined.
Okay. Thank you much. On to public communications. In compliance with the Brown Act, City Council may not discuss, deliberate, or vote on any matter raised in public communications. If you'd like to make a public comment, all speaker cards should be submitted at this time. Ask the city clerk if any comments were received. Did we receive any comments by email?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did receive comments by email. The supplemental packets have been posted. We do have 16 speaker cards this evening on public communications. Just a reminder to our commenters, public communications is an opportunity to provide public comment on non-agenda matters. If you submitted a public speaker card for an item that appears on tonight's agenda, if I call your name, you can withdraw your name. Again, public communications is for items that do not appear on tonight's agenda.
I would like to say, I want to thank everybody. We're off to a great start. I know it's a packed house tonight, and out of respect for all the speakers that are going to come up, if we can keep it as quiet as we can to show as much respect for diverse opinions, I'd really appreciate that. So far, we've been absolutely fantastic. Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Bruce Hawley. Bruce is going to be followed by Jean Getchell.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bruce Hawley, and I'm here representing Kirby Auto Group and Hofer Properties. My comment is about the 9/11 Memorial Stairwell Run that the mayor touched on, the event of 22 years ago. It was a great event. We had agencies there from the FBI, SWAT, fire departments from as far away as 120 miles. A lot of volunteers were with fridge towels, water. We had a recovery tent. There was just a great feeling being there. And to see some of these guys go up the stairwell 12 times with all their gear on, I can only imagine what it was like to climb 100. No, I can't. I can't imagine. Climbing 112 floors and then just to be collapsed on. Sorry. So anyway, being a Ventura County chamber member, I'm proud to be a part of the community. Kirby and Hofer Properties is always right in the mix of it all. And I did something kind of fun. I went and got some rubber duckies. And these were a big hit with all the kids. And some kids started their collections. So I know some of you guys and girls were busy, but and you couldn't be there. So I brought a little collection. And you guys can help yourself to a rubber ducky, put it on your desk, and maybe come on out next year. So thank you very much for my couple of minutes.
Next speaker is Jean Getchell, followed by Casey Rodriguez.
Good evening. Mayor Schrader, council members, I'm Jean Getchell, and that's a pretty hard act to follow because I would like to bring up the issue of charges and fees. As your council is aware, the city successfully challenged the municipal industrial rate it was being charged for groundwater pumping by the United Water Conservation District. The case eventually was heard by the California Supreme Court, which issued a decision in December of 2017. Its opinion confirmed existing case law and the provisions of Proposition 26 of 2010, which is now Article 13C, Section 1 of the California Constitution. The decision did two things. It prevented a governmental agency from charging more than the reasonable costs of the activity as a whole, and it implemented the provisions of Proposition 26, which requires that the manner in which the costs are allocated to an individual payer are allocated on the basis of the burden imposed on government or the benefits that are received. The opinion also stated that because the record must sufficiently establish that the districts here, United Water, their rates bore a reasonable relationship to the burdens on or benefits received, and there was no such documentation in the record. It was remanded to the Court of Appeal a few blocks away. So, how does a local governmental agency develop and document a reasonable charge to a fee payer? That's the issue I urge your council to consider, that programs and plans approved by the council, if an associated fee is anticipated, include the necessary information to document that the charges would withstand legal challenge. That is, do what's necessary to quantify the burdens and benefits. If your council wish to subsidize or waive fees, I suggest you talk to your city attorney. Based on what I've found, subsidies and fee waivers have to be funded by unrestricted revenue, typically property tax. Market rate fee payers cannot subsidize those who don't pay market rate fees. What I'm suggesting is an approach that should provide a more equitable allocation of charges, transparency, the opportunity for public review and comment, and the avoidance of costly litigation in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Casey Rodriguez, followed by Sarah Ostrander.
Okay. I would like to be very clear. Tonight, I am only speaking as a Chumash woman. Yesterday, I found myself at Rancho Days at Olivas Adobe, offering a Shumash blessing as well as having an art craft booth with the blessing of Shumash Elder Julie Tumimite Stensley. I thought this booth was going to be only for kids, but I was surprised to see teens and adults get excited to participate and engage with Shumash culture. I was asked to be a part of this day weeks ahead, and I must be honest, I had mixed emotions even when I arrived there. For me, I know a different story that involves intergenerational trauma. However, as I saw children and adults truly enjoy the booth, eager to do art, eager to hear my cousin and I share about our Chumash culture and personal stories, and being determined to go back to their children's schools, workplaces, etc., to inquire Chumash Elder Julie Tumite Stensley to step into these places to share our story with them, it filled my heart with so much joy. It brought healing and a sense of hope that we are definitely living in the moment where people know there's more than just one side of a story, and they want to hear the other side. They want to hear both sides because that's the only way they can truly distinguish what is true for them. And because all stories are worth sharing, in all stories, there's something valuable. There's something to learn for a brighter future for all of us. One thing that was asked was a question regarding what was once across the street. After I shared our story and told them we are the only ones to have removed such a statue in a peaceful way, they understood, no, this was not trying to rewrite history, but simply have our story heard. And because it was heard by great city leaders like Lori Brown and Supervisor Mike Levere, the right choices were made. With the recent stories taking place throughout the city regarding hate, it is utmost important that the city finds ways to where we can truly create places where diverse stories can be shared and respected, where all can be welcomed and supported, and where we can all gather together to say Ventura is indeed a city for all. After all, Ventura has become a melting pot for many different backgrounds. They are all important and have something valuable to teach. There is absolutely no reason anybody should feel fear to walk anywhere in Ventura. We look to you to take an active stand and start promoting such events. Thank you.
Sarah Ostrander, followed by Rick Jeffrey.
Good evening, Mayor Schrader, council members. On Saturday, I was humbled and honored to volunteer at the stair climb that was sponsored by the Ventura Fire Foundation. There were fire departments from Culver City, Santa Barbara, and Fillmore. There were police SWAT teams, the FBI, and many civilians, young and old. They reenacted the climb of the first responders in New York City on September 11th, 2001. The police and fire groups climbed 12 flights of the Crown Plaza stairs up and down 11 times in full gear. It was hard work, but it was very impressive. I just want to honor the public servants among us who sustain us and help us when things are at their worst. The Ventura Fire Foundation supports the firefighters with mental health issues because it's a very stressful job, and you can donate to the Ventura Fire Foundation online. Thank you.
Rick Jeffrey, followed by Martin Erickson.
Good evening. My name is Rick Jeffrey, and I'm a member of the Ventura Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of my little talk tonight is to, quote, put a face to the Chamber of Commerce. Well, here I am. Take a look, because tonight, I'm the Chamber. I've been a resident of Ventura since 1978. This is where I have worked. This is where my family is raised. This is where I've called home for 45 years. I love Ventura. I'm a financial advisor and certified financial planner. I'm self-employed. I've been building my financial planning practice since 1994, 29 years. I've been a member of the Chamber since 2009, 14 years. When I joined the Chamber, the economy was in a recession, the market was down, and I needed something to shake up my business. I joined the chamber purely for economic reasons. I have been an ambassador with the chamber since I first joined. An ambassador agrees to actively participate and promote chamber events, events such as ribbon cuttings for new businesses, events such as monthly connection breakfasts, where I serve as a table host. I have been, quote, a chamber buddy to many new members and helped them fit in and feel welcomed. I take my responsibilities at these events seriously. I'm very proud to say that last year I was honored to be the Ambassador of the Year. I belong to one of the 3 Chamber Biz Connect groups for years. These are small networking clubs. My group meets for lunch twice a month. This is where I received several good referrals over the years. I'm a very active member and one of the original members of the Chamber Toastmasters Club. If you're a chamber member and haven't visited our club, you should. It's an excellent organization. I and other members like me really try to do what we can to help the chamber with being the force for good in our business community, to help other people, business people, to grow and prosper. Over the years, I've made new clients from the contacts that I've met through the chamber. It's been profitable for me to be a chamber member. More importantly, much more importantly, is the fact that the chamber has given me the opportunity to meet and work alongside some of Ventura's best, a lot of very good, smart, and talented people. Through the chamber, I've made not only business contacts, but lifelong friends. Through the chamber, I, like many others, have had the opportunity to give back to the city that we love. I'm the chamber. Thank you.
Martin Erickson, followed by Jonathan Pugh.
Good evening, Mayor Schrader, members of the City Council, City Manager Ayoub. I'm Martin Erickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, or VCTC, and I'm just here tonight to share some exciting things that VCTC is doing. Many of you know, and some of you might not know, VCTC is a countywide agency. We're a special district. We're actually celebrating our 35th year anniversary this year. We were founded in 1988 under state law. We are a 17-member commission that basically serves as the conduit for virtually all the state and federal transportation and transit funding that comes into Ventura County. The 17-member board is comprised of the 5 county supervisors and a mayor or council member from each of Ventura's 10 cities, and then 2 public members who are non-elected officials, one appointed by the cities and one appointed by the county. Ventura City is ably represented by Councilmember Mike Johnson, who attended our monthly meeting last Friday. I wanted to touch on a few things that I think have added a lot of value to our community, and then one item specifically for the city of Ventura, where I've been a resident for the last 23 years and have raised my family here. We just renewed the College Ride and Youth Ride Free Transit program. These are programs that VCTC funds. They allow every college student in Ventura County to ride any of the public transit systems in Ventura County, from Gold Coast on the west side of the county to Simi Valley Transit on the east side. That's a 6-year-old program. Our more recent program, the Youth Ride Free, which was funded with the same state grant, allows students 10 to 18 to ride any public transit bus in Ventura County also. And both these programs together have been critical in bringing back transit ridership that was lost during the pandemic, especially for Gold Coast Transit. We also provide the Freeway Service Patrol program. You may see our tow trucks on the freeway, VCTC colored and emblem. They assist motorists who have had a breakdown. They will change a tire for free, even provide a gallon of gas for motorists who have broken down. That's about a 1.5-year-old program, but it's doing great. Finally, I'm here tonight to talk about a state grant. We received over $80 million of state grants recently. $20 million of that was for a bike lane in the city of Ventura from Montalvo to Wells Road along our Santa Paula branch line. And I just want to acknowledge a few city staff for that: Jeff Herford, Derek Tower, and Sergio Albaron. It emphasizes VCTC's teamwork with all our cities But we're very excited about this particular project, and I thank you again for listening to my comments.
Jonathan Pugh, followed by Teresa McQuaid.
Good evening, Council. It's Jonathan Pugh, just to make that clear for the record. I'm tribal native Hawaiian. I want to say hello to Councilmember Halter, and Mike Johnson, and Liz Campos. The rest of the Council, I don't know you. I'm sure we'll meet at some point. Been in business here in Ventura for over 10 years. I'm a professional martial artist. Talking about art and kind of being indoors during COVID, that was a trying time. There's actually somebody in the room that was a big contributor to that is now our city manager, Mr. Bill Ayub, who's found to have violated our Second Amendment rights as Americans, everybody in this room, actually, and he's now our city manager. So just keep that in mind going forward, okay? It's funny the city attorney stepped out right now, too. With that, I kind of want to bring up this quote that happened from this Nancy O'Connor on September 12, 2022. So it's been almost a year to the day. And I quote, "Tired of shoving things up people's A's." I'm not going to say that. And the city never apologized for that. And if any indication by hiring this man as city manager and for how you treat everybody here in Ventura as a representative of the city of Ventura, it's repeating itself. And I just really hope that all of you that are on here decide to just do better and know that what you represent, it's a very pivotal change that we have in our community tonight. I know, Kat, there's agenda number 22 that's on the agenda tonight for the public comment. That's why there's a lot of people here. And I wish you guys luck talking with all those people, and I hope you decide to lead with empathy. And I just want you to know that those that are doing good, that are on the council, we understand. And the ones that have not done good in the past, I hope you do better in the future. We all make mistakes. We're all human. But the Constitution is the law of our land, and it's important to uphold that. And the freedom of movement, again, as a minority-owned business in Ventura County who experienced this firsthand because of people like you, it was not fun. We're still hurting from it. All right? So I just want to say thank you to everybody that came out tonight, decided to speak on whatever agenda item or public comment. But I want to leave it at that. Thank you for everybody that's here at City Hall to be open on a Monday night. I'm going to go back to work. Have a great evening.
Teresa McQuaid, followed by Dave Wilkinson.
1 second. So our protocols or our practices in the past have been this, instead of applauding with your hands, if you could go like that, it makes the night a lot easier. So I'll ask you to follow that, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to cede my time. I see that there's a lot on the agenda today, but I just wanted to let you know that I am a member of this community, and I'm going to cede my time tonight so you can get on with your agenda. Thank you.
Dave Wilkinson, followed by Patty Overly.
Hello, Council. Thank you all for your time. I provided some slides. I missed the 12 o'clock cutoff for providing slides, so there's a short 5 slide deck that I trust you all will have a chance to look at later. But basically, what I wanted to bring up is sense of place. I feel like I'll just read a quote as I have a moment. The term sense of place has been used in many different ways. It is a multidimensional, complex construct used to characterize the relationship between people in a spatial setting. And basically, there's more to it, but I feel like Ventura is losing its sense of place, or that this committee does not have a good understanding of the sense of place for Ventura. When 6-story buildings that are almost double what the zoning allows are being passed while the general plan is under review is a travesty. I don't understand why story poles cannot be required for buildings, especially buildings that are almost double what is zoned. Story poles should be required so that people have an understanding of how big a 6-story building will feel like. Lastly, please, when you look at the slides that I provided, please think about the future of Ventura and how these buildings are going to change that and set the precedents that's just going to grow and grow and grow. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patty Overly. Just a reminder, folks, if you're going to speak about an item that's on tonight's agenda, please submit a speaker card for that specific item. Patty Overly, followed by Jennifer Miller.
Thank you, Michael. And Tracy, I wish you the best of luck. You've always been very nice to work with anytime I've reached out to you. So wherever you're going, I wish you the best of luck. Tonight, I want to speak about safety in our city. And I'm hoping with our new city manager who has a law enforcement background, maybe we'll see some difference coming up in the next months and year. I'm currently training for a 60-mile fundraiser walk, and one of my routes includes the promenade up through the riverbed, the Ventura riverbed, over the Main Street Bridge, down to the beach, and then up as far as I have to walk. It is so dangerous on that stretch of the riverbed and at the actual bridge and that landing. They call it the landing. I never knew what that was before. There's a parking lot there. The criminal element, the vagrants. I know we have a mentally ill issue in our city that's very difficult to deal with, but it is beyond unsafe. I have witnessed drug deals going on in the landing. Yesterday, there was a gentleman with a stick that looked like a spear, and as people were walking by, he was kind of motioning. There's children, mothers, people just trying to enjoy our river trail and that little park area over to the bridge. This behavior, you'll see this element all the way up towards the avenue, Ventura, whatever that boulevard is, where the cigar store is, and I see it going all the way down to Emma Woods. It's really bad, and I don't know if any of you walk there, bike there. You must see it as well. Liz, I know you definitely are seeing this. My plea to you tonight is to please increase the police presence there. I've been doing this walk now since June. I walk 4 days a week, and I never see a police car, ever. I never see patrol. I don't see anybody on a bike. If the issue is that we can't do that because we're limited on police, can we take some of the money we're spending on consultants and outside attorneys and get a couple of cops? These are your constituents that elected you guys, and we are not safe in this city. And this is just one path I know of. I know God only knows what everybody is dealing with. If that's not possible because you're already committed to all these outside consultants and attorneys, can we get MACE and MACE training? And I'm not being sarcastic, I'm being serious. Can the city, the police department, put some form of training available for citizens so we can protect ourselves? I don't want to bring my husband on every walk. He doesn't want to do these walks with me. He'd die. Or maybe give us one of the canines. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephen Schaefer. Stephen Schaefer, followed by Terrence Foley. Stephen Schaefer? Give him a chance. I think he's coming from the other room. Yep, perfect. No worries. Thank you. Next up is Terrence Foley, followed by Spencer Noren.
Didn't get a heads up. Sorry. All right. Hi. Good evening. My name is Stephen Schaefer. I am president of the San Buenaventura Conservancy for Preservation. We're a Ventura nonprofit that advocates for heritage. First time I've seen some of you up here because I haven't been around much. We've been pretty quiet for COVID, but we just had 2 sold out tours of the Elks. The Elks Lodge, former Elks Lodge in downtown, which is going to be a new boutique hotel. So we're very excited about that. We also just had a win-win sort of negotiation with the owners of the Pierpont to make sure that they were rehabbing the main building, the Craftsman building, in a like-for-like way. So they're going to be replacing the windows with the wavy glass, wood windows. They're going to be using real wood shingles in the upgrade of that main building, which we're very excited about. And God, I had it written down here, sorry, out of breath. Our latest advocacy involves the Washington School in Midtown. And so we will be, our group, the San Buenaventura Conservancy, will be nominating it to the National Register of Historic Places. So we hope to be working with the school district on that and facilitating a dialogue between the VUSD and the neighborhood. So this is really just sort of an update. It's a little bit, the school is in their hands right now, and they have made it a surplus property. We're also doing some other fun things. We're looking to do some tours in the future, looking for volunteers. We have a website, sbconservancy.org, where we have a list of events, a list of tours. You can subscribe for tours and things like that. We'll be doing a preservation happy hour probably on October 11th. I'll be speaking on Thursday at the Midtown Ventura Community Council, also about Washington School. I'm sure we'll go a little bit more in depth since I have more than 3 minutes at that event. And always looking for volunteers. Click on the website, subscribe, and thank you. And we're very pro-heritage in this town. We'd love to keep it that way. Thank you.
Terry Foley, followed by Spencer Noren, followed by Mark Martinez Velasquez.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break that we had. And knowing that I have 3 cards in, Michael, but if you can please pull the other 2. I'm just going to speak this one time, and I'll try to keep this short. I'm gathering that comments on item 22 are anything specific to land use. It should be in item 22, so I'm not going to get deep into it. But to start out with, I'd like to say I've been coming here for 7 years. And starting to get something done on the one item and moving ahead on a couple others. But so I came here one night, a couple of years ago, wearing a beanie and looking like I look. And Heather Sumagase came up to me and asked a really charming question. She said, "Are you Trevor Gottsman?" So some people in the room won't get that. But that's funny. It's just a wonderful question. I took it as a real compliment. And I don't know if Mr. Gottsman is going to speak tonight, but if I can even approach what his general message is in a way that actually is not that friendly. But the last time we had a meeting, it was evident that the city council vote regarding 211 was way out of sync with the entire room. And there are other items in which people are observing that the city council members don't seem to be listening to the public. Not so much on items that are the NIMBY questions, but the questions that have to do with people who are just saying, let's look at what the flavor of Ventura is. And so what I'm going to say is, in honor of Mr. Gottsman, and in respect with the city council, is to say, please listen to the people who elected you and hear what they're saying, because these people are people who respect the heritage and the history of Ventura and want to move ahead. They want to see Ventura change, and they want to see those changes be for the better in ways that are good for everybody, not just the people who stand to make the money. So I hope you have a good evening tonight. I know it's going to be a long meeting. Thank you for being here.
Spencer Noren, followed by Mark Martinez Velasquez, followed by Thomas Escrow.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor, council, appreciate that. VPD, always providing safety. And did I see the chief out there? Man, who called him the chief for backup? I appreciate that. And interpretation in back. I appreciate my words being translated in Spanish. Thank you. I have a few small notes here because this room is full, and I want to appreciate everybody. That's my first note. If you're here for the first time in City Council, absolutely adore you. If you're here tonight to speak at City Council to preserve high-paying jobs for the future, absolutely got your back. Thank you for being here. Industrial forever. And that note, Washington School needs to come to the forefront right now because of the timing of what the school district is trying to do. 3 properties, 2 in Soar, 3 here between Kinko's, Washington, and Foster property. We need to find a way to create open space in Midtown, please. The city has an opportunity to purchase this land along with keeping the historic building preserved. I love what they're doing to preserve that. But at the meeting we were at a month ago, it was a very specific detail that said if you don't keep the surrounding areas of a building, it can lose its historical designation and not only feel and cultural viability. That's the open space that surrounds Washington School. It's not just the building we need to preserve, it's the open space. And what do? We move it forward with an adaptable reuse building, hopefully maybe sponsored by Trade Desk, for a business professional center in Midtown. Trade Desk started an incubation system here in the back of City Hall. Wouldn't it be cool if we recreated something like that at the Washington School, right? Where some people from the neighborhood could have maybe 20 offices all in the middle of this hub, maybe a coffee, a little breakfast spot in the middle of a neighborhood, at the same time having the open space, whether it's gardens, walkability, but please look at acquiring the Washington School property under the city, making it a park, adaptable reuse for a business professional center. This could be an absolute home run. We don't need more housing in spaces that are already conglomerated completely by housing. No one goes to Ocean Park. The future of Cemetery Park might be different. I love parks, I love urban forestry. Talking about the new pavement project going along from Hill to Ashwood. Can we please get new ginkgo trees in the middle of those center medians? I heard that budget didn't want to do more urban forestry along that project. We need to do that while it's being constructed. And also in details, I heard you, City Manager Ayub, say that the construction of that project might go from the paving from Ashwood to Victoria, I heard. Can we push that to Hill, please? Because Hill is already rough. So if we're doing the project from Hill to Ashwood, it sounds like we should repave from Hill to Ashwood. Thank you so much. Again, standing with everyone here for high-paying jobs, hard work. I see you. Let's go.
Mark Martinez Velasquez, followed by Thomas Escrow, followed by Glenn Overly.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mark, and I'm here to voice my concerns for the current road conditions of Phil Street between Portola and Saratoga. As it stands now, with the loss of mature street trees, unnecessarily wide travel lanes, narrow sidewalks, and unprotected bike lanes, the road conditions on Thill are extremely hazardous and hostile to pedestrians and cyclists. In addition to the threat to vulnerable road users, private automobiles constantly speed and do donuts in the areas in front of the two mobile home driveways, combined with poor street lighting, makes this street a recipe for disaster. Please consider expediting future active transportation improvements or pursue quick build projects that promote traffic calming and bicycle and pedestrian safeties. Finally, the reason for the shirt is that Overdose Awareness Day recently passed, and I wanted to implore the city to work with organizations such as FentCheck to help bars in downtown Ventura begin stocking Narcan and fentanyl testing strips. As a young person, I can see the damage that fentanyl is doing to our community, and I hope the city doesn't pursue another chapter of the failed war on drugs. Always remember that harm reduction saves lives, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
Thomas Escrow, followed by Glenn Overly, followed by Carol Spector.
Well, as a public high school teacher for the last 23 years, I don't know why I get nervous in front of people. I like to cede my time over to Spencer Ford, if I could, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Under the protocols, during public communications, time cannot be ceded to another speaker.
Perfect. That gentleman's just saying that he respects the community. He wanted to cede his time to City Council. Thank you.
Thomas Escrow, followed by Glenn Overly. Glenn Overly, followed by Carol Spector, followed by our final speaker, Trevor Gottsman.
Good evening, Council. I'm kind of at a disadvantage here. We bought this so that I could communicate with the grandchildren, but it's kind of a thing that's foreign to me, so I'll do the best that I can. First off, when you're in that community room over there, you feel like you're in the land of misfit toys. Like everybody that's over there, not as cool as the people in here. Councilmember Duran, I appreciate your comments and accept your apology. City Manager Ayub, I'm a little bit upset with you, though. You stole my thunder tonight. I was going to talk about the need for evacuation plans in light of Lahaina and also the earthquake that we just had. So thank you for following up on that. I was reading in the paper this weekend, and the entrance to the harbor, Olivas Parkway, a woman wrote in the newspaper about this gem that's part of Ventura, but also commented how the roads are not taken care of. And I drive a small truck, and 22-inch rims on it's been lowered down so it doesn't drive the best. I cannot drive that road. So I'm not sure if Water Pure Project is holding that up, but you should really take a look at the entrance to the harbor and how that roadway is set up. And it should be resurfaced as soon as possible. Recently, Patty and I had gone to the Poconos for a vacation. We stayed at a place called the Donlin House. It's in a little town called Jim Thorpe, Pennsylvania. If you've never been there, you should go. The two people that ran it were partners, Michael and Jeffrey. Jeffrey was a gourmet cook, traveled the world, and Michael was an entrepreneur that also worked for multiple high-end resorts and hotels. Patty and I had conversations with the two of them on a regular basis, and it came up that he was a council member for Jim Thorpe, PA City Council. So the more I talked, the more I found out that the problems in PA are no different than the problems here in Ventura. But something that he said, I thought that I should share with you. In his experience, council members are not always prepared. One of his comments was that council members work hard to keep their jobs or positions on council, but do not work hard as council members to actually do their job. And you think about that, and it's super important. So I hope that council will take that. I had not planned to speak on this item. I planned to talk on 13, but since that was pulled, and since Councilman Duran had offered an apology, I felt necessary to talk. Thanks, council, for your time.
Carol Spector, followed by our final speaker, Trevor Gottsman.
Hello, welcome back. I'm just reminding you that the over 40 speakers, 100 letter writers, and almost 100 contributors to our GoFundMe account are not finished with trying to find a compromise regarding the precedent-setting construction of the 69-foot, 6-story, 94 units of mostly luxury housing at 211 Thompson and Figueroa. So we are still working, trying to find a compromise, and we'll be letting you know. It does not honor Ventura's sense of evacuation safety, our established laws, our culture, or our history. So we're going to keep working on that. Thank you.
And our final speaker this evening is Trevor Gottsman. Trevor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, community members. Thank you. One word brought me here, unity. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, for bringing up your opening statement, and thank you, Mr. Councilmember Duran, for reminding us of the truth and how things come to be, and so that we can continue working together. Creation we're all part of this. And Terrence Foley, thank you for standing in for me and for making me. You have more hair than me, and I respect you, and I respect every member of our community. It is what it is. We've got to face it. We've got to accept it and know what it is, and trust, learn to trust. And really, words are words. They're incredibly powerful. And how we express them, with the intent that we express them, it makes them that way. Let's be compassionate. Let's be kind. Let's choose to tell the truth, as Emily Dickinson said, slant, in a way that helps all of the creatures of creation, everything, because we're all unified. And that's all I really wanted to say tonight. We live in this place that is like fiction. It's so diverse, it's so extreme. And I do want to offer a canine and myself to walk with the 60 milers. It will be an absolute honor and a pleasure, because the canine's reminding me he's coming on 12, so he's reminding me, look, I need to do the walking. I need to do what my most recent resident that the canine brought in out for a safe place says, actions speak louder than words. So to quote her, I also want to thank the police department for checking on her and for checking on all of us. Let's keep doing what they do. And as one of our speakers asked tonight, we don't need the same speaker, we don't need the mace, we just need to know to stand and stay, and others need to stay and be respectful of what it is and know the truth and be together. So thank you. I'm going to say good night. Enjoy the meeting. I'm going to watch from here. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
And Mr. Mayor, we do have one final speaker. Apologies. Karba. Karba, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members, staff, VPD. I'm Karba. I'm a District 6 Ventura resident. I genuinely wish I could be there tonight, but I'm out of town visiting friends up in Northern California. Generally, I want to wish you all good luck in today's discussion on the general plan. Please consider it thoughtfully. But I really wanted to come on here to say that I was at a big public meeting up here on Saturday, and there were local government representatives and agencies that were handing out free Narcan along with free COVID tests. And I learned a ton about Narcan or naloxone and how to administer it at that event. And I want to highly encourage that the city of Ventura step up a little bit more to share communication with the Ventura-wide community about access to free Narcan. If you didn't already know, it's one of the best solutions and only real solutions to fentanyl overdoses that have been rocking this country, our state, and our town. Just according to the Ventura County Medical Examiner's Office, 181 people had fatal fentanyl-related overdoses in Ventura County just last year. 18 of those deaths were kids under the age of 24. 18 kids. A lot of people in this meeting likely know someone who has overdosed or seen something in the news about it. So we have to work together as a community to stop these unnecessary deaths from happening. And even though I may not personally use opioids, it doesn't even really matter. I feel encouraged that I can carry this incredible life-saving resource with me whenever possible. And I imagine many others, many parents, many young people, like that young person earlier mentioned, would like that comfort as well. So I'm fairly certain, and I would like the city to correct me if I'm wrong, but community members can get an overdose rescue kit at 5850 Teal Street. That's 5850 THILLE Street in Suite 205. It's like right next to the Government Center off Victoria. Or you can call 805-652-6919 for more information as well. With that, I wish everyone a great night, and thank you so much. I hope you have a good one.
And that concludes public speakers on public communications.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, any responses?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just Mrs. Overly's comments regarding the aggressive individuals in the community were overheard by Chief Schindler, who's in the building, and he'll take appropriate action with his resources. Thank you for those comments.
On to the consent agenda and the full agenda. Just a reminder, we'll pull item on the consent item 13 for another day. And on the formal agenda item number 23, which is a facilities update due to a few people in the audience who are going to want to talk to us tonight. Okay, Mr. City Council, members of City Council, any items to be pulled? Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. I ask that we pull item number 8, which is the professional services agreement with Raymond Associates. I have comments on items 14 and 15, which are the stormwater permit implementation and the bid rejection for construction contract for traffic signal communications. And I have questions on number 18, the professional services agreement with RRM Design for architectural services on the locker room renovation. Thank you, Mayor.
So that's pull 8, comments on 14, 15, questions on 18. Okay, Mr. McReynolds?
I have questions on 5 and 11.
5 and 11 questions. Mr. Halter,
I comment on 17. I would like to pull 18.
you have comments on 17 and 18?
I comment on 17, and I'd like to pull 18.
Pull 18. Ms. Campos,
Question on 12.
question on 12. Mr. City Clerk, did you get all that?
I believe so, Mr. Mayor, yes.
So I guess we should start with questions and do it in numerical order, starting with agenda item 5.
It looks like 5 is the first item that we have questions on from Councilmember McReynolds.
Yeah, this is regarding the short-term vacation rental. I see that we're engaging the services in terms of the conflict resolution. I'm going to use the term, but I was just curious, do we have a timeline in when we plan on actually bringing this item forward for a final resolution?
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember McReynolds. The City Council, in its goals, I believe designated December 31st, if I'm not mistaken, as the time to bring back the ordinance. We are still working to accomplish this within that goal.
Additional questions on 5? If not, I think we have comments on or questions on 11? On 11 questions?
Yeah, me again. So this is a related but unrelated question regarding the SAFER grant. So we had the authorization to hire the 13 additional firefighter paramedics, and I just wondered if we can get an update in terms of the status of getting those 13 firefighters.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, is the chief here? Chief Andaya?
Mayor, Councilmember McReynolds, update on the SAFER hiring is we did successfully bring on 10 firefighter paramedics. They are still in training for the 13 positions that has been allotted by SAFER. We're still within the SAFER parameters, and we currently have 6 new firefighter paramedics that are in background checks, in addition to the 10 that are actively training. So of the 10 that are training, we hired 4 lateral full-time firefighter paramedics that came from outside agencies to our agency. 6 are recruit-level firefighter paramedics. They all began the academy together. They had similar training for the first 4 weeks, but because the laterals are obviously doing the job full-time prior to coming here, they have a much shorter training period. So they are now in what we call kind of their field assignment, where they're assigned to an engine, but as a junior firefighter training underneath a senior firefighter for about 3 weeks, at which point they'll be assessed again, go through a final assessment, and then they will be a full-time Ventura City firefighter paramedic. The other 6 that are currently in training are going to be in training probably through, I believe it's November 9th, about mid-November, before they have a graduation date. They will also then be assigned as a junior firefighter for a very brief period of time, about 2 weeks, and then they will be assigned as permanent Ventura City firefighter paramedics. And the 6 that just began background, we have to go through, that's a pretty extensive process, obviously. We do have a training date set for them starting later in the year, and they will go through a similar onboarding. But again, because those are all laterals, it'll be a very shortened academy, and they will be making their way into the field a lot more quickly than a recruit firefighter. And that's where we stand. We're meeting all SAFER requirements at this time. As long as we're hiring and moving forward, funding and the period of performance stays the same. We're actually very happy and confident with the numbers we have and launching the units when these people are trained and field ready.
Thank you. And on behalf of the entire City Council, I saw Chief Schindler walk in too. I want to thank you, especially on this day of remembrance, for your service to our community and to your staff.
Thank you. On behalf of both police and fire, we appreciate it very much. I know there were many council members and city management this morning at our stations. It's hard to believe it was 22 years ago. And one statement I will make is we talked about where we were on a day like today on 9/11, and I was actually serving the city as a firefighter paramedic at Station 5 where I was this morning. So for me, it was a very surreal moment. Councilmember Duran was there. Assistant City Manager Britt Connors was there. And that's why I was that morning we watched on the television at that station as it unfolded. So it was a surreal morning for me. It's hard to believe it's been 22 years. So, first responders, military all around the nation, we appreciate it. It's a very solemn day for all of us. I thank all the veterans in the city and in the audience. Thank you for your service, for protecting us abroad and allowing us to serve communities here locally, domestically. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment on or a question on that?
Absolutely.
Item number 1? Okay. It came up quick. I was thinking it was on a formal agendized, but it's actually consent. So I wanted to ask if Chief Andaya is still in the room, is whether or not we know that a significant number of our calls are medical calls, so this makes perfect sense. The question I have, though, Chief Andaya, question for you is, well, I support and understand the need for paramedics and the fact that so many of our calls are medical. As long as dispatching still requires fire engines to show up with the paramedics, how do you see this helping the fatigue and the overworking that we're doing with the fire engine teams?
So it's just another way to provide the paramedic service with the paramedic gear. If I'm understanding your question correctly, just to use an analogy, for many, many years we've had the same number of chess pieces on the board, but our call volume has gone up. So the goal is to put more paramedic level chess pieces on the board across it to lessen the overall call volume for each of the units. So if we have more units on the street, math tells us that one, our response times will improve, and we will decrease the overall call volume for the units that have been assigned. So when we were at around 6,000 or 7,000 calls a year, we had in about 1988, you've heard me say this a bunch of times, we've had the same number of units responding now to over 18,000 calls a year. So if I can add a paramedic squad with even 2 paramedics on it, they can run the same calls as an engine can run. So they can go on that call with a private ambulance transport and still effect the same care, do all the advanced procedures, life-saving, very invasive procedures to save lives. And then when we need the fire engines is when we need some of the more involved equipment, rope rescue, swift water rescue, vehicle extrication, cutting people out of cars that are mangled, things like that. So we have a good toolbox. I feel that I provide through the department to the city a very good toolbox of the various tools we have. And for many years I've been waiting to get where we are today, which is to add that one hopefully full-time 7th engine down the road when we get with the graduates coming out that I spoke of earlier. I spoke very earlier tonight. Recently I took a photo following a structure fire here in the city, and it was a historic photo that there was a house fire here in the city. There was a victim trapped in the fire, and we responded. We had the fire under control in about 20 minutes. We were on scene for about 4 more hours, which what you don't see on television in Hollywood when fires go out and it takes about 10 minutes. But at the end of the call, I looked around and we had about 22 people on scene of this emergency. And for the first time in my career, it was all Ventura City Fire. We were able to handle a call by ourselves, which was a huge step in the right direction, that we didn't need 2 or 3 other agencies to help us field a ground ball. This wasn't a grand slam, this was a ground ball, but we did it on our own. And I'm extremely proud of the support we've received from council, from the community, and from city management to add these resources, especially during the day. It was a daytime fire, so we had our 40-hour units, and we're approaching being able to do some of these things 24 hours a day. So that paramedic unit can do a lot of what an engine can do when it comes to those EMS calls, so they will absolutely make a difference because they can run without an engine and save an engine that call or have it be ready for something else that happens in the same area.
So if I hear you right, then that currently I thought dispatch, the engine always had to go with the paramedics. Is that not true then, where the paramedic squad can go without an engine?
Absolutely. Okay. That's true. Now, other agencies have different agreements. Ventura City Fire, when allowed through the EMS agency governing rules, we have to follow those rules, right? We can't under dispatch, but for us, if it meets, there's everything, it's all complicated, but from an alpha to an echo level call, there's a lot of those calls, I'd say 80 to 85%, where one paramedic squad meets the criteria, and if it meets the criteria, that is what we will send, is the squad by itself, with an ambulance.
Okay, that's good news. I wasn't aware of that. Do you see that as a 10-hour shift, or do you see that a 24-hour?
My goal is 24 with the hirings that we just did. Okay. And because it's only 2 people, so I can make it a 24-hour unit with 6 total people across 3 different shifts because of the shift work that we do. So with 2 people at a time, I can cover that unit 24/7 with 6 firefighter paramedics. It doesn't require an engineer. It doesn't require a fire captain. So we're able to do it with 2 firefighter paramedics, 24 hours a day, serving the community with advanced life support with 6 total people versus 9 like on an engine.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Any other questions? Sorry, I walked out. Thought I was done.
That was perfect. Thanks.
Councilmember Duran, followed by Councilmember Johnson.
Hey, I'm here
Thank
for
you,
a
Mr.
minute.
Mayor. Chief, I just kind of, it seems that the 10-hour roaming engines, the ME7 and the ME8, have done a great job helping to alleviate some of the stress on the 48-hour engines throughout the city as was planned. That was the plan originally when you got these engines. So great job. But in addition, it seems like the 10-hour shift options are a wonderful alternative to the 48-hour shifts because the guys that are interested in improving their mental health and physical health with the 10-hour shift. So, which I know has been a big topic of conversation lately. With the ever-increasing call volume that you've spoken about over the last number of years, in addition to the effects of long-term sleep deprivation and mental health issues among your staff, what is the future plan of the 10-hour shift options?
So it depends, again, on what we deploy and where we deploy it. My goal is to, longer term, if we have a 10-hour unit down the road, given the staffing that I'm planning on having with the SAFER, we're going to have a full-time engine, a full-time squad, and that should leave us 2 people to have a 40-hour, daytime-only, 2-person paramedic squad. That's the goal. We're going to have to step it there, just like we talked about many times before with our strategic plan. It's hard to add everyone at once. So right now, we're going to be able to launch a full-time engine. We're going to be able to launch a full-time squad. And while the 10-hour units did their purpose, they were always going to be temporary. And the reason for that is the fatigue is also coming at night. So if you have more 24-hour units, those overnight calls that are causing sleep deprivation, if you have more units overnight, that also helps deprivation. You're not the same thing. It's not just daytime calls. So that's why having a 24-hour unit available in the city will help all the units that are 24/7, because a 40-hour unit during the week is about a 20% coverage of emergency time that a community might need us. And my charge is I'd rather be there 24/7 for the community as often as possible with a unit. And then when we can't be because of staffing, we'll make a 40-hour unit out of it, which works 10-hour shifts 4 days a week. So they're not there 3 days of the week, and on the days they are, they're only there 10 out of 24 hours. So those overnight units do help because it's also, again, spread. We're busy at night. That's the other point. So the more units that I have 24/7, the greater that fatigue factor gets impacted in a positive direction because I've got 2 more units to spread out calls on instead of just the 6.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think about how many years I was over there in the audience watching council meetings, and the story we heard from you, Chief, was the call volume is increasing, but our resources are not. And so I want to thank council first for supporting really rethinking and bumping up our resources to the fire department. And Chief, I want to thank you as well for, looking at the medic engines and now the paramedic squads. I know it's delivering a different service model, but I certainly hope that everybody appreciates that we really are trying to improve our capacity to respond to these things. I just wanted to share an anecdote about a paramedic squad, which was this morning at my fire station, right about the time when everything was about to start. They got a call and had to go, and it was to check out a carbon monoxide alarm at a home. It's not an emergency call, but of course, the fire department is going to be there to make sure that nobody is sick, make sure that everything is safe. And somebody there asked the question, so when you have something like this, and it's a non-emergency call, what does that do for your ability, your capacity to respond to other things? And I appreciate Chief Miser's response about how, we're very good at prioritizing, but I went back to thinking about you talking about having the number of chess pieces that we have on the board. And so I am very happy that we're moving forward with this paramedic squad. And I thank you, Mayor, for giving me the time. I know we've got a lot to talk about tonight, but I wanted to share that experience because it was this morning. All right, move on.
Any other questions for Chief? Thanks, Chief India.
Thank you.
Mr. City Clerk, we had a question on number 12.
That's right. We had a question from 12 from Councilmember Campos.
So my question is for Chief Schindler. As a member of the Animal Services Commission, we received reports about the costs and services back at our July meeting, and I didn't see an uptick in services in Ventura. is there something on the invoice to indicate excess services or extra services?
So the way the invoices, good evening, Council, Mayor and Council. The way the invoices work from animal control is we're billed quarterly. Unfortunately, the last quarter we typically get in the arrears, so we didn't just know about the exact amount until this last month. In the beginning of the fiscal year, we'll budget based on the estimate that animal control gives us for that upcoming year. Last year, for 22-23 fiscal year, which just ended, our budget was $700,000. The estimate from the county, from animal control, was $734,000. Working with finance, there's a little bit of a discount in there. And how it works, just to quickly explain it, is total services was $954,000. That was the estimate. We also do animal licensing through them and fines, and whatever accumulated through that process is subtracted from that $954,000. So we estimated, along with finance, based on the history, that we would bring in about $254,000 in revenue. In actuality, we were about $40,000 short on the revenue side. So that, combined with an increase in the number of intakes, is what caused the estimate to go up and over our budget by $59,000.
Thank you for that. And are you of the understanding that we're still doing licensing in the city?
Yes. So we are still doing licensing. Last year, the city council elected to go along with the county's ordinance on licensing. We actually thought that was going to increase the revenue a little bit. That has not come to fruition. I think that's part of the reason the licensing was short.
I also was in the cashier's office recently and heard another person there ahead of me in line told that we no longer do dog licenses. That's why I ask.
The county does them for the city of Ventura.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So the county
That's what we
collects the
tried.
revenue to make it simple for the residents. The county actually does the licensing, collects the revenue, and then they use that revenue for that offset that I mentioned.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for Chief? Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
I think we had a comment on item 14, stormwater permit implementation.
I'll skip it in the interest of time, but good work, Mr. Nelson. Thank you.
Thanks. Comment on 15.
I'll keep this one brief. Just a note, Mr. Nelson, that, in the staff report, it says something like, you can view the bid and contract and all that on this site, cybercopyplanroom.com. I would just point out that I can't read it. It costs $50 for me to download after I register. So if we could just make sure in future staff reports that we're not sending people to pay sites. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. On to item 17, comment.
I just want to say my comment is this, that I love seeing this on our consent items, because that's one of the most unsafe intersections or overpasses in our community, and there's been several deaths there. And so it's really exciting to see that we're actually investigating and looking at how to make that a lot safer, a lot better overpass. That's all I want to say.
And I think Councilmember Johnson agrees with that, as well as the mayor. Okay, that's done for 17. I think we wanted to pull items 8 and 18. Is that correct? Mr. City Clerk, is it appropriate for me to get a motion on all the other items except for those being pulled, or would we rather do the pulled items?
We do have public comment on the items that were not pulled. I would suggest we take the public comment and then we can take a motion on the consent items and then move on to 8 and then move on to 18. We do have public comment cards submitted for item number 8 as well.
Okay.
So for the general items, my first speaker for the consent items absent number 8 and 18 is Jennifer Miller. I just wanted to check in and make sure that you weren't impacted by those changes. Okay, perfect. Our first speaker is Jennifer Miller, followed by Terry Foley.
Good evening, Council. Nice to see you this evening. I just wanted to speak generally to the fiscal expenditures before the Commission, the Council this evening. Just a real general run of the numbers and a look at what's before you on the consent agenda tonight. Before you had pulled 8 and 18, you have coming back to you in amendments over $2.1 million to amend fiscal agreements that have already been executed. Some of these are fifth and sixth amendments to these contracts. And so my question to you would be, who initially is negotiating these contracts, and why are we getting it so wrong? You have a responsibility to the citizens as fiduciaries to ensure that you are executing contracts that are in their benefit. Why are these outside agencies continually coming back to increase their funding? Perhaps there needs to be better decision-making at the outset as to what is being considered in these contracts, and what in all of these is in the best interest of the public. I was going to speak to item 8. I'm thankful that Councilmember Johnson asked to pull that. I was also going to speak to item 18 as well. I will not address that in the interest of time, but I would like you just to consider that as being fiduciaries of the public monies, that you be responsible for the use of these monies for our benefit, and that looking at what these monies are being spent on, I think you've heard a lot from the citizens over their concerns here tonight about homelessness, open drug use, rampant building, illegal RV parking, traffic graffiti, our streets, our infrastructure, our multi-story buildings. Are any of these funds being used to address those concerns of our citizens here tonight? I don't think I speak for myself when I think we're all very concerned at the financial motives and actions of this council. And I think you can tell from the number of people here tonight that we, the people, are fed up with what's going on. And we ask you to consider carefully what you're doing going forward. Thank you.
The next speaker is Terrence Foley, followed by Casey Rodriguez. Terry Foley? He might be making his way down. Casey Rodriguez?
Mr. Clerk,
Yes.
Mr. Foley asked that his cards be removed.
Thank you. Apologies. Casey Rodriguez, followed by James Herbeck.
We're on agenda 11?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was stepped up for a second.
Haku. Once again tonight, I only speak as a local citizen who realizes firefighters and paramedics are the true heroes of the city. I, for one, absolutely respect, admire, and appreciate the firefighters and paramedics. In respect and honor of the 343 New York City firefighters that died on September 11, 2001, and the over 300 members of the FDNY that have died from health issues related to this event. With the increase of population that all of you have approved, and with the simple fact of how strong, courageous, professional, and most importantly, how underfunded our firefighters, paramedics are, I ask the City Council to approve agenda items 11 and 13. Just a reminder, in case you have all forgotten, our firefighters, paramedics are the ones who successfully won the over, I'm tired, Thomas Fire. You guys know what I'm saying. While saving all of our lives. If we expect our firefighters, paramedics to continue serving our community, we must start providing better equipment, buildings, personnel, and most importantly, trust with them. As a Chumash woman and a concerned citizen, I am very appreciative how diligently our firefighters work to keep Chumash land, or what you call Ventura, safe. We are currently in the time where the Chumash would and still do celebrate reciprocity during what we call our Hutar ceremony. Clearly, it is divine time where we offer this as an honoring gesture to our hardworking firefighters and paramedics to show our appreciation. I would also like to encourage the leaders of fire departments to consider inviting Indigenous leaders to teach our traditional firekeeping ways. The fire traditions that have kept our lands lavish for thousands of years are still proven to be able to benefit our lands today. Lastly, I would like to bring to your attention about how some of the residents on District 1 have been recently increased on their rental house insurance. I have a friend in District 1, and he said that his insurance went up 3 times the amount. For many people in District 1, they are living on a very tight budget. This happened because District 1 is a well-known fire hazard. I ask City to please help find a way to help the citizens who are being faced with this incredible large increase in their health insurance. And this is obviously a clear sign that we need our firefighters to be staying in our city. Thank you.
James Harback, followed by George Noglis on item 14.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your time. I'd like to address, as we can see from the agenda, the city is well on their way to spend thousands of dollars over the next year on consultations and reports. I'm pleading with the new city manager at this time to take a real close look at all the expenses that our tax dollars are paying for. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Noggles. George, this will be public comment on item number 14, and George will be followed by our final speaker, Judy Alexander, on item number 2. George, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity to applaud the city's efforts with active transportation. The stormwater challenge that we face downtown is very interesting. Equally interesting are the stormwater challenges that we face in East Ventura, but they are somewhat different. Both of these challenges can be addressed with more detention and more retention within public parks and open spaces. I encourage the city to acquire more of the Santa Clara River floodplain and to utilize the Ventura River floodplain for stormwater detention. Also, I encourage the city to look at the flood risk downtown in the vicinity of South Garden Street and Thompson and the Avenue, because I believe that in the 100-year flood, we get water surface elevations that are problematically high, and the Ventura River may or may not accept any flow. So we may need to look further into not just the stormwater quality issues, but also where to put that water. More specific to stormwater quality is the problem I've seen where trash grates have been added to catch basins that may not have been designed for the trash grates. So the catch basins may not be moving water as fast as they need to. And I encourage the city to look at that and make sure we have sufficient capacity to really move the water that we need to, and also that maintenance maintain those catch basins more frequently to remove the leaves and garbage that are accumulating in the catch basins. If you want pictures, I've got lots of good ones that show catch basins with trash grates that are clogged, trash screens that are clogged. So I believe if we retain and detain stormwater and we make sure there's sufficient capacity to get it off the streets, we can use that water to fix carbon and create recreational opportunities as well as wildlife habitat. I really encourage the City Council to take that to heart. And final request is, can we please give our city councilors a raise? I think they work very hard and they're not compensated enough for what they do. So thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, Judy will be speaking on another item. So that is going to conclude public comment on consent items, except for items number 8 and 18.
Okay, would we like to go to pulled items now?
We can take a motion now on those consent items.
Okay. We have a motion.
Mayor, I would move the consent calendar, the consent agenda with the exceptions of 8 and 18 and also 13, which we weren't discussing tonight.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, further discussion?
If I may?
Pardon me?
If I may, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I do share some of Ms. Miller's concerns about consultants. I've been known to go through all these staff reports and challenge some of them. I went through all of these, and some of them are certainly legal costs, and we don't always know how those things are going to go. One of them is, extending a contract, and we always knew that the contract might be extended, and some other were rather minor. But I do think it is something that the council should be aware of. And of course, I've talked about this before on various consent items, but I'd just like to put that on the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Other comments?
Point of clarification. Regarding item 2, before we go to items 8 and 18, do we want to recognize our new commissioner?
Well, can we vote and then recognize?
Yeah, that's what I just wanted. How do you want to do it?
Sure, let's vote and then recognize. Any other comments? I think we're ready for a vote. Mr. City Clerk?
Okay, for the consent items, excluding items 8, 18, and 13, go ahead and enter your vote now. Looks like we're waiting on one more vote to be entered. Okay. All votes have now been entered. 6 ayes, 1 absent. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. McReynolds. Is there recognition?
Thank you. We've got the appointment of 4 to our Downtown Parking Advisory Committee, 4 to our Water Commission, and then I don't know if we've had any of the members coming off, but we also want to recognize the people that for their service. So I'm going to invite with the mayor up front, Kevin Clarisi, Carl Morehouse, Michael Stump, and Nanette Hutchinson for our Downtown Parking Advisory Committee, and then Robert Carano, Michael Savage, George Amendola, and Emily M. Bister to receive their certificates. So if they're around, if they could come forward.
Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause as well.
You're never done, are you? You're never done?
All right, I'll have you all shift to the right just a bit. We'll get a quick picture. Four more years. One more. Perfect.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I also just wanted to really quick thank my 2 committee folks, Councilmember Campos and Councilmember Duran, for serving on the Art Committee with us. And finally, to the City Clerk on the incredible job of recruiting. Thank you very much. And PIOs for getting that message out.
Councilmember Johnson, I'm sorry. Did you have a comment tonight?
Mayor, I'll just make the comment. As we go through this thing, know that sometimes we need to step into the back to use the facilities or to get a thing of water. Please understand that there are speakers back there. When we step back, we're not leaving the meeting. We will still be hearing you. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that. I don't want anybody feeling that we're ducking out. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that. On to item 8. Professional Service Agreement Amendment with Ramey and Associates. Who would like to start?
Mayor, I pulled this item, but I'd like to wait till we hear from the public comments on this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have four public speaker cards submitted for item number 8. Our first speaker is going to be Todd Collart, followed by James Harback, followed by Natalie Bruton.
Good evening, Council. My name is Todd Collart. I represent the Ventura Climate Coalition this evening. And we understand you're going to be considering the extension or supplemental funding for the Ramey Associates present contract to extend work for the general plan update as well as the climate action plan. I'm speaking on the matter of the climate action plan. We appreciate the direction that supplemental scope of work is taking to add more specificity to many of the numbers in that plan, refining the technical analysis and assumptions that were used, and also coordinating with outside stakeholders such as VCC. We believe that any additional work in the scope of work should really focus on enabling the city to implement and carry out the plan by themselves, not at the assistance of the consultant. They've been here to prepare the plan, guide the city along that process as well as the community. But this last supplement of income, or not income, but funding for the consultant should be the time when that plan is finalized in a way that lets the city take off and run with it. It's got to repair any deficiencies at this time, because otherwise you're in a position of adopting a plan that maybe the staff is going to have some trouble implementing. To this end, we hope that it clarifies the factors and assumptions that Ramey used to quantify the greenhouse gas reduction measures. Some of those weren't specified, some of them did not include how the methodology for arriving at those numbers. It should also identify which of the specific mitigation measures in the plan need to be enacted by this city, implemented to meet the 2030 goals of greenhouse gas emissions. I don't believe it's in there. There's 89 different options and measures, and 10 of them are set out as priorities, but I'm not sure, personally, I could be wrong, that those 10 are the ones you need to adopt, and only those 10 to meet the 2030 amendments. You need to devise an implementation process that tells us how these different measures come before the City Council for consideration, and we need to have time frames any measure so we know when to start, when it's to be finished, and how you measure the progress along the way. And we need to provide the staff with the various factors and numbers so they can do the calculations on measures on into the future. As an example I provided, what are the greenhouse emissions from vehicles, so the city could say, okay, if we advocate for more EVs in the city fleet, or somehow with city employees using them, or simply asking city employees to stay at home, how much greenhouse gases could be reduced by that? So those are the kind of basic numbers we need in the plan going forward to allow staff to fully implement this on your behalf. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Harback, followed by Natalie Bruton, followed by George Noggles.
Thank you once again. I spoke my mind earlier, just encouraging the new city manager to take a special look at all the expenses that our taxpayer dollars go for. I yield my time back to my fellow citizens. Thank you.
Next speaker is Natalie Bruton, followed by our final speaker on item 8, George Noggles.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, staff, and citizens. I appreciate that consent items move through approval rapidly, and this is appropriate. And I am pleased Councilmember Johnson recognized that a blanket approval of a contract of $3,215,613 is a lot of consent. This is the 5th amendment to this contract. Let's understand what we are continuing to fund. Ramey Associates are the architects and marketeers of the general plan process. Key here is architects. If anyone here has invested time into the various plan surveys, you would agree the process was cumbersome, confusing, and convoluted. These issues and concerns have been clearly voiced to Ramey Associates, the council, and GPAC, with minimal, if any, changes and movement for improvement. Would it not behoove our city and citizenry to engage additional support or oversight over Ramey Associates to ensure they are responding to a very vocal concern of our citizens and the concern voiced by GPAC that they are not being listened to, instead of just giving additional funds for more of the same. A blanket yes with no review is not fiscally responsible. It is up to us as the citizens to voice our concerns, which we have. It is time now for Ramney Associates to take a step back and let's look at a better avenue and get this done. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is George Noggles, followed by our final speaker, Farah Stack. George, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Thank you so much. I want to begin by thanking Derek Towers and city staff for their progress in expanding the active transportation network for Ventura. Wonderful asset for tourists as well as residents, and it helps us decrease vehicle miles, whether those are electric or gas. The transportation network expansion is a great thing. I do ask that we continue to improve accessibility for handicapped members of our community. People who are disabled need a safe route from the public sidewalk to the front entrance. And if we can please make sure that that is available, I would appreciate it very much. Specific to the issue of Ramey and Associates getting an increase of over $400,000 as a reward for doing an incomplete job on the prior draft, I'm wondering what percentage of that $400,000 will be spent anywhere near the city of Ventura. How does this investment increase the capacity of our local consultants and our community to address the challenges of climate change mitigation and adaptation for our community? So I would also ask, can the city begin to think outside the box a little bit more? Think about how can we source the expertise of Ventura to build a bridge between these big theoretical ideas that are in the CARP as it exists and the real projects that will show real results. So one possibility, for example, is to have 9 grants from $1,100 to $11,000 each and award those to local organizations, small companies, nonprofits, schools, and then have a conference so that they can communicate their results and aim it at ideas that can scale up 911 times so that we can respond to September 11, 2001 in a better way. We tried the military approach, but I think we still...
George, looks like we lost you. Okay, our final speaker on the item is Farah Stack. Farah, you should be able to unmute yourself. Farah, you should be able to unmute yourself on item 8.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This is Farah Stack, Policy Associate with the Community Environmental Council, a local environmental nonprofit whose mission is to build on-the-ground momentum to reverse the threats of the climate crisis. We work across Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. I want to thank and show appreciation to staff for their work on the Climate Action Resilience Plan. This plan presents a really great opportunity for the city to adopt ambitious and equitable measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to build community resilience in Ventura, especially in communities that have been and will be most adversely affected by the climate crisis. CEC is ready to assist council and staff with any relevant resources to ensure that the climate strategies within this plan are being implemented with the level of urgency the climate crisis demands. It is imperative that Council prioritizes and actively supports capacity building for climate solutions and the implementation of programs outlined in the CARP. And we strongly urge Council to allocate funding towards staffing in order to meet these initiatives. We also strongly encourage the city to continue working with local climate advocates, including the Ventura Climate Coalition, VCC, Community Environmental Council, CFROG, CAUSE, and others, to continue implementing and advancing bold and equitable solutions in the city of Ventura. Thank you so much for your time.
That concludes public comment on item number 8.
Thank you. City Council, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just say broadly that I share some of the concerns we heard tonight from Todd Collar, George Nuggles, and Natalie Bruton. I think it's no secret that I've had some reservations about the process for both the CARP and the general plan. But I'll just leave it at that, and thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Campos.
I would ask that this council consider some of the recommendations that we heard from our speakers, including possibly encouraging Mr. Ramey to meet with the Climate Coalition and the Community Environmental Council for serious input. They're all professionals. They're architects and engineers. Mr. Price, who spoke previously, is an emeritus leader of the APCD. I think we have a lot of powerful scientists who could help educate Mr. Ramey on what the climate and action and resilience plan needs to be. So I would encourage that if we approve this, we require that he work with our community.
Mr. City Manager, you feel encouraged to talk to the appropriate groups that have approached us?
Happy to follow up with that, Mayor. Also to note that the new services as well as existing services include additional public meetings that are available to GPAC as well as any members of the public interested in contributing to the discussion.
Thank you. Other questions on item 8? Ms. Campos, are you okay?
Joe, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Halter.
Okay. I just have I'm trying to visualize what this will look like and what it means to timetable and what it means to staff. The biggest issue, I like everything I'm hearing. I like the idea of involving more professionals. The concern I have is from a staffing standpoint, we have been extremely short-staffed for 4 years, extremely short. So what will give if we have to redirect and if there's more staff involvement, or maybe there's not more staff involvement, I don't know. But that's the unknown, is what does it do for the timeline to get this implemented and get going on it? 2030 is right around the corner. And so I find that this is a very important plan, but, and I agree, I have concerns about adding to this contract. This is a contract I think started in 2019 and just kept growing and growing and growing. And we're nearing the end, I hope. But I guess I'm trying to see how much staff involvement this would take, what it looks like in organizing the professionals in our community that know much more about this than I do, and many of us in this community know. And would that be a staff member doing that, or would that be, I hate to say it, a consultant that's doing that? And are we doing something that is much more expensive to organize, or can we actually have a win-win and reduce the costs and end up with a much better product? I don't know the answer to those things, and so I'm hesitant. While I'm not enamored to keep growing this budget, this line item, I just don't know what those answers are, and I wish I did.
Mr. City Manager, any thoughts on that?
I'm new to the process, and my understanding of reviewing the progression of, and Ms. Ayer can certainly speak to some of the factors that have led us up to where we are today, but my understanding is additional items have been added as the process has taken place, including the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. We talked about it here at Council, and additional items were requested by this Council, which contributed largely to the additional increase to the budget for our consultant in this case. And Ms. Ayer is at the podium.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. So yes, this is the Fifth Amendment to the Ramey and Consultant contract. The contract not only involved the general plan update, but that scope also included a lot of other initiatives that were on Council's list of goals to accomplish. The Ramey and Consultant contract included the comprehensive general plan update, a local coastal program comprehensive update, an environmental impact report for the general plan, update of the housing element, the inclusionary housing ordinance that the council adopted in February of this year, as well as the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. In 2019, the City of Ventura applied for grants to help assist with these items. We received 3 grants from various funding sources for $1 million to contribute to this effort, knowing that these were big initiatives. The council did also want to increase the scope to add additional elements to the general plan, the arts and culture element, as well as the historic preservation. So we did amend the contract to add those services. And we found, as you can see from tonight, that the community is very involved and engaged in the general plan as well as these efforts. And through this process, we have extended public engagement, including additional workshops, GPAC meetings, as well as online surveys. We spent a year doing the visioning process and about a year and a half doing the land use alternatives. For comparison, the City of Thousand Oaks and City of Moore Park did about half the engagement the City of Ventura has done. So the additional scope and services that have been added and funding to this effort has really been to supplement all of that public engagement. We found that through the process, there was a need for additional GPAC meetings. We've held about 25 of them, as well as further discussions with the community councils and stakeholder meetings. So that is why we've increased the scope. With the Climate Action and Resilience Plan, when we did come to council for endorsement, there was discussion to do additional analysis of the greenhouse gases, which is what's included in the Climate Action Plan. We did hold 3 workshops on the Climate Action Plan, and we did have many of the members of the coalition attend those, but we absolutely can set up a specific meeting to talk through their questions, concerns, and me and Eric, who is on the Ramey and Associates consultant team specifically working on the Climate Action Plan, can meet with those groups and have further discussions about their concerns. So happy to do that.
Mr. Duran, followed by Mr. McReynolds. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. I had a question for you in regards. It was just kind of difficult to wrap my head around the $3.2 million. And you know, when you take Thousand Oaks as an example, with a population of 125,000, close to the same population we had, for their plan, they only spent 1.6 million, which is half of what we're paying. And granted, we have the CARP and we have the inclusionary housing ordinance and
local coastal, comprehensive local coastal program update, which is a larger initiative. So there are a lot more initiatives included with this contract, as well as a lot more public engagement. The City of Thousand Oaks did not have nearly as many GPAC meetings or public meetings related to the general plan update, and I believe with their amendments, they're closer to $1.9 or $2 million for their general plan.
I am happy to hear that you did get a grant for $1 million. That makes me feel a whole lot better. But so it's a lot of it, not just because of those 3, but because of the outreach that we did. We did, what, double what they did?
About that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. McReynolds.
Thank you. So if we approve this amendment tonight, are we still looking at the potential adoption of the general plan in August of 24?
That's correct.
Okay, and then do we expect any additional amendments to come back unless we continue to add scope?
Unless the council continues to add scope, no.
Thank you.
Ms. Campos.
I want to thank you, Ms. Zaire, for your willingness to get together with Eric and meet with the coalition members and CEC. I know that you were in all the meetings, so you're aware that they did participate heavily in reading what was presented. They felt that their voices weren't fully heard, and that's why they've been coming to ask for a little bit more insight or input.
Absolutely, Councilmember Campos. I mean, they did a very thorough job. You know, I think Mr. Colart gave us a 33-page comment letter, and we did put a spreadsheet together and go comment by comment with the consultants through all those comments. Not only myself, but also our environmental sustainability team, and we can go through that with them as well.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Other questions? I'm open to a motion on item 8.
I have a question.
Question, Mr. Halter?
Yeah, I just wanted, Ms. Zaire, is if we proceed down this path with Romney Associates, I assume, what does that look like? Is there a lot of public outreach still and committee meeting for the Climate Action Plan? And a lot of the people and the talent that we have here in our community would be able to participate in that? And how fast, when is the deadline? I know it's said it, I believe, in the report, but when is the deadline to have that completed by?
The Climate Action Plan or the general plan?
Climate Action Plan.
So the Climate Action Plan, Council gave some direction to do this amendment and come back with the greenhouse gases analysis before the end of the year and take a closer look at the 10 priorities that came through the community engagement process. So we're happy to do that additional analysis as well as the 10 priorities and then have a follow-up discussion with City Council. I don't off the top of my head have an exact date of when that would come back to Council, but that would be the next steps.
Okay. And so the $443,000 includes the other things you mentioned as far as arts and culture, and it's not just the Climate Action Plan.
So the Ramey contract for the general plan update, the $400,000 for the general plan added all of the additional public engagement that we did for the land use alternatives, the additional surveys, materials, analysis, and general plan advisory committees that we held. I'm sorry I don't have the number off the top of my head, but in the staff report there's also an additional sum for doing the greenhouse gas analysis as well as the analysis of the 10 priorities for the Climate Action and Resilience Plan.
Okay, so is this actually a payment for work that's already been performed?
To increase the public engagement funds for this work and then to be able to complete out the next steps of the general plan update, yes.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Other questions?
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve item number 8, and that we will not increase scope again.
Okay, do I have a second? Do we have a second? Other discussions? Let's take it to a vote, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Campos.
I just didn't hear the full motion. Could you repeat the entire?
Sure, Mr. McReynolds?
Just move to approve. And we're not going to increase the scope. We as the council.
Comments?
No, again, we're not bringing it back. So we're going to land this plane in August.
We ready for a vote now? Mr. McDonald?
You can go ahead and enter your vote now on item number 8. All votes have been entered. Five ayes, 1 no, 1 absent. The motion carries.
Thank you. On to item 18. Sorry.
18, you are correct, Mayor. We still have item 18. Item 22 is on our former calendar.
We're getting to 22, I promise. Yeah, I know. Mr. Halter, on 18?
Yes, I pulled it just to get more clarification on, this is about just the architectural and design aspect of doing the police and fire locker room. I have no doubt that as a city that's had a difficult time finding people to fill our empty positions, that we need, there's certain benefits, but there's also a need for helping our employees stay mentally healthy and physically healthy, especially our public safety employees. So I have no problem with improving a locker room or workout room. But I just don't understand why, if this is just design, why it's so expensive.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Halter, thank you for the question. The title is perhaps a little misleading in that it's much more than just a locker room renovation. The locker rooms in that original building from the 1990s really designed and built for a predominantly male workforce. That's currently not the way the police department is structured. So the locker rooms are not only outdated and inadequate, they don't support the makeup of the workforce as it exists. So in addition to renovating the locker room, we're expanding the locker room. We're replacing a sewer line underneath that has deteriorated badly. We're installing a elevator that has never been there before. We're moving some walls and some other interior work. And then as all this is going on, obviously the police department needs to keep functioning, so we have temporary facilities that are also going to need to come in for that. So the design work is more than just renovating your bathroom, so to speak. It's a much more extensive, very involved project. I have Mr. Shade here who can go into greater depth in the scope if you'd like us to do that.
I would like a little bit more detail.
Okay.
Please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So of the $428,000 contract, $334,000 is for the concept design all the way through final plans as well as bid support, and $93,000 is for construction support. So in addition to the design, there's also construction support built into this amount of money.
And is this looking at everything from the women's and the men's locker room and making sure that they're equitable and that they, and then as far as things like the infrastructure other than sewer and water, making sure, especially sewer, that is appropriate, shower facilities, air conditioning, heating?
Yes.
All that's part of the design?
Yes, city staff have taken a shot at with input from fire on what would fire and police on what would be needed, and have come up with some conceptual ideas. Those will be relooked at by the consultant ORM just to confirm that we got the makeup right. But we're talking about more square footage for both women and the men, more lockers, more toilets and urinals, more showers. So there's just overall increasing the size of the facility that's in need right now. So it's a full gut of the locker room. This isn't just retiling and pulling off old lockers and putting new ones up. It's just going to gut the whole system and bring it up to 21st century.
And also accessibility and compliancy. And just so I have a picture of it, because I've never seen it, is it how many square feet approximately would you say it is?
Well, I can tell you what that is. The existing male or women's is 700 square feet. It'll be 912. The existing men's locker room is 1,930 square feet, and it will be 2,064, at least based on the information we have today.
Okay. And this is this a architectural firm that we've used in the past for city projects?
Yes, RRM is a consultant that we've used. They designed the Surfers Point project. They're a local firm, and they have offices throughout Central Coast doing this kind of work.
And you find that this rate is in line with what we've seen across our region?
What was your question again?
This rate that they're charging, it seems to be in line with, because I'm familiar with housing. And that's,
yeah, based on the design, it's about 10.4% of current existing construction cost estimate, which is just a little over the 8 to 10% that we normally would expect.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? I guess, Mr. Nelson, I think your comment in the very beginning was right on. I think in the future probably would help us. The description probably needed to be expanded a whole bunch because when you start talking about a sewer line and elevators and other things, it kind of gets to that this isn't just a locker room. And I've been in the locker room on both sides, and it is inadequate, and particularly the women's side is terrible, I guess would be a quick analysis. So, any other questions?
There are no public comments for item number 18.
Thank you. Comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I just want to let you know, we've been talking about this for a long time. I mean, way before I got on council, and it absolutely needs to happen. So I will move to approve this.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Second. Other discussion? Ready for a vote? Thank you.
You can go ahead and enter your vote now on item number 18. All votes have been entered. 6 ayes, and the motion carries.
On to the formal items on the agenda. Item 21, which is a city charter evaluation and amendment process.
Could I ask?
Yes.
Could I ask, because many of the community members here waiting for 22 are on their job sites tomorrow morning at 6 or 6:30. Can we just switch 21 and 22?
Rest of City Council.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, under the protocols, an item that's been continued is supposed to go first on the formal items. Obviously, the City Council can amend those rules with a supermajority vote to reschedule that. There are also time sensitivities with the charter amendment process. This has been continued twice before, so just keep that in mind as you make a decision.
Yeah, I'm okay with doing 22 first, as long as City Council is willing to commit that we have to do 21 after 22 tonight, regardless of how long that is.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we suspend the rules so that we can hear number 21 after number 22 tonight.
I second.
We have a second discussion. Let's take a vote, please, Mr. McDonald.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to suspend the rules to allow for item number 22 to be heard before item 21. You can go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have been entered. 6 ayes, and the motion carries.
Item 22, general plan update. Ms. Sayer, staff presentation.
That is correct, yes. We'll get Ms. Zayer in here right now. Mr. Mayor, just to give you a heads up, we do currently have 72 speaker cards submitted for item 22.
So I promise to get to all 72 if we promise not to clap all the time. Thank you. If you can show me the, I'm supportive of, I think, a lot of what is going to be said tonight, so we'll get there, I promise. Let's be respectful of everybody in the room, because it's tight in here.
Where's that at? We're getting Ms. Zayer in the room now. I imagine she probably thought she had a little bit of time before.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
So 72 speakers at 3 minutes is 3.6 hours? Is that what we're looking at? So we're going to, we will start item number 21 at 12 o'clock, assuming that a deliberation takes 30 minutes. Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we're just going to request 2 minutes to reset here and bring in Ms. Zayer and Mr. Ramey.
Thank you. Good time for everybody to kind of take a stretch then. Okay, let's. So we're going to go with item 22, and so here's the plan: is to take item 22. We have 70-some speakers tonight.
That's
Mr.
right,
Mayor?
we're up to 73.
73.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we do that, can I make a motion, please, to move item number 21 to our next meeting?
Please do.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Vote, please.
Okay, to continue item 21 to our next meeting, go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have been entered. 1 no, 1 absent, 5 ayes. The motion carries.
Thank you. So, in the 8 or 9 months or 9 months that I've been mayor, I have never cut down a speaking from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. But in an effort to hear from everybody tonight, and I know a lot of you have to work early, I've talked to a number of the leaders out in the audience. They're okay with going to 2 minutes each since we got 73 speakers. And I think our priority tonight on the general plan was we're going to work towards a vote on the rezoning issue on the west side. That's our highest priority for tonight, since we believe 85 or 90% of you are here. And as I told somebody out in the audience, my father was a welder, and I know what time you have to get up when you're blue collar, so, and I respect that. Okay, so we will now, I need a motion to suspend the rules to go from 3 to 2 minutes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Vote, please.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second to suspend the rules and reduce the speaking time to 2 minutes. Go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have been entered. 6 ayes and the motion carries.
Okay, Ms. Zayer, let's go.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. The next item before you is an item to seek City Council's endorsement of the draft land use designations and the preferred land use map for the general plan update that's currently going on in the City of Ventura. Just a brief agenda, and I know we just discussed that we're going to modify tonight's agenda to accommodate time and hearing all public speakers, but we will give a brief introduction and presentation of the general plan update, background information, the overview of the process, discuss the land use designations and the different area-specific land uses that have been discussed with the community, the General Plan Advisory Committee, and the public leading up until this point, and then go through areas of discussion area by area. I think at that point we're going to pause and allow for public comment and then come back for City Council question and discussion, starting with the west side. Some background on the general plan, just again for high-level familiarity. The general plan is a 25 to 30-year document that is the guiding document for the City of Ventura and cities in general. It sets the shared vision of the community and policies, goals, strategies that lead to accomplishing that shared vision that the community has agreed upon. It's recommended that the general plan is updated every 10 to 15 years. Our last general plan was adopted in 2005. General plans have a variety of elements. The city has the choice to add additional elements, but the 8 required elements for a general plan are listed here on the screen. The discussion tonight will revolve around one of those elements, which is the land use element of the general plan. Where we are in the general plan update process, this has been going on for several years. We are currently in the land use alternatives phase, leading into policy development. We have already begun discussions with the GPAC as well as with the community about some recommended policies for the document, and so we will be moving forward into that phase with City Council, if City Council endorses the land use map for further analysis. Just to touch on the community outreach that has been done today, as I mentioned earlier, we have done a significant amount of outreach and announcements of the general plan update. We've created a website that has videos, resources, upcoming events, and a mail server list that members of the community can sign up for updates. We've advertised over 100,000 print copies in various news articles, advertisements, in our city documents, in mailers through water bills that were sent to over 40,000 residents and customers. We've done email blasts and newsletters to over 89,000 subscribers. And to date, we've held over 100 different meetings, including General Plan Advisory Committee meetings, workshops, stakeholder interviews, office hours, open houses, pop-up events, and community council meetings. We've developed over 60 different videos for the general plan update to share with the community and reached over 200,000 people via social media platforms, both from the general plan update website as well as the city website. We've received thousands and thousands of public comments through the 5 different online surveys that we've conducted and have read through all of those public comments. Just to further break down that list for what those different meetings look like and forums look like, that's broken down here on the screen, as well as the 5 community surveys that we've done to date that have garnered thousands of responses and feedback from our community. We found through this process that the community is very interested and involved in what is occurring with land use and the general plan, and we've tried to find ways to reach them through workshops, but also to pop up throughout the community to engage with members of the community that might not necessarily attend a workshop, a meeting, or a community council meeting. To talk a little bit about the vision statement that was done. So about the first year and a half of the general plan update process, we spent about a year crafting a vision statement, which would be the guiding vision statement for the general plan and the community that also has associated strategies, policies, and ways in which that vision is accomplished. So that vision statement was discussed not only with the General Plan Advisory Committee, with the community, and brought to City Council in March of 2022, where City Council endorsed that vision statement, and we've used as kind of a North Star guiding principle as we talked about land use alternatives and land use goals. The vision includes 3 parts: the vision statement itself, the core values of the community and the general plan, and the strategies to achieve those core values and accomplish the vision. The ones that related to land use strategy that are included are listed here on the screen and are intended to be guiding principles to how we look at land use changes in the city. They were to enhance neighborhoods with infill, to strengthen the downtown, transform our commercial corridors, to develop around transit, expand employment uses, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, air pollution, and avoid wildfire impacts in areas like our hillsides, and to protect and enhance our public open space areas. I'm going to hand it over to Matt Ramey, who's with me tonight with Ramey and Associates, who's going to go through the remainder of the presentation.
Thank you, Netta. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Matt Ramey with Ramey Associates. I'm going to walk through the presentation, the remainder of the presentation, and talk about the land use designations and then the proposed land use changes in the different areas of discussion. The presentation is essentially the same as what was presented to the Planning Commission, but with the addition of the changes proposed by the Planning Commission. Since this is a repeat, I'm going to move through some of the topics pretty quickly this evening so we can get to public comment. To start, land use designations are one of the most important parts of the general plan combined with the land use designation map. Together, they define the future allowable type of use, the distribution, and the intensity of every parcel of land in the city. There's a land use diagram, which is the parcel by parcel distribution of the land use designations, and they establish, again, the standards for density, for residential density and dwelling units per acre, and for non-residential and floor area ratio. The land use designations and the land use designation map must align with and reflect the content from all of the other elements. So there has to be consistency within the general plan throughout the whole document. The current general plan has these land use designations. This is the current general plan land use designation map. And as you can see, there's a relatively small number of land use designations that are currently in the general plan. The city also has a zoning code that implements the general plan, and it implements the policy, the development standards that are in the general plan, plus more detailed standards. They are required by state law to be consistent with the general plan, and state law has actually changed since 2005 when the last general plan was adopted. Typically, the zoning code contains standards for use, intensity, and then details about the site standards such as setbacks, step backs, open space, parking, transitions, etc. Currently, the city of Ventura has almost 50 zoning districts. For this general plan update, we needed to create new land use designations for a variety of reasons. The first is that the existing land use regulations between the general plan and the zoning are not consistent with state law, and they're not consistent with legal precedent. The second is that the new land use designation map is needed to implement the new general plan vision statement and community feedback gathered through the process. And then the third is that the new designations will provide more clarity and transparency on development decisions. The revised designations, revised land use designations are going to be presented now. There are 31 designations in 5 broad categories. The designations are based on the zoning districts, where the similar districts were combined with one another. There is a preservation of the residential zoning districts so that the residential zoning essentially becomes the land use designations. There are specific designations for the coastal zone, and there are also new designations for commercial, a new commercial designation which does not allow residential. Your current commercial designation does allow residential. A neighborhood center, office, research and development, and then new industrial designations for 3-story general industrial and 6-story light industrial flex. And again, one of the changes in state law is to make it so that the general plan land use designations and the zoning are much more on a one-to-one basis rather than the way it was done previously, where you could have very broad land use designations and specific zoning. And so that's why there are so many more land use designations at this point. There are 5 proposed land use designation categories are residential, which is residential only uses in the city. Mixed use, which allows for a mix of uses in an area or on a parcel, including vertical or horizontal mixed use within a project. Commercial designations, which provide areas for retail, offices, and service uses, and residential uses are not allowed in these designations, except for the neighborhood commercial, which I'll talk about in a minute. There's an employment designations, which allow for a range of job-producing uses, light industrial, manufacturing, research and development, and office, and then public and institutional uses. Very quickly going through, I'm just going to flash on the different land use designations here. These are the beginning, the first part of the land use, the residential designations. With each one, what you see is a density in dwelling units per acre for residential or floor area ratio for non-residential, a brief description, and a couple of photos giving examples of this. I want to note that the heights and the densities that are presented here exclude state-mandated density bonus law, and so the height and the density can change for some of these designations if there's affordable housing included as part of the project. These are the remainder of the residential designations. We have a series of mixed-use designations. One change from a year ago when we first presented these is we changed the nomenclature so that we have mixed-use 3, which is for 3 stories, mixed-use 4, 4 stories, mixed-use 5, 5 stories, et cetera. Some of the mixed-use zones are also in the coastal zone, and so we've created a split designation here. Right now, they are exactly the same. We may need to split those out once we start discussions with the Coastal Commission. There are also 2 separate mixed-use designations for the coastal zone: harbor mixed-use and coastal mixed-use, and these are taken straight from the zoning code. We have a series of non-residential designations, including commercial, and then neighborhood center, which is a new designation. The idea behind neighborhood center is to preserve existing commercial uses, existing retail uses, but allow residential on a portion of the site. There are 2 coastal-related land use designations here of commercial tourist-oriented and harbor commercial. And then we have 2 others of office R&D, which is a new designation, and then hospitals. We have essentially 4 industrial land use designations. We have light industrial flex, 3-story and 6-story, so light industrial flex 3 and light industrial flex 6. And then we have general industrial 3 and general industrial 6. The new designations added are essentially light industrial flex 6 stories and then general industrial 3 stories. And that was to better align geography with the use. And then we have a series of public and institutional designations, including parks, golf courses, agriculture, schools, natural open spaces. All of this comes together in the draft base land use designation map. To create this map was a relatively complex process, but we really started with the existing zoning districts. And we are using this base as sort of our baseline that we compared the alternatives and then the proposed changes to. Tonight, we're going to be focusing on the areas of discussion only. There are other areas outside of these areas of discussion, but there are not significant land use changes to those areas. Approximately a year ago, we released the land use alternatives, and this is the process of getting to the preferred land use map. We started with identification of areas of change and areas of stability, asking the community the question of where should new development go. We finalized these areas of discussion with the General Plan Advisory Committee. We generated alternatives. We worked with the council on growth targets. We then developed the land use alternatives, which were released approximately 1 year ago. There was then engagement on the land use alternatives. Following that, there were 10 General Plan Advisory Committee meetings. There was then engagement on the preferred land use. We went to the Planning Commission on August 22nd and 23rd, and then here we are this evening with the City Council on September 11th. As I mentioned, we identified these areas of discussion through the process, and these are areas where there was a potential for land use designation change. These are the areas that the alternatives are based on. The areas that you see in white, there are not land use changes proposed, or there were not even land use changes discussed during the process. There's a few items to keep in mind as we're thinking about changing the land use and then creating the final land use designation map. The first is that we have to follow all state housing laws, and there are quite a number of state laws. One to particularly keep in mind is the idea of no net loss of residential capacity. And this is really important because it states that overall the city can't lose residential capacity in terms of the number of housing units. You can decrease in some areas, but those decreases have to be combined with increases in other areas. So again, that's where the no net loss is. You can't have growth moratoriums or voter approval of general plan changes or other restrictions on housing. And if the density under the zoning ordinance is inconsistent with the density under a general plan or a specific plan, the greater shall prevail. And that means if you have a zoning district that, say, goes to 10 units an acre and your general plan only goes to 4 units an acre, the zoning prevails because it goes to 10 units an acre. So the final one is that you have to follow state density bonus law without any reduction in density or height. So you can't plan for what might come in for the state density bonus, lower the heights and the densities, expecting that the state density bonus will bring you back up to that level that you may want to be. One of the other backgrounds for the alternatives and thinking about land use is the proposed capacity for the general plan update. As we stated, the capacity was to help us think about the alternatives, and the alternatives or even the preferred plan may not achieve this. What we did was we looked at 2 to 3 RENA cycles, which is about 10,600 to 15,900 units, or about 1% per year of a growth rate. For non-residential, we then kept the same jobs housing balance of 1.39 jobs per housing unit, and that was about 14,700 to 22,000 jobs. This was unanimously endorsed by the council July 11th of 2022. As you'll see, this was aspirational, and I think the proposed land use designation map doesn't quite meet this, but that's okay because this was really just used as a background and a target for us in working on the alternatives. Based on all the input from the public, we created 4 alternatives. These alternatives are really meant to spark a conversation in the city, and were meant to spark a conversation, and they did actually do that. We have the base land use designation, which I mentioned is a transformation of the existing zoning into the new land use designations. And then we created 3 other alternatives. The core, which focuses really on the area to the west of Victoria. We have expansion, which really focused on the eastern side of the city, and then a distributed, which focused throughout. We had said from the very beginning that the final land use map is likely a combination of all of these ideas, ideas from each of these, plus new ideas that came about throughout the process. And that is, in fact, what has happened. Once we had the alternatives, we did a lot of engagement around the alternatives, including 2 workshops, meetings with every community council, 11 pop-up workshops, 3 separate office hours, and 11 individual online surveys with 2,000 plus responses. That information was then essentially handed over to the General Plan Advisory Committee, and we had 10 meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee to discuss topics related to the land use alternatives and to come up with a preferred land use designation map. And that occurred between September 20th of 2022 all the way through June 6th of 2023. And we went with the group, we decided on the process and then really went area by area talking about land use designations. And there were essentially votes for each of the areas and a vote to try and get consensus among the General Plan Advisory Committee. And so the result of this was a consensus land use designation map. Now, it wasn't 100% consensus for all areas, but we did get to essentially 2/3 of GPAC members in agreement on the direction for the proposed land use designation map. Where there was not agreement, there was no clear direction on the dissenting ideas. Some wanted, people had different ideas about that area. Ultimately, the consensus land use designation map from the GPAC resulted in very limited land use changes. Many areas remain the same. Overall, the development capacity was only slightly higher than the base alternative, so it wasn't significantly higher. I'll talk about that later on. And then there were also many different policy ideas for land use and design that came out of the process. Finally, there were changes made to the land use designations to meet the GPAC's ideas and vision. After we had a preferred land use designation map, we sought public input on this preferred map. We had feedback forms, 2 different feedback forms, a high level and a detailed feedback form that was open from June 30th to August 2nd. The high-level feedback form was for residents who wanted to provide feedback on the vision for different areas of the city, as well as citywide policy direction. We had over 800 responses to that. Then we had a detailed feedback form for those who wanted to provide specific input on land uses at the parcel level, and there were just shy of 400 responses to that. And we'll present the results of those this evening. So then moving through to get into what the areas of discussion are and the specific changes, I'm again going to keep this pretty high level because I think we can go over each one of these as you start your discussion, so it will be fresh in your mind when we start that discussion. But when you look at these slides, the proposed land use changes are only focused on those areas of discussions. The maps reflect the proposed land use designations from the General Plan Advisory Committee, and any changes to the proposed land use map from the General Plan Advisory Committee are called out in boxes. The box color represents a different level of agreement between the public and the General Plan Advisory Committee direction. So, and this came out of the feedback forms. So where you see a green box, there was essentially 60+% agreement between the General Plan Advisory Committee and the public. Where you see yellow, it meant that there was less than 60% agreement, but there was still more agreement than disagreement with the direction. Most of those were over 50%, but there were some areas, because people said they weren't sure, where it was less than 50%, but still agreement. And then the red is where there was a discrepancy between the general plan and the public input. It was pretty straightforward until we got to the Planning Commission, and then we had to add another layer for the Planning Commission for their input. And so what we've done with that is we have made changes in white boxes in the maps that I'm going to show you, where the Planning Commission had changes to what the General Plan Advisory Committee had come up with. And the land use designations on the maps were not changed to reflect the Planning Commission, so we still have that base of what the General Plan Advisory Committee proposed. So we'll be able to walk through and answer any questions with those. Let me just kind of go through a few examples here of what this looks like. For the SOAR areas, the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended that there be no change. The public agreed with this with no changes here, and then the Planning Commission supported the GPAC direction and the public direction. For the east side, there was agreement between the General Plan Advisory Committee, the public, and the Planning Commission on the proposed direction. For the downtown was the same thing. There was only one area that was discussed. There was agreement between the General Plan Advisory Committee and the public, and then the Planning Commission supported that direction. For Arundel and North Bank, there was agreement between the General Plan Advisory Committee, the public, and the Planning Commission. For the Victoria area, again, there was really all agreement. There's agreement between the Planning Commission and what the general plan came up with. But as you see here, there are two areas that you see in red, Area 1 and Area 2, where the public disagreed with the direction of the General Plan Advisory Committee. And that's where you see these call-out boxes in red here. So again, these two areas where the public did not agree with the change to mixed use in Area 1 from commercial, or changing in Area 2 to 4-story multifamily from neighborhood low. In the Pierpont area, this is another one where the Planning Commission supported the General Plan Advisory Committee direction for Area 1. The public did not agree with what the General Plan Advisory Committee had said here, and so this is definitely one of those areas for discussion with the City Council. For the west side, this map reflects the 8 areas that the General Plan Advisory Committee proposed land use designation changes on. And as you can see from all of the green boxes, there was full agreement from the Planning Commission with the GPAC and the public direction here for these areas. The Planning Commission then went on to actually propose an additional recommendation. I think this is what a lot of the meeting may be about this evening, which is to change the dark gray areas that you hear on the map, which are general industrial, to light industrial flex. I want to just point out one thing at first, which is that the base land use designation here, when we started this, is general industrial and 6 stories. And so that was already changed to general industrial 3 stories. And then the Planning Commission recommended changing that to light industrial flex 3 stories. And also to note that these areas are not outlined on this map because there were too many areas and we were worried it would be distracting. So it's all of the dark gray areas here. For the Midtown corridors, there was a lot of discussion around these corridors overall. The General Plan Advisory Committee recommended changing the areas that you see outlined here on the east side from mixed use 3 to mixed use 4. The public did not agree with that direction and overwhelmingly did not agree with that direction through the surveys. And then the Planning Commission created a more nuanced approach to this and are only proposing change to 4 stories in what they called the triangle area along Main Street, which you see outlined in the black here, as well as on the south side of Thompson. The other areas would remain as 3-story mixed use, which is what they currently are at this time. For 5 Points in Pacific View Mall, there were 4 areas that were looked at, and the public for 3 of those areas did not agree with the direction that the Planning Commission came up with. The area that they did agree is Area 1, which is to change Loma Vista and the north side from mixed use 3 to commercial 3 stories, and that was to remove residential, the possibility for residential in that area to capitalize on the employment and hospital-related uses. The Planning Commission ultimately agreed with the General Plan Advisory Committee for Areas 2 and 3, but came up with a more refined approach for Area 4. Here, they recommended that the areas outlined in black should be 4 stories, so across from Pacific View Mall, and then the larger parcels on the east side of this area. But the remaining areas in Area 4 on the north and south side of Telegraph, outlined in yellow, should actually remain mixed use 3 and should not go to mixed use 4, as the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended. For the college area, there was general agreement for most of the areas between from what the General Plan Advisory Committee said and what the public wanted for areas 1, 2, and 4. In Area 3, the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended a change to mixed use 5, which is 5 stories, from mixed use 3. So there was disagreement from the public about the direction of the General Plan Advisory Committee. The Planning Commission looked at this area and recommended that instead of it being mixed use 5, it be mixed use 4, that these parcels be mixed use 4 or 4-story mixed use. So there was agreement on areas 1, 2, and 4, agreement with the General Plan Advisory Committee, but a reduction in 1 story from what the General Plan Advisory Committee had recommended down to mixed use 4 from mixed use 5. For the Johnson area, there were quite a number of discussions here. And this was definitely one of the more complicated areas. The General Plan Advisory Committee recommended changes to these 3 areas, areas 1, 2, and 3. In Area 1, it was a change to mixed use 4 from commercial, and the public agreed with that recommendation. The other 2 changes, Area 2, which is the general industrial parcels south of the Metrolink station, the General Plan Advisory Committee recommended a change to mixed use 4, and then these additional areas north of the Metrolink station to mixed use 3 from commercial to add more flexibility. The Planning Commission agreed with the General Plan Advisory Committee on areas 1 and 3, but then came up with some additional changes. Those changes include for Area 2, bifurcating that parcel and having the eastern side be light industrial flex, 3 stories, and the western portion outlined in yellow, that should go to mixed use 3 rather than mixed use 4. They also recommended that the parcels north of the station that you see outlined in black here, which are currently the light gray, dark gray, and red, that all of those light industrial, general industrial, and commercial areas should be changed to mixed use 3, which would allow for a mix of different uses. There was additional, as I said previously, there were citywide policy questions. There was essentially agreement from the public about the direction and the proposed policy ideas from the General Plan Advisory Committee on a number of topics, including that new development should taper down in building heights to single-family neighborhoods, to improve the design quality of multifamily buildings, to support the regional economy by promoting farm worker housing, allowing packaging and processing facilities in employment and agricultural areas, to take steps to expand the number and diversity of employment uses throughout the city, to preserve historic buildings and promote adaptive reuse of buildings, and to conduct a study on the west side to identify if the area has disproportionate burden, and if so, the sources of that pollution. There are other areas that are part of this process, including the remainder of the city, which is essentially maintaining the base land use designations. There will be some minor changes to occur for consistency and to address potential mistakes in this translation process. So, this evening, what we're really talking about is the endorsement of the direction. We can know it's not final, we can always come back, but it will be important for this body to give us direction so that we can continue our work with the Coastal Commission, with the growth projections, and then to start the environmental impact report. So we need a somewhat stable land use map. There can still be some changes, but we need a somewhat stable land use map in order to continue this process. There were also lots of comments from the public about specific land use changes. One that we wanted to bring up was the Port Commission recommending changes to a few parcels in the draft land use designation map. And then I also wanted to point out that there are 2 areas that are county areas, so areas in the sphere of influence of the city, currently in the county, but could be incorporated into the city, including the North Avenue and then Saticoy. And the proposed approach is to maintain parallel designations to the county for these areas. And if at such a time the city wishes to incorporate those areas, that is the time that you would go through a planning process to identify the specific land use designations and a more detailed vision for those areas. Let me quickly go through some of the conclusions and some analysis that we did on the results. One concern that we've heard throughout the process is 6-story buildings. And this is six-story buildings are allowed throughout the city. In the base land use map, the areas that you see that allow 6 stories are shown here in red. And then this is the GPAC proposed map. And so what the GPAC clearly did here was not spread the 6 stories throughout the city, but instead move it to limited areas predominantly south of the 101 freeway. So you can see the change here existing and then the GPAC proposed. And there were no changes from the Planning Commission with this. And this is the change in 6-story building heights. The blue is what was 6 stories and no longer is 6 stories. And then the yellow-orange color is where new 6-story was added. And again, you can see that for the most part, it was really added south of the 101 freeway. This map shows the change in building heights from negative 3 stories, so reducing the height of 3 stories, to increasing heights. The blue is the increasing of heights, and the red is the decreasing. And again, you can see that same pattern of where the increases and the decreases are. This map shows where there were land use designation changes overall proposed by the General Plan Advisory Committee. And so anything in blue is parcels that have a different proposed land use designation from the base map. And so the changes that you see are limited here. It's a relatively small percentage of the city. In the teal color, these areas are where there was a change then made by the Planning Commission to what the General Plan Advisory Committee had proposed. And here we see the same and slightly different, where the red is any decrease in residential density, the green is an increase in residential density, and the blue is no change or a non-residential land use. And again, the teal boxes show where the Planning Commission made changes based on the General Plan Advisory Committee. Some facts about the preferred land use map. The areas of discussion account for just over a quarter of the city and sphere of influence, but as you saw in the previous maps, only a small percentage of those areas actually had land use changes. For 6-story buildings, 8% of the city and sphere of influence allowed 6-story buildings in the base, and 7% allowed it in the GPAC preferred alternative. So there was a reduction in area where 6-story buildings were allowed, essentially a decrease of 85 acres of 6-story buildings. For the residential capacity change, there are 229 acres proposed for increase, which is 1.7% of the total city sphere of influence, and 121 acres for a decrease. And so it's essentially a less than a 1% increase overall in areas where there's land use change, or where there's an increase. We also did an analysis for the no net loss, and there was a slight increase in the total maximum capacity citywide from what the General Plan Advisory Committee did, so less than a 1% increase. But the Planning Commission made changes to lower the density in some of those areas, with only a few places for increase. So we think we haven't done the analysis yet. We're going to wait for after the City Council gives us direction. But we think that we still are above the capacity slightly above the capacity from the existing general plan. And again, this is important because we can't go below the capacity from the existing general plan. With the next steps, just quickly in the process, I know this came up earlier, but we're doing growth projections and policy direction in the fall. We're initiating the local coastal program this fall, as well as initiating the EIR. We're going to have a public draft of the general plan in winter, a public draft of the EIR in late winter or early spring, and we're expecting adoption hearings in the summer of 2024. I will now turn it over to Mr. Mayor, to you, for how to move the discussion forward. Thank you.
So I think because of the capacity in the room, we'll go right to discussion. So the cards, and I think Ms. Campos?
Could you put up the map? I think it's page 47, the west side map, while people are speaking, please. Just have it up on the board.
So we'll go to public comments now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker this evening is Terry Holder. Our second speaker will be Cash Upton. Again, speakers will have 2 minutes. The timer won't display on the screen if we have a PowerPoint presentation up, but you will see the timer right here at the podium on the small screen.
Good evening. My name is Terry Holder, and I'm with TNT Truck and Crane. As you all know, the West Side Heavy Industrial Area is well established and has been an integral part of building, supporting, and maintaining Ventura County's economy for a very long time. The businesses that occupy this area continue to provide not only essential services, but also high-paying, head-of-household careers to many of your constituents who contribute daily to the local economy, supporting this community in a multitude of ways. Every city council member should be honored and proud to acknowledge and support each and every one of these local businesses. I would like to suggest you all embrace the current zoning and promote business, not devastate it. As elected city officials, I would expect you to welcome, encourage, and celebrate all of the tremendous contributions made by these businesses that are realized and appreciated on a daily basis by all of Ventura's residents. I respectfully ask that you vote no to the Planning Commission's recommended zone change and instead adopt GPAC's lengthy, very extensive, and thoroughly researched no zone change recommendation. Thank you.
Cash Upton, followed by Tiffany McDermott.
Good evening. My name is Cash Upton, and I work for a local solar company for the last 5 years. I come here as a concerned environmentalist. One of the most sustainable uses of buildings is the building already built, and I believe that in this climate emergency, if we are to construct a new M2 business park in another part of the city, there's going to be too much greenhouse gases for the emergency that we're in. I believe that maintaining the existing M2 use in this current use is going to be the best for the embodied carbon in those buildings, and I would challenge the Planning Commission, the City Council, to find a green, sustainable tech use for this M2 zoning so that we can get brought out of the climate emergency. Thank you for your time.
Tiffany McDermott, followed by Kelly Bertato.
Evening. I'm Tiffany McDermott, Financial Controller for TNT. I don't know if you guys have thought about the impact on the employment when you guys take away 75 businesses. Because as you know, businesses need to change or we will die. So if you take a moderate number of 30 employees per these 75 companies, you're looking at 2,250 employees. And average it by 4 of an average family size. That is 9,000 people that are affected by this, because most of us are head of households. With the population census from 2021, you had a little under 110,000 populace. If you take away 9, because most of these jobs will be leaving, just like the oil did back in the 80s and 90s, you'll be losing 8% of your voters. And you guys are saying you need to keep people here, but you're taking away jobs. So you're not keeping the status quo, you're lowering it. And the employment rate is barely getting back to 4.6%, which is right before COVID hit. And you're going to make it even worse. Thank you.
Kelly Bertato, followed by Tim Holder, followed by Denny Zermeno.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Bertato, and I'm also an employee of TNT. But as a representative of an entire community that is facing a monumentous decision, our neighborhood on the west side has been home to TNT and many other industries for years, providing jobs, stability, and a sense of identity for countless families. The proposal to rezone from general industrial to light industrial has sparked concern, and rightly so. TNT, along with other long-standing businesses, has been a pillar of this community, contributing not only to our local economy, but also to the well-being of our residents. We've taken pride in our operations, always adhering to strict environmental rules and regulations, ensuring that our presence does not harm the environment we cherish. Changing the zoning now would not just bring uncertainty to our livelihoods, it would also jeopardize the delicate balance that has allowed us to coexist harmoniously with our neighbors. We have been good stewards to our community, and we have worked tirelessly to minimize any adverse impacts to the environment. Instead of upending the foundation of our community, I implore you to consider alternatives that promote growth without sacrificing the stability and values we hold dear. Together, we can find a solution that maintains our industrial character, upholds our commitment to environmental responsibility, and secures the future of TNT and the countless families we depend on. Let's continue to be an example of how an industry and community can thrive side by side. I urge you to reject the rezoning proposal and preserve the livelihoods and identity of our West Side neighborhoods. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go out on a limb here and ask a special favor of our speakers this evening. I'm going to read 3 names for the next 3 speakers to help us get through all of the speakers. If I could request the next 3 speakers line up right here, and that way we can transition right into our next speaker. So we'll hear next from Tim Holder, Denny Zermeno, and Matt Hanchin, followed by Jenny Taft.
Good evening, council members, mayor. I'm the owner of TNT Truck and Crane. We've been in business since 1969. We're family owned, but all those people are our family. And what you guys are trying to do, or the Planning Commission is trying to do here, is totally wrong. You're not going to gain anything by moving us out of there or any of the other businesses that are over there. It's pointless. You guys need to really consider what's going to happen here. Look at the economic value of what you're going to do and really pay attention to that, because there's a lot of money that's generated into these communities from that whole west side area. And that's no joke. You guys really need to look at that and pay attention to it and let these businesses stay there. We get along with the neighbors. We don't have issues. I get it. You got to fight with somebody else, or the community does over there, but it shouldn't drag all of us into it. You guys know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the Sempra issue over there. That shouldn't drag us down with that. If they can come up with their own solution, just like we would, just like Denny will, just like any of us can. That's all I've got to say. Please vote no. Please don't extend this in this right now. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Denny Zermino. Myself and my two brothers are second-generation owners of OST Trucks and Cranes, which started on Ventura Avenue in 1947. We're still on the avenue. We're a minority-owned company, union company, employing 9 employees, of which 60% are minority, which are going to put them out of work. We would like to pass our company on to our third generation. This passes, it's done. Change of ownership. Not only is the business done, so is my employees. Have you actually seen the evidence that we are actually polluting the air and chemicals in the environment, or is this just the opinion of certain people that don't want this type of business around with any facts to back them up? We're inspected yearly by the environmental health. Samples are taken during the rainy season, sent to labs, and we're compliant with the Stormwater Board. We must be compliant with CARB, was up to date. We have spent millions over the years to be compliant. We have certificates to prove it. Environmental health has our spill prevention countermeasure control plan. We've never had spills. All our employees are trained in spill prevention. We warehouse, we store equipment, materials, along with our fleet of trucks and cranes, which all would be affected. We employ everyday blue-collar union workers, many that start hoeing weeds in our yard to work their way up. These are high-paying union jobs that you guys are going to destroy, that could be gone. Many of our employees are making 6-digit figures. These are guys making 6-digit figures, no college education, high school, and many of them not even high school educations. You're going to get rid of that if you pass this. Where are they going to work? How are they still going to be afford to live here? I almost feel like the Planning Commission's they're using this to give way to get rid of us. That is wrong. We need to stay. Thank you.
Matt Hanchin, followed by Jenny Taft, followed by Mark Patchowitz, followed by Michael Decker, followed by Jeff Lyon.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Matt Hankin. I work for City Lion, Inc. I've worked with them for a year. I work with a great group of guys. The business owners are great people as well. They take care of us. And for something like this to go through, it would destroy all that, not to mention the delicate economical ecosystem that the Avenue has. You know, these are businesses, some of them have been handed down through generations. Some of them are new and up and coming. So please, vote no on this, because it will not end well for these businesses, I promise you. Thank you.
Hello, council members. I'll be brief. My name is Jenny Taft. I'm here today representing 4 generations of my family. We have worked, lived, and invested in the Avenue for over 100 years. My grandfather came here in the 20s, built his house by hand, started work at Oilfield Electric. My father was born and raised on the Avenue, invested there his whole life. We have got tenants here in the room that have been with us for years. This is a multi-generational for people like us that started there, and I would wager to say in Ventura County there's probably more multi-generational family businesses on the Avenue than anywhere else left in Ventura. This zoning change would be the slow death of the Avenue, the eradication of our businesses one by one, the little shops and places that support them, the burrito houses, everything else. The community disappears. I don't know where all these people are supposed to move to when their businesses are gone. And then the landlords at the end are left with who knows what. This hasn't not been thought through. This has not been analyzed enough. This is a plan. And we're talking about lives here. We're talking about generations here. We're talking about people here. And I feel that that deserves a lot more than just a PowerPoint and a little bit of discussion. This is 100 years worth of people and family here that we're talking about, and we deserve more attention than this. Thank you.
My name is Michael Nathan J. Decker. All of my uncles, my dad even worked in these oil fields when I was a little kid, and they gave me an incentive to when I was growing up so I could watch them progress, and I knew what I was going to do in the future. And now my mother's 75 years old this year, and I provide for her. She lives at my house at home with me. And it would be a travesty to not be able to provide for her because of the buildings being built and jobs being taken away. And it is an honor to work at CD Lions. They are a great company, and they sustain all that they do, and they are great to their employees. So I asked you guys just have a little bit of heart and look a little deeper into the matter and find out what really needs to happen here instead of just numbers and statistics. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Mark Patchowitz, followed by Jeff Lyon, followed by Brad Paulson and Vincent Torres.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Mark Packowitz. I'm here for my clients TNT and CD Lion. A couple comments. I thought that I did not understand the amount of work that had gone into the community, but after watching that PowerPoint, and not until 10 minutes left on August 22nd, did the Planning Commission decide to throw this over here and make a drastic change. They did not study this. They did not think about this. They did not analyze this. They did not plan for this, even though they are the Planning Commission. They threw to you something that I'll share with you. I'll share with you that between the two companies that I'm here on behalf of, they have 231 people that work for them. They have approximately $20 million in salary. What's going to happen to your budget if $20 million stops circulating in the city of Ventura? And that's two of the businesses that we're talking about. That's not the rest of them. So one of the other things that I heard the consultant that I heard about earlier talking about was that he wanted a stabilized decision from the city. Stabilized decision means let's move forward. You move forward by saying no to this change. Don't send it back to the Planning Commission. You've spent years not talking about this issue. You are never going to fully analyze the impact that this decision would have on the city of Ventura, but more importantly on everybody that's in this room and everybody who works on the west side. Thank you very much.
Dear Mayor and honorable council members, my name is Jeff Lyon. I am an owner of CD Lyon, a family-owned business located in District 1. The industries we serve are industrial, civil and environmental, energy and utilities. The family business was started by my parents in 1985 and has operated in District 1 ever since, and we are planning to do so for many more years. Welding, assembly, sandblasting, painting, outdoor storage, labor dispatching, 24-hour service, maintaining heavy equipment are all part of our business's ongoing operations. CD Lion is currently working over 150 people that reside in the city of Ventura and surrounding county. I'm here tonight to speak up for my business and speak up for my employees, who many of them are dear friends of mine. I ask the council to reject the recommendation and keep the west side general industrial. Changing the zoning to light industrial would negatively impact my business and all of my dear employees. Unfortunately, we don't know how bad that impact will be. Due to the nature of the last-minute change, there is not enough information to fully understand the negative impact and the unintended consequences. Not enough information for me, not enough for my employees, and not enough for you. I do not see how even a council member sympathetic to this change could vote for it before fully understanding all the drastic negative impacts. Thank you all for your time.
Brad Paulson, followed by Vincent Torres, John Sanders Jones, Jay Turner, and Steve Calderon.
Hi, my name is Brad Paulson. I've been a citizen of Ventura since 1969. I worked for Getty Oil in the 80s. Came back to work for B&R Fabrication on the Avenue, both companies, since 2012. I'm still employed there. I'd like to read something that I received the other day from one of the board members. It says, "This action was unexpected, so unexpected that there was no public input because no one saw it coming. You're trying to blindside us." I'm very distressed over the Ventura Planning Commission's vote to downsize the west side from M2 industrial to light. It will force the company I have worked for over 10 years to move or close for good, which will put me on unemployment, along with many other businesses in the area, of which we have 50 to 75. Industry began in that area, as John Taft noted, his daughter noted, over 100 years ago. This proposed change is going to destroy a 100-year-old industrial area and the jobs that it creates. Why permits were issued to build homes that have yards sharing fences with industrial businesses that were there long before the homes is a complete mystery to me. Why those homes were allowed to be built in a predominantly heavy industrial area is an extremely bad idea, and now the city is trying to rezone that area, which will cause productive, tax-paying businesses to either relocate or close. Many of the employees work in the M2 zoning area. It's also going to affect restaurants and other peripheral businesses that we spend our money at. Please reject this proposal.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Torres, and I am the operations manager for CD Lion. We employ 150 hard-working men. If rezoned, not all but some of our men may have difficulty seeking other employment due to past mistakes. We have been a beacon of hope to those who want to get their lives back on the right track. Rezoning District 1 would eliminate good-paying jobs, negatively impact local vendors, and displace some families that rezoning is supposed to help. Please keep District 1 General Industrial. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. While I do support a lot of the land use redesignations, I cannot support what's being proposed on the west side. For the overall plan, I do think it's very important that we address affordable housing. The lack of affordable housing is impacting our young working professionals, and at the same time, that impact is felt across our entire community. Housing cost burdens families experience greater stress related to food security, health care, retirement, transportation, and overall social stability. So again, I like a lot of what was in there, but I cannot support what is being proposed for the west side. I had, for a while, my office was on Kenyatta Larga, and I tutored for about 10 years at Project Understanding. I cannot support what's being proposed for the west side. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jay Turner. I would like to start with a quick history of my family's association with Ventura Avenue. My grandfather went to the old Avenue School, worked for a construction company as a mechanic on Ventura Avenue for almost 40 years. My great-grandfather was the first caretaker of Foster Park. My parents lived on Carr Drive, and my mom worked at Mission Linen on Olive Street. I worked for the same construction company that my grandfather did for 15 years before becoming a representative of the operating engineers. To say that I was raised on the Avenue and made my livelihood on the Avenue is an understatement. Many people in this room have similar stories and are still living that life. The trades are constantly talking about local hires and good paying jobs so our members of the community do not have to travel out of town for work. I'd like to quote the staff report, the summary of stakeholders interviews. Given a stagnant regional economy and lack of investment, certain industrial areas, such as those on the west side, are at risk of being sold and redeveloped. There is a desire for these areas to be retained since many industrial employees live in the west side and need jobs related to their skill set, end quote. By adopting this rezoning of general industrial to light industrial, you're telling your constituents you can live here, but you can't work here. I would like to encourage you to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Steve Calderon, followed by Julia Dominguez, Martin Rodriguez, Joshua Medrano, and Aaron Buck.
Good evening. My name is Steve Coldiron, representative with the Operating Engineers, Local 12. I want to start by clearly urging the City Council to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation of changing the zoning from heavy to light industrial. There seems to be an alarming misuse of the term grandfathering in. From the way I understand it, if this zoning were to pass, it would basically make it to where it would cause detrimental effects to these businesses. Several negative impacts. Keep in mind the businesses I'm speaking of are industries that supply, good living wage jobs, low commute times, which really strengthens the families of this community because these parents are spending more time at home. And also they're pumping more money via tax dollars. However, with the proposed zoning change, our local industries could potentially lose their opportunity to expand. Or what if a company wants to diversify their scope to remain competitive? This zoning change would prohibit that as well. During some of the GPAC meetings that I listened to, there was a common undertone of concern of turning the west side into a bedroom community of Santa Barbara. One way to avoid that is letting these industries flourish. They supply, like I said, these high living wage jobs. And if we go against that, you run the risk of these companies leaving town, even leaving the county. And behind those companies will be a skilled and trained workforce that's going to follow them out the door. We could stop this by rejecting the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Julia Dominguez, and I am one of these families that these people are speaking about. My husband works for CD Lion, and our livelihood has been, we've lived in Ventura over 25 years. I brought my son's 15-year-old and 13-year-old Dylan and Marlon here with us today, and I actually homeschool them, and that's because my husband has been able to earn enough to support us in Ventura, which is extremely difficult. We live a very humble lifestyle. But I think what we see here is that we've got people on our planning commission, and I understand a city needs to have a plan, and we need to be accountable for that. But we have got people making plans who work behind their screens, but they are not the backbone of our community. The backbone of our community are the people who are out there working. We live on industry. As we've seen, I don't have anything prepared. As we've seen, the Avenue was established, and that is the backbone of Ventura, the industry and the Avenue. I don't see why we would be moving things. Again, neighborhoods have been brought in, but in order to move that would be extremely, in my opinion, harsh on the environment, irresponsible, and then we need to consider the impact that it has on the entire community and the families that live on this industry. And please just don't forget in your guys' position that tradesmen are the backbone of our society, and we are educated. And just because, we may not have the education or the positions that you guys hold, we have heart, we have soul, and we have work and good work ethic. And we will be.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Martin Rodriguez. I'm the business agent for the Ironworkers Local 433, and I'm president of the Tri-County Building Trades. I was going to wax eloquent on my statement and stuff, but time is short, so I'm just going to read a bunch of bullet points that don't seem to have been taken in consideration for this decision. First off, it's no on this general plan recommendation. That's a no. It's bad. The working people of Ventura, that's the crosshatch of it right behind me. That's families. That says it all, family. We got Kirk Haney and his wife, Karen. It's multi-generation families here we represent. This is an economic engine for Ventura. There's consequences for bad decisions, not only to the economy, but to these families, to the city, landowners, the business owners. It's just... I could go on and on each point that I'm going to put out there, but give it food for thought for each one of you, I'd hope. It's going to handcuff the owners from even getting rid of a property once it's designated from general to industrial. What are you going to do with it? Because it's going to cost millions to mitigate that property before it goes on sale. Just look at USA Gas. A development company out of Boston bought it and will pay and is paying the millions it's take to mitigate that and to build something on it. I mean, there's not a person in this room or heavy industry that doesn't know about climate change. Hell, we work in it every day. You work in these hot shops. You work out in the field. You operate that crane all day long, 12, 14, 15 hours a day. You're digging the ditches. You're welding in these shops, putting pipe together, structural steel, or Brothers B&R, CD Lion. We understand climate change, believe me, but this also handcuffs you on that issue because
Thank you.
Building trades has been working on the offshore. That's going to stymie any new manufacturing coming here to Ventura. We have a symposium coming this week.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. That's
All right.
your time.
Thank you.
Joshua Medrano, followed by Aaron Buck, Austin Alvarez, Zach Strasters, and Josh Canos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. I'm also here as an individual of the community who has worked off the avenue, has lived off the avenue for quite some time. During middle school and high school years, we lived off of Shoshone. We would walk by, all these industries that are off the avenue and wonder what it would be like to work there. I had the opportunity to be able to work for Oilfield Electric as an electrician. I am a member of the IBW 952 as well. You see me wearing a Ventura Cougar shirt, and that's because people like me, people like us are part of the community. You're looking at a varsity coach for Ventura High School for the football team. We are involved, we are here, and we are not going anywhere. What you are witnessing is a gross overreach of the non-planning commission. And let me remind you that all of you appoint them. And when you appoint them, you have to make sure that you vet them in a proper process, because what ends up happening is you end up getting individuals that have their own agenda, that push the agenda, and wait till 5 minutes before the meeting is over to push that agenda and make sure that everybody wants to go home so that they voted in and now we are here. Okay? So what you need to do is take a look at the process. Are you going to be a part of the process that ignores outright what you should be doing and just steamroll everybody? Or are you going to do the right thing, take a step back, take a look, re-engage the community, and listen to those that not only are here but are in the community that do not want this? May I ask the audience who oppose this to please stand up in a form of solidarity to show everybody out there that we will not stand for this, and we implore you to vote no on what's happening here tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
On a lighter note,
Oh my God, global warming. Oh, we just had a storm come through. It was a 100-year flood. Now you want to commandeer private property and put it in a floodplain. What's going to happen to those homes? What's going to happen when the dam breaks? They're going to be wiped out. They're going to be uninsurable. You're actually putting people in harm's way when that goes down. All these people in here on the anniversary of 9/11, these are the firefighters running into the buildings. They're the people that show up every day and take care of stuff. They don't call in sick. They never miss a beat. And you're going to strip this community of that if you make this change. It is absolutely unforgivable that we're standing here right now to listen to this. You all know that. There's so many other ways to approach this. There's other fixes. This is moronic from the outset. It's been dropped on these people. It's been put in their face, and everybody here knows that it's a farce. Your approach needs to be better. You need to vote no. These right here, these people are the heroes. They pay for all of you to sit here. Honor kids in the classes come from these people because they have a good living and they encourage their children. You want to ruin that? Do what you're going to do. But you must vote no. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Austin with CARE California, and I'll be speaking on item 22. Local businesses depend on a government that places their needs first, and young men such as myself are eager to engage in opportunities with the support of local government and policies that consider our place in society. When we begin to determine scope of business through policy in a manner that limits opportunity, we are in essence saying that we prioritize opportunities based on sector of economy. And if we limit certain sectors dictating how they can run their businesses, we are modeling behavior that historically are anti-development and contrary to the needs of young entrepreneurs like myself. Please reject this recommendation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joshua with CARE California, and I'm here to speak on agenda item number 22. Working families in Ventura are no different than anywhere else. They're looking for opportunities and hope for the best for their needs and their family's future. I believe that the General Plan Advisory Committee's recommendation envisions a local economy in Ventura that can accommodate these aspirations, despite the City Planning Commission voting against it. I am here to ask you that you reject the recommendation and protect the livelihood of local working families. Thank you.
Zach Strasters, followed by Karen Haney, Todd Holder, Mary Ann Beavner, and Tamar Swan.
Good evening. My name is Zach, and I'm speaking on agenda item number 22. Working families depend on economic opportunities, and economic opportunities can either be supported or stifled at the civic level. If we have opportunities walk through our city's doors that could benefit the people financially and we reject them, then we need to be offering alternatives that compensate for the overall loss of income. So if there's no fund to pay families who would have worked, or no economic vehicle to open up the opportunity cost jobs that are lost as a result of these opportunities missed, then we are undermining the potential growth for our city right here. Reject this recommendation and send a clear message that our city desires opportunities for working families. Thank you.
Hi. Pretty much everybody has summed it up. We're a family, all of us. And I'm going to narrow it down to one thing. You're telling us we have a water shortage, but yet everybody keeps building and building and building. You have the lower parking structure. You guys are wanting, how many stories, sir? 6? Okay, 6 stories. You have to support that. How much concrete is going, or how much mortar, and how much water? For just an average 2-car garage, it's 300 gallons of water. Has anybody done the math? How many people are going to be living in those homes? Our roads look like crap, excuse my French. They look terrible. And I think you guys should lift the whole fee of having, oh God, I forgot what it's called. Anyway, having a entertainment vehicle. We need four-wheel drive out there. We get rain, we get potholes, we get some kind of slap over it. And now we want to put in more cars? No. And in my husband's words, he's back there in the wheelchair, no, no, no.
Good evening. You heard from my brother Tim earlier. We're a second generation of a family business with the third generation coming into its own at that same family business. I implore you, reject this. There's no way for us to relocate. There's nowhere here to relocate in this city, hardly even in the county at this point. We operate on 25 acres. Where's there 25 acres available that's heavy industrial, that's developed? It's impossible at this point in time. No consideration for what the businesses are going to have to do if this goes through. It's been nothing. Follow the GPAC's recommendation.
Good evening. I'm Mary Ann Bevener, and I live in a small, single-story, single-family home in Midtown, south of Thompson, west of Seaward. So my home is typical in my neighborhood, Midtown neighborhood, is that I can plug the vacuum cleaner in one room. The house is so small I can clean every room. So the Midtown Corridor plans, the October 2022 survey responses, and the July 2023 feedback form results concur that the heights along the Midtown corridors remain at 3 stories. On the July 2023 feedback form, after the SOAR response, the Midtown corridor questions had the highest number of responses. Only 22% agree with increasing the heights. So I'm confident that the survey and the feedback results represent my neighborhood because I attended a lot of these outreach meetings. And after that, I wrote, delivered 1,435 flyers to doorsteps and mailed 125 letters to owners not currently residing in Midtown. I did not tell people how to answer the question, so the response you got is accurate. The density in Midtown is already approved to increase. You just haven't seen the building yet. The development along Seaward, the proximity to Thompson, 2 blocks away is Haley Point, 72 homes. Only 2.5 blocks away from that intersection is the KB home, Vista Del Mar, 394 units. And then all of Midtown already allows for ADUs, 4 units per lot by right. The alternative is to recode all commercial and professional offices, which don't allow residential, to mixed use or neighborhood centers. Out of 21 professional offices, 19 are smaller properties already adjacent to 1- and 2-story residential. That will help you with a no net loss. And finally, I did attend the Planning Commission meetings. I understand the recommendations and I understand the change that may be coming to my neighborhood. Thank you.
Tamar Swan, followed by George Kramer, Crawford Coates, Jonathan Pooh, and Jim Monahan.
Hello, I'm Tamar Swan, and I own Rockland Systems, Inc. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, but I think everything I wanted to say has already been said. I've emailed you all, and I thank you to those of you who responded so quickly. I will ask you, please don't cripple our businesses by making this change.
George Kramer, Crawford Coates, Jonathan Pooh, former Mayor Jim Monahan. Go for it.
Okay. It's the first time for me to be on this side of the podium, as you know. Hey, I want to thank the City Council for naming the street after me up here. I think you all kind of salute, when you go past that sign in the morning. Anyway, I didn't expect the turnout that we're having tonight. I really thought it was going to be more of an uphill fight than it is, because I agree with what everybody has said. I had come with a prepared speech that has been repeated over and over again tonight. But I did want to say that earlier there were some awards given out by the chamber, and our industrial business won this Jewel Key Award by the chamber before we were in the city. And that leads me into what I was wanting to make a point, that the North Ventura Avenue from Ramona Street on out was not in the city. That was the county of Ventura. So most of the development on the North Ventura Avenue from Ramona was all county. And all these businesses, most of them were developed or utilized as county property. Later on, it became an agreement between the city and the county that the county required that they had to get some city approval of permits when things were being developed, such as my office in the county. I had to set back the front of my building 10 feet, and I had to cut 10 feet off my building to meet the city requirement, even though I was in the county. That's just a side story. I'm a small business as far as zoning. I'm small. I've lost my train. But I was going to give you a little bit of history about the zoning and I was on the annexation committee, and we met at E.P. Foster School in the auditorium several times with the local citizens to tell them what we're going to do, and we had told them that we were going to annex. Now, I was representing the city, talking to county residents who were very concerned about.
Mr. Monahan, that was the timer, just as a heads up.
Jonathan Pooh just called. He wants to see Mr. Monahan his time. Thank you.
Okay, I've only got a couple of minutes. Anyway, I'll go to the last thing. I saw some people from Oilfield Electric. My father started out on the avenue in 1926. I've been working on the avenue, and I still do. I'm 88 years old. I was born on Lewis Street at home. My father and Oilfield Electric and several other businesses started a ball field out on the west side, which is now known as West Park. They started they built a ball field just so that the people could go out there and play ball before the city took it over and called it West Park. If you go out there today, on the fence on the ballpark, there's a sign there. It says Patrick L. Monahan Field. That was my dad. He was one of the organizers of the West Park community. Thank you very much.
Last call for Crawford Coates, George Kramer, and we have Royal Springer, Jamie Morrison, Jeff Weber, and Camille Scott. Okay.
Where's everybody else?
I don't know. Great question.
Camille Scott.
Okay, go for it, Camille.
So I'm not here to talk about the West Side. I think that there's an overarching problem. It's just one of the many problems with what's being proposed. I don't know what the biggest threat to Ventura is. I don't know if it's, the problem with the homeless, vagrancy. I don't know if it's what these passionate people are talking about today. I don't know if it's swarms of 8th graders on e-bikes. But I think the common theme, the biggest threat to Ventura is velocity. We need to slow down. I think that haste, these decisions are somewhat permanent, and you can't reel it back. Let's just slow down and breathe for a minute and take a minute. Think about what we're doing here. I'll tell you what the community doesn't want. Across the board, the community does not want canyons of 5, 6-story buildings. You say that it's 3 down Thompson, but that means 5. because of the state of California's overreach into our communities. Okay, we don't want to be in these canyons of buildings that are casting shadows over our little village. What we do want is for the community to take better care of what we already have. We have a beautiful promenade. I invite you to go to other cities and see their promenades. We should be taking better care of that opportunity. We got a dilapidated parking structure there. I don't know why a car needs an ocean view. Why? It doesn't. We could have thought about putting little shops there, something, okay? I know I'm out of time, but the last thing I'm going to say is we're still healing. This city is still healing.
Thank you. That's your
from
time.
the gash that the freeway did, that the freeway.
Thank you.
The community and the beach. We're still healing from that. That's where we should be focusing.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. That's your time. Our next speaker is Royal Springer, Jamie Morrison, Jeff Weber, Christy Weir. Christy Weir's been seated time by Glenn Overly. Karen Martin. Just 1 second. I'm going to keep going here because I'm not seeing people come up. I do see Christy Weir coming. The other room is closed. Christy Weir. Christy, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good evening. It's late. This is important. The General Plan Land Use Map is one of the most impactful policy documents the city has to shape our future. So every detail matters to our residents for the next 20 years. So this late at night, it's hard to talk about every detail, but we need to do that. We need to take the time to examine all the proposed land use designations carefully because this needs to be our aspirational moment, what we want the city to be. And not just a way to squeeze in more units because the state told us we had to. The addition, well, first of all, I want to say I agree with obviously we're going to keep the industrial. Like, you can't just move industrial to another part of town. I mean, they are the backbone. So listen, support them, support the public, support the survey results. Just please listen to the public all the way around. The addition of mixed use 5 and 6 to the land use map is unnecessary. Our arena numbers do not need 4 to 6 story buildings. It's way too early to use 3 arena cycles instead of 1. The RENA requirements over the next 15 years might change, especially because our population growth projections in SCAG are going down, not up. So that will change. So please just plan for 1. We don't need to do all this upzoning. All the new upzoning and luxury housing supply is not going to cause prices to go down. It's false thinking that all this building of luxury units is going to help our affordability. That is false. Did that work in San Diego? Did that work in Santa Monica, Long Beach? With all of their high-density housing being built, their prices keep increasing and are higher than here. There's a big market here, thousands of buyers and renters for second homes for retirees from hot cities. They will pay high prices for the weather. The prices in a coastal city like Ventura will not become more affordable as the part-time second home population goes up. Upzoning to in the mixed use 4, 5, and 6 mixed use in Midtown, Johnson Drive, Ashwood Center, Montalvo, and Telegraph, which is what has been proposed, solves no problems. Please go with what the public said in the survey, which is not all of that upzoning to 5 and 6 stories. We need to respect our Midtown Corridor Code. That was done very carefully at 2 and 3 stories to protect those neighborhoods. Please, please correct the Ashwood Center. That needs to be neighborhood center. You can't zone that as mixed use, whatever, 4, 5, 6, because that allows total housing there, total residential, which would wipe out that center. That center is crucial as a commercial center for the people across the street in those apartments that walk over there all the time, for the new college students that are going to have student housing that need to walk there. Please fix that, make that neighborhood center. Also, the Marina Center needs to be neighborhood center, not mixed use. That needs to stay a commercial center. The 5 points should go with mixed use 3. That's what the public wanted. Our general plan needs to prioritize adaptive reuse, renovation of existing buildings, which is how we're going to get true affordable housing, and that will actually improve our neighborhoods if we reuse the buildings we have, and not upzone to 5 and 6 stories everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, Karen Martin, Jennifer Miller, Jason Martin, Roger Case, and Kathleen Paulson.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for listening. My name is Karen Martin, and I basically have the same story, but a different neighborhood here in Ventura. My husband and I own an automotive repair shop, Automedic, in Montalvo Auto Service Center. We're there with just a bunch of great people that all are in the same industry. That center was designed that way so that we had, car repair, tire, carburetor, general service. Now we have Marshall's Barbecue. Everybody knows that. But now we're learning that could be rezoned and taken away from us. My husband and I have owned that business for 17 and a half years. We're looking forward to maybe retiring one day soon and transferring that on to one of our employees, our key employees, who is also planning to go forward with that. So I urge you to vote no. We have many employees, and we support them not only with health insurance and dental insurance and retirement plan, but we're a community there. We also are certified to do work on the state of California vehicles there. So we are a convenient location for them, for all of the local agencies that have their vehicles serviced and maintained there as well. I just urge you to vote no. It would just be harmful to many, many, many families in our community and many businesses. It's one of the only successful complexes where you can go and get your tires done, your general service, you can get your car smogged, and have barbecue at the same time. So I urge you to vote no.
Good evening, Council. Once again, I ask you, what is the vision for Ventura? What is it that makes us special? What makes us unique? We have a gem that we must protect at all costs. And I remind you what the vision statement was for this general plan update. We will work together to protect the characteristics we cherish the most: the California beach town character, the welcoming, close-knit community feel, the views and access to the hills and oceans, our rich history, the diversity of cultures, races, and ethnicities. Yet, what we've been presented here tonight is an attempt, and the city has spent over $3 million to hire a firm that has attempted to placate us as citizens. The staff report talks about the number of opportunities for public input, yet there's a very big difference between holding a meeting and actually listening, a very big difference. And I ask you, where in the proposed plan does it promote what the citizens have actually said, what they've actually come to you for? A large part of the work on the general plan was done while this town was holding distance meetings and Zoom meetings. And so it's my belief that there was a bit of a lack of public and council interaction, which resulted in the undue reliance on staff for a lot of the conclusions in this report. So I think it's really important, and the clearest example of how I do not believe that this recommendation talks to what the citizens actually want is the last-minute addition of the West Side changes. It took 3 years of work, added 5 minutes of input from a planning commission member, and you've seen the outrage. That right there is the clearest example of how this doesn't represent the views of the citizenship. And I'd also urge you that this plan states that it's 3 and 4 or 5 and 6-story, but be careful. That's a sheep and wolf's clothing because those numbers don't include the state density bonus
Thank you.
laws. Thank you.
Jason Martin, Roger Case, Kathleen Paulson, Karen Flock, and Kathy Bremer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jason Martin, and you already met my wife. We're the owners of Automedic in Montalvo. That complex, 15 different businesses, all automotive, every bit of it, and nobody competes with anybody. We are a family, all of us are. We employ over 60 people with everyone there. All these families are generational. Almost all of our employees have been there over 10 years and more. We have some young guys that are just coming in, and they're going to start there. So we're looking for them to have a career in automotive as well. So the job opportunities in this little area that looks like they're trying to rezone into light industrial, I would just urge you to keep it general industrial because of the fact that there is no other automotive complex that does or is like this one. It is very unique, never has had a vacancy in it. It is one of the only commercial places I know of that has no for lease signs, never has in all the years I've known it. But we also repair hybrids. So if you're all thinking about getting your electric cars, someone's going to have to repair them. So think about that in the future out there because automotive is thought of as really the black sheep, and we keep everybody moving down the road. So I would appreciate you considering that. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Roger Case. I've lived and worked on the West Side for 52 years. I'm obviously a newbie. For the past 37 years, I've owned and operated Roger Case Realty, a business on the West Side. I've served as a leasing agent and property manager to many of the industrial properties on the avenue and the industrial businesses and the businesses that lease from the owners of those properties. I volunteered as one of the charter members of the West Side Community Council and served for some 15 years as the West Side Business Association chairman. I've worked closely with West Side industrial businesses that employ lots of men and many of the people are friends and neighbors and live and work here on the West Side. It's my opinion that a vote to downgrade West Side industrial zoning as recommended by your Planning Commission is ill-conceived, and it smells somewhat political. It is a disregard for the best interests of the West Side friends and neighbors and industrial businesses, workers, and property owners that occupy that property for their livelihood. The intended and unintended consequences of that Planning Commission recommendation could be devastating. I have a couple of questions. Did anyone on the Planning Commission do any kind of an economic or social study that related to this, this zoning, down zone? The answer probably is no, and my question to you is why not? The second question is, how many of our West Side industrial property owners, industrial businesses, and workers on the industrial industries have been contacted by anybody on the Planning Commission asking them any kind of opinion as to what would happen with this zoning?
Thank you, Mr. Case. That's your time.
Thank you.
Kathleen Paulson, Karen Flock, Kathy Bremer, Stephen Peterson, and John Ritchie.
Here we go. Good evening, City Council and community members and staff. Thank you for being here. I am Kathleen Paulson, also known as Cappy. I serve on several community advocacy groups, including Lift Up Your Voice to End Homelessness with the Unitarian Universalist Church of Ventura. I will ask this twice. Do we want to be a diverse community or do we want to be an elitist community? I asked the council to increase the housing capacity from 1,600 over about 20 years. That's 80 houses a year to a number closer to 10,600, or anyway, to what the GPAC recommended. I will also point out that in the last production cycle in 2013 to 19, 24% were very low income houses, 19% were low income housing. These are what was promised, what we said we were going to do. 12% was moderate, and a whopping 125% were above moderate. That's absurd. That is elitist. We don't want that to be our community. Do we want to be an inclusive community or an elitist community? Do we want to have a variety of people, or do we want to be a white bread community? We need to expand our community. And we would like to we don't support the downsizing that the Planning Commission said. Thank you.
Good evening, Karen Flock, resident of Ventura, and in my day job, I develop affordable nonprofit housing. So we do need more housing, and especially we need more affordable housing, and I would hope to see this addressed in the general plan to a greater extent. When residents of the city were surveyed, they identified housing and homelessness as the #1 issue. So please take this into consideration as you move forward. And I'm sure that you're going to not change the industrial zoning, but hopefully there can be future work to look at adjacencies of housing and industrial uses where there are, and work on, addressing them in a better way. And probably this isn't the best place to address the gas compressor, but maybe it is. So think about that also. That's an issue of concern for many people as it's adjacent to housing and a school. Thank you.
Good evening. Do you mind putting up the map of the college area?
We're going to put that map of the college area up right now.
Okay, thank you. Compared to the issues on the west side, I must say mine is probably relatively minor, but I want to address my neighborhood. The College Square Ashwood Center, I believe, should be designated a neighborhood center rather than mixed use, because mixed use could potentially eliminate all commercial. It's a walkable center, it's convenient and walkable to nearby neighborhoods, including Ashwood Gardens Apartments directly across the street, residents of the Telegraph Road Mobile Home Park, and neighborhoods above Loma Vista and below Telegraph, which you can see the brown to across the street from the Ashwood Center is Ashwood Gardens Apartments. It's walkable for neighborhoods, above Loma Vista and below Telegraph. By 2026, it will also be walkable for 320 students in 95 units of student housing on the west end of the Ventura College campus, and residents of the 57 units planned for the Methodist Church property at Baylor and Telegraph. This is an important walkable neighborhood. We say we want walkability. We say that's part of our plan going forward, to be sure that we have services within neighborhoods. We have the services within our neighborhood. We don't want to see it go away. Thank you very much.
Stephen Peterson, followed by Lisa Gassaway, Paul Ferry, and Carl Morehouse.
Good evening, Mayor Schrader and members of the City Council. My name is Stephen Peterson, and I'm representing the property owners at 2509 North Ventura Avenue. This is a general industrial site. On the front of the property, you have a heavy equipment sales, rental, and repair facility, Giffen. And then in the rear of the property, you have a construction storage yard where they store construction materials, pipes, metal beams, lumber, as well as equipment and vehicles for construction. And with this proposed zoning change, we would be forced out of business there, and those uses would no longer be allowed in the limited industrial zoning. The site provides 20 full-time blue-collar head of household jobs. Out of those 20 jobs, 16 of them pay more than $80,000 a year. 10 of them pay more than $100,000 a year. And none of them require college degrees. So these are the kind of head of household blue-collar jobs that are so important to have. There is nowhere for this business to move in Ventura elsewhere. The Arundel district has a little bit of general industrial there, but not much vacant land, so probably these uses would leave the city entirely. And this zoning change would really contribute to the gentrification of the west side, which is not going to help our affordable housing situation. And we really need to maintain these uses in the city. And I would encourage you to reject this downzoning. Thank you.
Lisa Gassaway, and Lisa has been seated time by John Ritchie. Lisa, you'll have 4 minutes.
Can you put the Johnson slide?
The Johnson corridor slide, please.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you for staying late to hear us. So I'm Lisa Gassaway of the Montalvo Community Council, and tonight we're going to talk about the Johnson corridor specifically. We have a different story to tell than the West Side because the the Planning Commission got it right for us with the Johnson Drive. So the GPAC and the Planning Commission agree on Johnson Drive for plan areas 1 and 2, and the Community Council can live with that. So we're going to just talk about the plan area 2 on that map, which is the triangle. And you've already heard from 2 folks in the Montalvo Auto Center Auto Services area tonight, and I saw several others here tonight. I know they wrote out comment cards, but I don't think they felt comfortable speaking on it because they really just learned about this very recently. So the Plan Area 2, the GPAC had it designated the entire triangle there in pink as mixed use 4. And the part on the eastern side is where Marshall's Bodacious Barbecue is, as well as all those auto centers. That's obviously not suited for housing. It's a unique community of auto services, businesses that have been there for 43 years. Some of the original owners still are there and are passing their businesses on to future generations. I spoke to a lot of young people and actually kind of burst their hopes today. I felt really bad, actually, because they have big plans for their businesses going on for a long time. So the Planning Commission got it right. As I said, they broke that triangle into 2, the western part, the eastern part, and that was also recommended by the Montalvo Community Council for about the last 6 months. So we're in agreement with that. And I just want to point out that these are thriving businesses, and you don't stay in a community for a long time if you're not a vital component and you're not serving your community with integrity. So if this is rezoned for housing, if that entire triangle is rezoned for housing, where will they go? It's really hard for auto businesses to find places to do business. And then also, where will we go to get our cars serviced? is this my first 2 minutes, or is that
This is your total time.
total time? Okay. So please keep these essential businesses in that area. So we also want to talk about the area above, which the GPAC didn't address, and I think that might have just been an oversight. The Planning Commission did say that the area above the railroad tracks should be mixed use 3. So if there will be no net loss. You'll be happy to learn that if we're taking away housing from the corner of the eastern corner of parcel 2, we'd be adding it above there. Please go with the Planning Committee's recommendations. Thank you.
Paul Ferry, followed by Carl Morehouse, Helen Aloyan, Mark Martinez Velasquez, and Steve McLaughlin. Yes, we'll request the Avenue industrial map back up. And just for council and for all of our speakers, we have about 24 speakers remaining.
Wow. Thank you, Mayor, council persons. My name is Paul Ferry. I've been an industrial real estate broker in Ventura for 35 years, and so I'm going to stay in my lane here. Before I go into a sort of professorial sort of dissertation on industrial in Ventura, I want to say that you can sleep soundly tonight because no one's going to build 3-story industrial buildings in Ventura. That's not going to happen. The Planning Commission came up with this preposterous vote, a couple of weeks ago, and I have to go back to one of the meetings I went to the GPAC. I went to several of them. The first one I went to about a year ago, and maybe I should talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts. In that slide you see there's about 140 acres of M2 property. The reason these users are there is because they are allowed to store outside. If you go to the Arundel area, which is Market and Telephone, there's actually about 500 acres of MPD zone, which is a good liberal zone that doesn't allow outside yard. So I went to one of the meetings and someone proposed that they move all the industrial in the Avenue to the Arundel tract. And I got up and said, well, how many acres do you think are available? Now, McGrath is coming online, and that's MPD, and that's a smart thing to do. But they said, we don't know. And I said, there's 1 acre. There's 1 acre over in the Arundel tract. You can move all your M2 from the Avenue to. That's, and what's disappointing is 2 of the people in the GPAC were actually Planning Commission members. And Councilperson Campos probably knew she was going to win because she got up right after me and said, my constituents want to walk to work, they want to have more time, and they want well-paying jobs. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, you're being lucky to be visited by 3 farmers. I want to say, first of all, kudos and condolences to Ms. Zaire and Ramey and Associates for bringing this general plan this far. It's a long process, and particularly was made difficult with the insertion of the pandemic. I'm here tonight as a member of the Vulnerable Population Housing Advocacy Network to lend my voice to those asking for greater attention to the land use implications of affordable housing. However, I have a personal couple of bits of information to offer up for your consideration. I did send them to you earlier, but I want to reiterate them here. Please remember that the general plan, which is supposed to be updated every 10 years, has a housing element which is completely out of sync, has to be updated every 8 years in keeping with the regional transportation plan, the RTP being updated every 4 years, so it serves as two cycles. As a assigner of the RENA numbers, the Southern California Association of Governments looks at the general plan land use assignments along with other factors to assign the housing numbers and in what economic categories. So depending on how much land you have allocated for commercial, industrial, et cetera, the need for housing is determined off of that. So plan accordingly. If you're planning on creating jobs or places for houses, plan on the housing that's needed for those types of jobs. And second, keep in mind that the general plan is not chiseled into stone. Everyone has to realize here, by state law, you can amend your general plan up to 4 times a year, unless I'm wrong, Matt, and you can correct me. Of course, there's a process for that. and it isn't without good cause, but it can be changed if necessary. Finally, with the density issue, having just gotten back from Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Czech Republic, Germany, and Austria with 2,000 and 1,215-year-old buildings that are very tall, I think we need to seriously focus in on design guidelines instead of height, because we've got to get the neighborhood compatibility, much more importantly to me, to make the larger buildings, dense buildings work. Thank you very much.
Helena Loyan, followed by Mark Martinez Velasquez, followed by Steve McLaughlin and Amy Sherry.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I have serious reservations about the out-of-scope changes made to the West Side map at the 11th hour. Specifically, I oppose a recommendation to downzone all industrial areas of the West Side. I realize that most folks are not experts in land use planning, and I wanted to offer up my own perspective as a planner who works primarily with commercial and industrial projects. First and foremost, it makes me incredibly nervous that the Planning commissioners refuse to make minor changes to the downtown map, but were more than willing to make huge sweeping changes to the West Side map. Unfortunately, land use planning has a dark history of making decisions for others while not inviting them into the room, and I fear that is what happened here. We must make sure to include all of the stakeholders in these processes, and in addition, make sure that the public, GPAC members, and Planning Commission receive enough information to even make common sense decisions, which again did not happen here. Information on existing pollutants, regulations, common mitigation measures, best management practices, air pollution control district guidance manuals, upcoming regulatory changes, including the state's requirements for industries to go electric, were just not referenced and brought up during the development of these maps. What about all the West Siders who will now have to drive to work? What about all of those point source emissions that will be associated with our new commuter population? Lastly, I'd like to read to you from the West Side Community Council's West Side Vision that speaks to the heart of this issue. We are the oldest area of the city and designed for industry, retail, and the arts. We need to preserve all as part of our identity and be open for innovation. I'll skip ahead because I'm running out of time, but ensure the West Side is a thriving mix of housing and business, not a bedroom community. Due to these reasons, I urge this council to stand by the West Side Vision and reject the downzoning of West Side industry.
Good evening. I've been living in Ventura for 24 years now. I raised my family and kids, 2 boys. And I want to retire here because it is a small beach county community. And now all of a sudden it's growing and we're zoning areas and stuff like that we really haven't thought about. But now there's so much new housing projects that's being built here and still being built here. For example, Thompson, San Juan areas across from the pier off the 101. You got some stuff in front of Ventura High School on the other side. And at the end of Thompson by Ventura Road. And now there's a huge thing going on at Johnson. It's a monster over there. A lot of these places have not even been occupied yet. Our streets are busy enough as it is. We have 1- and 2-lane roads. How are we going to handle the additional traffic in those areas? Also, I just want to touch base. I live over by Maple over there, off of Mills right there, and there's the Maple Court project going on. It's going to be a 368 multi-unit complex, which is at least another 736 people, and then you have cars involved with that too. I'm not sure if anybody's been on Mills or not, but it's very busy. So adding another 700 cars is going to be very costly, and a safety issue too. My thing is has a traffic study been done? And also I heard we need to make sure we have a safe evacuation plan for these areas too. So if you build huge places and people can't get out, that's a hazard and it's a shame. This is a 20, 30-year plan, and you need to slow down, really think what you're going to do to impact our community and for years to come. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. Long time no see. I feel like it's been hours. Once again, my name is Mark, and I'm here to voice my support for the GPAC and the work that Ramey Associates have done in compiling public feedback and engagement into these new land use maps. This has been a long and arduous process with additional public outreach and engagement being added during this entire series of meetings and events and outreach. And while I do have my reservations and I do have my critiques of the new land use maps, I do applaud the efforts of GPAC, the countless work hours from city staff and Ramey Associates for getting this done and to council. I urge you to support the Planning Commission's recommendation and the staff recommendation and to not give in to the pressure to delay, and to avoid the paralysis by analysis that has kind of infected this entire process. I want to thank you again for your time this evening, or thank you for your time. I hope you guys have an amazing evening. Oh, and just a heads up on shadows. If you've ever had to walk on Thompson or Main or like wait for the bus there, you would love a shadow and a breeze, especially this past week. Anyways, thank you.
I was going to say good evening, Mayor, but he's not here. Council members, City Manager, and Michael. Amy Cherry here, Save Ventura. We've been lied to, silenced, kept in the dark, and ignored. Tonight, vote on West Side Plan. It's an obvious no. Then vote area by area, preferably at a special meeting where we're not all halfway asleep and exhausted. You got at least 3 or 4 more hours to go. Did you know the public was not allowed to speak at GPAC meetings until the end, after staff and after discussions and after the votes were taken? It's not really public participation. 2 industrial parcels in particular in the coastal zone were not even allowed to be discussed by GPAC members or the public. They were left out of the surveys. Then bam, at the Planning Commission meeting, we were informed that the fire training facility is going to be commercial and the lemon packing plant is going to be 4-story, high-density residential, which will allow up to 783 units on a landlocked piece of property. Listen to us, sleep on this, consider holding one final workshop. Send every single household in this city a cheap bulk mail postcard letting us know when the final vote's going to take place. We don't need 5 or 6-story mixed use. Oh, and by the way, mixed use is not mixed use. It could be 100% residential. I was told by Mr. Ramey that they were going to change that, but the verbiage still states 100% residential. You're replacing businesses with housing. Just, it should be required to have a minimum of a mixed use, or call it multifamily. Sleep on it. Think of tonight as a good start. Where's the senior housing? Where's the medical centers? Where's the parks? This isn't a general plan. This is a housing plan.
Our next speaker is Mark Sirota. Mark's been ceded time by Natalie Bruton. Mark, you'll have 4 minutes. Mark will be followed by Javi Navarrete, Claudia Armand, Shirley Kelly, and Sherry Egbert.
Okay, thank you, council members. I'm here to talk about Midtown, but with all these people coming from West Side and talking about what they've been talking about all night long, it made me think some. I've been in a lot of projects, a lot of reviews, structured reviews, and if I was sitting where you are now, I'd be really upset. You're not supposed to have such a big surprise come at you after this whole long review process. It's not supposed to work that way, okay? The low-hanging fruit is to lay it all at the blame on the Planning Commission. But I think you need to dig deeper. I think the process isn't good, and I think don't just take the low-hanging fruit, dig into it and figure out what went wrong. Thank you. I'd like to draw your attention to a section of the Midtown Corridor Plan, specifically the south side of Main Street from Evergreen to Catherine, south side of Thompson from Jordan to Catherine, and both sides of Main from Central to Dunning. Matt had talked about there a bit earlier. The land use proposal is to increase the allowable number of stories in these areas from 3 to 4. Let me provide a little context here. A presentation from the March 7th GPAC meeting summarizing public survey results included the following as a key takeaway. Maintain current zoning in the Midtown Corridors Code, which is 3 stories. from the March 21st meeting, strong direction to maintain current zoning on both corridors, meaning both Main and Thompson. Some responses from the actual public survey to a question of would you support increasing heights by 1 story along these corridors? 61% said no, 19% said yes. To the question that included increasing heights only on Thompson, 63% said no, only 13% said yes. So clearly, the community wants to maintain the existing heights in the Midtown corridor. No question about that. Let me segue a little bit onto the number of affordable units that are being planned for in the general plan. The City Council has directed the staff to plan for 3 times the housing element cycle. So that's somewhere between 11 and 16,000 units over the next 25 years. I understand there might be an additional 1,800 units of margin in there. Not quite sure on that. We heard from the Ramey and Associates that the loss of units, if we didn't increase heights along the Midtown corridor, is 377 units. Okay, that's what the public was asking for. So where am I going with this? You have seen time and time again citizens complaining ever more loudly about the overdevelopment that is occurring all over town. The answer we always hear is the same. It's the state that has tied our hands. We have no choice. In this case, the state isn't making us do anything more than we've already done. Would it really hurt to listen to and act on public opinion in this case? It's a very small ask, but it means a lot to the people that live in the nearby areas. I ask that you deny the increase in heights in the Midtown corridors. The community will thank you for doing so, and the city will be better off in the long run. Thank you.
If I can, it's 11 o'clock. I need a motion to extend.
I move we extend past 11.
I second.
Discussion. Vote, please.
Okay, a motion and a second to continue beyond 11 p.m. per the council protocols. Go ahead and enter your vote now. Waiting for one more vote to be entered. All votes have now been entered. Six ayes and the motion carries. Next speaker is Javi Navarrete, followed by Claudia Armand, Shirley Kelly, who is ceding time to Sherry Egbert, and Stephanie Caldwell, followed by Patty Overly. Javi? Claudia Armand?
Good evening. I've been a Midtown resident for 20 years, and I've had my office downtown for 15. And I am thrilled by the new multifamily housing being built and all the new businesses and restaurants thriving as density increases. My office is across from the 6-story apartment complex on Palm, and the height of that building in no way diminishes my enjoyment of my office or the neighborhood. I wasn't sure what I was going to say tonight, but as I read the survey comments from my fellow residents, I was disappointed. And the comment that really irked me was, no more apartments or condos. That is pure elitism. During parts of my childhood, I lived in multifamily housing. My dad worked in a factory. My mom cleaned houses. Multifamily housing was what we could afford. From the ages of 18 to 30, I lived in apartments or condos. I was a college student, young professional. That's what I could afford. To oppose density in apartments is to deny reality. People who work in retail, hospitality, young professionals, my college-age kids, those coming out of homelessness need housing they can afford, and that housing is likely to be multifamily housing. To oppose new housing is also to deny the reality that people from outside our city will move to Ventura over the next 20 years. So many longtime Venturans I know are from LA or out of state. Ventura will always have jobs for working class people. We'll always have people drawn here from outside of our region, so the general plan must respond to that reality. When private developers build, only a fraction is affordable. So we need to trade on housing on government-owned land, because those institutions can designate all of those homes as affordable to their employees. So consider all sites no longer used by the school district for residential use, including Washington School on McMillan, where I live, and I don't support the Planning Commission recommendation that downzoned more sites for housing. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sherry Egbert. Sherry, you've been seated time by Shirley Kelly. So you'll have 4 minutes, followed by Stephanie Caldwell, Patty Overly, and Kieran Moss.
I'm going to ask you to move over to the Ashwood College Center.
Sure.
And I'm here to advocate, I'm really into walkability, and we have some walkability in the college area, and I'm here to advocate for allowing the Ashwood Shopping Center, which is in a college community walkable neighborhood area, to be rezoned again to a commercial neighborhood center. For clarity's sake, on the map that was presented to Planning Commission, all the shopping centers were mixed use, and then they were fixed and made into neighborhood center, which allows housing and commercial. It guarantees it, except Ashwood. They forgot Ashwood Center. And it's perfect that where it's located next to the college. So this could end up being 100% apartments with no commercial services. And then removing the potential walkability factor to services from this neighborhood is not holistic. In terms of thinking of all the parts that make a vibrant and healthy, connected community, this is doing the opposite. Now you are going to be increasing car trips. There are thousands of places within, especially with the density we're going to be adding, which is in a half mile. And we're going to be, we have this parcel right here, right now. We don't need to create a walkable neighborhood. We have the ability to just improve it. It just needs to be invested and activated by design. I envision a vibrant neighborhood center that becomes connected to the college, where all walks of life, students and seniors can commingle, creating community. This is going to add to our public health and safety and reduces environmental stresses and additional emission trips and cars. The people who are going to be here, we're adding 300 beds for low-income students who won't have cars, and new ADUs above Loma Vista are going in. The Methodist Church is going to be much-needed low-income housing, tight apartments. There's plenty of people to support commercial here. It just needs to go from kind of an ugly strip mall to a neighborhood center with connectivity aspects. Think moving buildings to the front, think trees, think bigger patios. Think about connecting it from the college by a path. Think about better crosswalks that encourage people to walk from the Loma Vista neighborhood above it. That's where it starts, with a vision, and it's vital for our community. Equity. In the active transportation plan, you state, equity, provide excellent options for people who do not drive or have access to a vehicle and depend on walking, biking, and transit. There's going to be a lot of people in this neighborhood that is going to be important for them. And the vision of a community that with that small town vibe, we have the ability to have density and more housing, but still have that small town vibe because you are on the street, walking, talking to people, meeting your neighbors, walking your dogs. So basically, I want to say, like, in this neighborhood, okay, let's not just talk the talk. Let's walk the walk. Walk the walk, pun intended. Assure that services are within a 10-minute walk or a 1-mile bike ride in the safe community to walk, as smart growth, complete streets, climate change, and active transportation experts are saying is needed as we move into the future. Make Ashwood Commercial Center a neighborhood center again tonight. Thank you so much.
Stephanie Caldwell, followed by Patty Overly, Kieran Moss, and Spencer Noren.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to share with you the Chamber's concerns about downzoning general industrial on the west side to light industrial flex. The west side is arguably the most diverse and vibrant area of our community. Whenever you go there, if you venture to the west side, you will see a thriving community teeming with culture, a community that epitomizes the goals that this council discussed in the Climate Action Resiliency Plan, one that not only encourages a walkable, bikeable, pedestrian-friendly community, but has achieved it. Since the rogue decision from the Planning Commission recommending the downzoning of general industrial on the west side without any data, science, or fact to back it up, I have heard from nearly 100 businesses and property owners about the negative impacts that this would have on their business and their employees, and many of them are new green technology emerging businesses as well. One business copied me on some communications that they sent to a vendor who they were in discussions with for a sizable solar project, nearly $500,000 investment. The email was letting the vendor know that the project would be on hold pending this decision. That's one example. You see, if this rezoning is allowed, these businesses would become legal non-conforming. They would not be able to grow, expand, or evolve to meet the future needs of their customers. And as I'm sure you all understand, a business that is not growing is dying. Council should be working to protect and grow jobs in Ventura. In fact, a goal of the recently discussed CARP was to incentivize and encourage green industries. They need general industrial zoning to exist. It's clear that the Planning Commission hit a nerve with our community by the response tonight. Representatives of the West Side are not in support of this. Representatives of business are not in support of this. Representative property owners are not supportive of this. And labor unions are not supportive of this. Please don't go with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and support the general plan.
Thank you, City Council, for moving item 22 up. Mr. Hegland, it's interesting that tonight, when Councilmember Campos asked to move item 22 up so that the working people could get home at a reasonable time, you raised the issue that city protocols had to be followed. But you did not raise that same requirement a few months ago when city protocols were not being followed during the discussion about Vista Del Mar with KB Homes. Actually, it was Councilmember Johnson who raised the city protocol issue. We'll all remember that because that was the night we were told there was only one mayor in town. Is it only important to raise city protocol rules when it involves the working class, and don't raise the rules when it involves a wealthy developer? Regarding agenda item 22, Midtown corridors, I agree with everything Mark Sirota said. Listen to the strong public input, do not upzone. Density bonus gives the developers 2 extra stories anyway. There's your 5 stories. West Side, no brainer. Keep the general industrial zoning. I'm sure you guys are going to do that, unless you want complete mutiny in the city. But along with that, we have a property on Vista Del Mar that's industrial. It is landlocked. Now I'm hearing it's going to be 700 units. There's one road out of there. There's no way to do another road. There's a train track and there's a field. That's an industrial zoned property now. That's more jobs for the city. I do know there's maybe some interest here with developers who want that to be developed, some relationships. That's a discussion for another time. Thank you.
I'll jump back to see if Javi Navarrete is here. Then we'll hear from Karen Moss, Spencer Noren. Then we're going to switch to virtual participants. Judy Alexander will be going first. Looks like you're up, Mr. Moss. Sorry.
Not to worry. I'm just here to correct a couple of things. There's a page 34 of the staff report. It's numerically that number. It's got the existing general plan land use designations. Is that something we can see, please?
It doesn't seem like we have that. My apologies, I missed the request.
Right there. There it is. Okay. So that shows that I'd like to call your attention to where the 101 freeway intersects with the 126. And there's a property there that is beige colored, which means neighborhood medium. And then over on the east side of town, where the 126 is the top line of the property, there's another beige parcel out there at Wells Road, and it is beige and it is neighborhood medium. It is not in SOAR. They have never been in SOAR, and yet this draft base map on page 47 shows them both shoved into SOAR by some mistake by the consultant. I think they don't understand that the City of Ventura's SOAR plan has a map exhibit on it, and it's very simple. If the property's not on that map, it's not in SOAR. And so for this map to be approved tonight would be a major mistake, and I would ask that you, as council members, would make sure, and the city manager would make sure that the staff acknowledges this mistake and does not, and that any resolution excludes this incorrect data. Thank you.
Spencer Noren, followed by Judy Alexander, S. Flores.
Thank you, Michael, Mayor, staff, VPD, interpretation. Appreciate you. Everyone's talking about family history. I like to reflect on my family a little bit. It was my great-grandfather, Orville Fillmore, in 1931, came to Ventura, started in the oil fields, started with Fillmore dewaxing. So, been a long time there on the west side, and to the east side as well with Norns Market. And it wouldn't be me if I didn't talk about our agricultural land, because this community gets reflected off two words, right? Oil and ag, oil and ag. We've heard the oil side tonight and how hard we want to keep that. And this ag is supported just as strongly by the GPAC. And I would also like to make it note that I heard some stuff from the Planning Commission about how in the future, when SOAR gets to its date, that we will have to eventually do infill. Strongly disagree. Never once have I heard that comment from a community member who looks forward. We heard from planning commissioners who are trying to do backdoor deals as we saw this happen here. So I want staff and council to know in the future, I'm looking for that agricultural land to stay for not 25, 50, 100 years on the east side, because that's part of our community just as much as oil is on the west side, and keep that about high-paying jobs in our community. But what most concerns me about tonight, I would say, City Manager Ayub, is this constant disconnect between staff and our consultants and looking at the back of heads. Even right now when I'm talking, they're talking. How is this proper? I don't really understand that. For a man that just wanted to have a $3 million contract today, he can't sit here for 2 or 3 hours without going in the back and having dinner when our hard-working American Ventura County people have been here for 5, 6 hours after all day of work, and they're here hungry and they can't go anywhere? How does this man keep getting paid the money he gets paid? We need to change our philosophy in this town, whether it's the way that community members sit here or the way we do things. I'm tired of looking at the back of heads and paying these people's money. Thank you very much.
One more final in-person speaker, Stephen Posowitz, followed by Judy Alexander, S. Flores, and David Olivas.
Evening. My name is Stephen George Posthumus III. I'm the son and grandson of Steve George Posthumus. They're my dad and grandfather. They started Associated Tires in '86. They've been in that same location in Montalvo since then. I implore you to vote no on that, please. I'd like to keep that going. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Judy Alexander. Judy will be followed by S. Flores, David Olivas, and Nathan Corman. Judy, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I am. Thank you very much for listening. I sent, as council, I sent you a letter earlier today, so this is just a briefer public comment. We need to have a vibrant community. We need new jobs as well as old jobs. We need housing for everybody, not just those who are already established. I fully support the GPAC recommendations, which are already downsized from what council originally recommended. What the Planning Commission did was catering to a few. We need to ensure that we follow the group of people who have been working for well over a year in making their recommendations. And as there'll be some modifications and some changes, and none of us are going to get our way on all things. We need to know that as we develop, amenities need to be there. Walking needs to be there, facilities, parks. As you develop the East End, where I happen to live, amenities are totally lacking. If we want to cut back on transportation, we need to look at the whole, just as we need to do that for the West Side, for Midtown, for Montalvo, and for every place in our city. We need to accommodate housing. We need to accommodate jobs. We need to support the West Side, and we need to make sure that all people have an opportunity to be housed and have employment. Thank you very much.
S. Flores, followed by David Olivas. Nathan Corman, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great, thank you. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Sonia Flores, and I'm here today on behalf of Homes for All, and I'm also a resident of the Midtown area. Homes for All does not support the Planning Commission's recommendation to downzone sites in the original GPAC draft land use designations and preferred land use map for the general plan update. Young working professionals in the city of Ventura, such as teachers, planners, architects, etc., are experiencing a housing crisis. They simply cannot afford the rental prices in our community. Downzoning partials will not help this problem. It will only create a scarcity in housing over the next 15 to 20 years, which will only raise rental prices further because of a lack of housing stock. Building more single-family residential units will not meet the needs of those who need housing right now. We need a variety of different types of housing to meet those needs, and allowing for a higher density residential housing in strategic parts of the city will help to accomplish this. When has creating a scarcity of any item on the open market created lower prices for that item? If you create a scarcity of an item, then the price of the item increases in the market. It's the same here. It's easy for those who own single-family residential units to say that higher density developments are not needed in our community because the lack of affordable housing simply does not affect you. The lack of high-density housing and of housing diversity affects renters in our community the most. I know several young professionals who are thinking of changing jobs and completely changing professions to become property managers just to have access to a free rental unit because they cannot afford to continue to live in our community. Also, choosing to not plan for the upcoming 15 to 20 years of RHNA numbers may not affect you, but it will affect your children and your grandchildren who will have to compete for a limited number of housing units in our city when their time comes to actually rent in the city. This is both short-sighted and shows a lack of empathy. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Olivas. David, you should be able to unmute yourself.
This is David Olivas. Can you hear me?
We can.
My name is David Olivas. I am a board member to the Montalvo Community Council. My colleague Lisa Gassaway previously referred you to the Johnson Corridor map. I will be going back there. We agree with the Planning Commission on 3 areas. In particular, Plan Area 2 East. My colleague spoke about the Ventura Automobile Services along Ventura Boulevard. This is probably one of the best. I've been in government for about 40 years and I've served in many cities, and this is probably the best and well-kept auto services area that I have ever seen. In many cities, you're trying to restrict it. In our city, we need to retain this. The second area, Plan Area 2 West, replace the existing heavy industrial with mixed-use 3 stories, as opposed to the TOD that they think that will serve the Metrolink station, and it will not. Metrolink station does not prove in terms of services as a dependable zero parking area for a transit hub. The third is to replace the existing heavy industrial, light industrial, and commercial with mixed-use 3 stories in proximity to the single-family residential homes north of Santa Paula branch line GPAC made no recommendations on this area. Sometimes the Planning Commission and the City Council get things right. Sometimes they don't. In this case, the Planning Commission spent 2 4-hour sessions going map by map. So let's give them credit. They got it right in our case. Thank you very much.
Nathan Corman. Okay, go ahead, Nathan.
Hello. Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you for staying to this late hour. My business partner and I own the 6.25 acre site at 6205 Ventura Boulevard, the western parcel just north of the 101 freeway and immediately adjacent to the Montalvo Metrolink station. The existing industrial buildings are 50 to 70 years old and are in continual need of costly repairs and well beyond their useful economic life. Our vision for the property is to create a beautiful new transit-oriented multifamily residential community to help reduce carbon emissions with reduced car usage. 15% of the units will be designated as affordable housing to help meet the needs of lower-income households. This new community will include high-quality amenities, attractive open space, and on-site parking, along with a commercial component to serve both the residents and Metrolink passengers. Ventura clearly needs more quality transit-oriented housing. I'm here this evening to express our strong interest in redeveloping the strategically located site into a vibrant community hub, a residential transit village for the future of Montalvo and Ventura, as well as a striking visual gateway into the city of Ventura. I respectfully request the Council's endorsement of the GPAC proposed mixed-use 4 designation for our specific parcel, which would allow a variety of uses, including residential and building configurations consistent with our vision for the property, and reject the Planning Commission's alternative recommendation of mixed-use 3 that would negatively impact the development feasibility of our proposed redevelopment concept and reduce the number of affordable units in the project. In closing, we want to thank the City Council for its thoughtful consideration of this request. We'd also like to thank the Planning Commission, GPAC members, city staff, and the city's consultant for the extensive time and effort devoted to the general plan update process. Thank you.
Mark Abbey, followed by Christian Nunez. Mark Abbey. We'll go to Christian Nunez and we'll come back to Mark Abbey. Christian?
This is Mark Abbey. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you. Could you please do me a favor and put up the Johnson Corridor slide Planning Commission map for the council members?
It's up in the room right now, Mark. We're putting it on your screen. Just note that the timer will disappear.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark Abbey, and I am chair of the Montalvo District 6 Community Council. The Montalvo Community Council is in agreement with the 4-story mixed use proposed in GPAC map Plan Area 1 and the 3-story mixed use in Plan Area 3. So we have no dispute there. That should be a done deal. Please see the map for the 3 remaining areas of discussion between the MCC, the City Planning Commission, and the GPAC for the Johnson Corridor area. Specifically, I'm talking about the 3 areas that we call Area 2 Parcel East, Area 2 Parcel West, and the properties we're calling Proposed Area 2 North. For Area 2 East, the MCC and Planning Commission both recommend light industrial flex 3-story to preserve the thriving existing businesses, including Marshall's, Audacious Barbecue, and essential automotive services along Ventura Boulevard, as opposed to GBAC's recommendation of mixed-use 4 or potentially 5 to 6 stories with density bonuses. For Area 2 West parcel, MCC and Planning Commission both recommend mixed-use 3-story to replace the existing heavy industrial, as opposed to GPAC's recommendation of mixed-use 4 because of the proximity to existing single-family residents to the north of the railroad. Avoiding higher density of residential units here is critical to mitigate emergency evacuation concerns and traffic bottlenecks at both intersections of Ventura Boulevard and Victoria Avenue, and also Ventura Boulevard and North Bank Johnson Drive. Also, the suggested transit-oriented development for this area is unrealistic due to the limited trains at the Metrolink stop and no bus
Thank you.
service.
That's the time.
Currently, goodness, thank you.
Christian Nunez, followed by Cassie Lawhead. Go ahead, Christian.
Hello, good evening. My name is Christian Nunez. I'm a policy advocate with Cause, a community organization whose mission is to build grassroots power for social, economic, and environmental justice through policy research, leadership development, community organizing, and advocacy in Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. We believe housing and breathing clean air is a human right, where a stable home and a clean environment can provide economic security and a healthy community. We are in support of the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to change the industrial zoning designation from heavy or general to light on the west side of Ventura. According to CalEnviroscreen, the west side is in the top 25% of environmentally disadvantaged neighborhoods in the entire state of California. I find it disappointing that we still have to debate and decide on whether communities of color, like the west side of Ventura, deserve to breathe clean air and live healthy and safe lives free from polluting industries like other neighborhoods throughout Ventura. Residents who live on the west side have been burdened with their homes being in close proximity to some of the most polluting, toxic, and contaminating industries within the city for far too long. The city of Ventura has set goals to reduce the city's carbon footprint and has committed to this change through the current development of the Climate Action and Resilience Plan. You have the opportunity to improve the lives of future generations by changing the current industrial zoning designation that would limit new development. Because if I'm not mistaken, this change would not impact the existing businesses or industries that live today on the avenue, but only future development of heavy industrial sites and facilities. This implementation would improve the health and living conditions for residents who live on the west side, myself included. I have lived on the avenue for over 2 decades, and I wish to see it cleaner and healthier. We also are in support of creating more opportunities to build more affordable housing stock for low-income renters throughout the city. The west side has historically been where the city's largest affordable housing projects have been developed, and instead we recommend that we expand residential zoning throughout other parts of the city, like Midtown or the east side, to allow more multifamily and mixed-use housing options. These parts of the city currently offer more space for new housing, which in turn could help avoid overdevelopment on the west side. Thank you for your time.
Cassie Lawhead. Cassie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Cassie Lawhead, and I'm the Vice Chair of the District 6 Montalvo Community Council. I've stayed up way past my bedtime in order to ask you to amend Area 10, the Johnson Drive area, to follow the Planning Commission recommendation. It's been shocking and disappointing to learn about the Planning Commission's flippant last-minute recommendation regarding the industrial parcels on the avenue, especially considering the smart recommendations they made in so many other areas. During the presentation tonight, we saw how the GPAC made quite a few recommendations that were not in line with public input. Those were the boxes that were marked in red. The Planning Commission came along behind them and took the time to investigate those areas further and created recommendations that Ramey and Associates described as more nuanced, and we can see were more considerate of the public surveys. Although the Planning Commission clearly made an error regarding the industrial parcels, all other recommendations on the west side were supported by public input, as evidenced by a slide full of green boxes on the west side. For the Johnson area, the Planning Commission was right on, and I ask you to accept their recommendations when it comes to my neighborhood. Finally, I want to applaud the city clerk for hosting this meeting and managing all of these passionate speakers with courtesy and professionalism. Thank you.
Paul Sheehan, followed by our final speaker, George Amendola.
Hello, Paul Sheehan.
Yes, we can hear you, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening. I'm Paul Sheehan with Dyer Sheehan Group here in Ventura. I'm speaking tonight in support of the GPAC recommended mixed-use 4 designation for the 6-acre site at 6205 Ventura Boulevard, adjacent to the Ventura Metrolink station, and it's the westerly parcel in Johnson Area 2. For the past 2 years, the property owners have worked with our firm to assess this site's redevelopment potential as a multifamily transit village. We've closely followed the general plan update process and have met with senior Metrolink staff who expressed enthusiasm regarding the potential for increased ridership. Regarding an earlier comment tonight about future freight traffic on the adjacent Santa Paula Branch Line Railway, having heard similar allegations last year, including that VCTC's operational rail contractor wanted to expand its activities beyond the railroad right-of-way, We met with VCTC's transit director and its planning and sustainability director, who confirmed there were no plans nor future anticipated need for any portion of this property to be used in conjunction with freight or other rail-related purposes. Our envisioned redevelopment aligns with the general plan's update guiding policies to increase the number and diversity of housing types, provide development around transit opportunities, leverage the location next to the Metrolink station, and provide a visual gateway to the city. Council selected 21 GPAC members who conducted their work over more than 2 years, and they've been diligent in assessing information and considered a wide range of factors and public input prior to making land use recommendations which address citywide priorities and broad community benefits. So we strongly support GPAC.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. That's your time. Our final speaker this evening is George Amendola. George, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Hi, good evening again. To my old friend, Roger Case, I just wanted to let you know you're absolutely correct. There has been no economic impact study or risk analysis performed on the Ventura Avenue District 1 as related to the Planning Commission recommendation the other day. It seems it was very short-sighted. I'll also recommend to anybody interested that next Tuesday is the Economic Development Committee meeting about 3:30 next Tuesday. So the more attendance, participation from the public, I think the better your voices will be heard, especially since they're in process of doing a new study. Tonight I was just appointed to the Water Commission, and I am realizing that there will be about 10 or 15,000 new housing units in the next 10 to 15 years. But 3 years ago, we were just facing a potential stage 3 water drought situation. And unfortunately, while it seems that have a good supply of water, we have state water interconnect coming up, and water pure, which will be very costly. There has been no impact analysis for water as it relates to this housing increase. And again, that's going to be a forecast of 30 to 45,000 new residents in the city of Ventura. I think that a lot of elements are missing. Mark Abbey got it right for Montalvo. He fought very hard. He was the only commissioner that fought for every single district. And I have to commend Mark Abbey for his performance. It was absolutely shameful what took place at the Planning Commission. The general public was heard and then basically ignored. Thank you very much. Good night.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, that's going to conclude our 64 speakers this evening. Back to you.
Thank you, everyone. Just as a special note, the city attorney did tell me that protocols suggest that we not change the order of the agenda items, but he did add that city council can override that, which is what we did. So with that, I'll now take comments, and I think Councilmember Campos.
So there's a lot been said about this whole plan, but regarding West Ventura, I believe I understand what was happening at the Planning Commission, and I don't think it referred as much to all heavy industry across the board as toxic industry. But in the law, you can't just handpick little sections. I spent all last week going and visiting the businesses on the avenue and off the avenue and behind the toxic industries. And I met a lot of the people who spoke here tonight, and I met many of their employees in the morning before breakfast and in the evenings when they were on their way home. And having visited their sites, their work sites and locations, I saw that they're not toxic, and they're not abutted up against housing like the gas compressor is. But the gas compressor is out of our hands. That train left the station long ago for the state agencies to care for it. So with that in mind, and knowing that when the state shuts down gas and oil sometime in the future, these are the businesses that are going to clean it up for us. So I would like to move at this time that we reject the Planning Commission's recommendation for District 1.
Do I have a second?
Before we go there, if I could announce two things, is that one, I would hope that my colleagues would allow District 1 to be voted on by section, as we did in GPAC. Because as you know, I have a business on the Avenue, and I will not be able to vote on 4 and 5. I'm going to refrain from voting on area 4 and 5, but to take my vote away, my voice away from the entire Avenue would be sinful and not legal. And so I just ask for my colleagues' support in voting on each area independently on District 1. And then I'd like to share my comments about District 1.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just provide a point of clarification on that. And this goes for any council member who finds through this discussion that they have a conflict of interest if their property is within 500 feet or even 1,000 feet of a particular site that is up for discussion. I would recommend that they recuse themselves. They are able to participate as a member of the public and defend their interest, their personal property or private property. There is an exception that allows for members of the council to participate in an item that changes the zoning generally in the area near their property. So in the case of Councilmember Halter, because his property is right smack in the middle of this item that's this hotly contested change from general industrial to light industrial, it was our recommendation that he recuse himself from those two sections 4 and 5. And I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through this discussion. If council members have additional questions, thank you.
Councilmember Campos, you're in rest of City Council. Do you have a problem with voting on this section by section?
No, I have no problem.
Anybody else? Okay, then we'll do that on section by section. Mr. Halter, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
Do we have a second then?
There would be a second to that motion if you do it area by area, but I would like to make a couple comments as well.
Please.
Okay. One is there's a reason why I love this community, and what I see is the salt of our community here and people that had influenced me to move here 38 years ago. And I may be a chemical engineer by major, but I chose to be a landscaper. And therefore, I also reside on the avenue. But what I will say, because I won't talk about anything in area 4 and 5, but I will say this, is that when I drive down the avenue at 6 o'clock in the morning to get to my office, I see so many hardworking people wearing their shirts or their uniforms for the different businesses that exist on the avenue. There's very few places I see my own employees sitting at bus stops, walking, riding their bikes. That is the epitome of a sustainable community, the epitome of a green community that we all desperately want, where people can live and work in the same area. And it really starts my day off extremely happy to see that, whether they're some of my competitors' employees or whether they're my own. And it's because while we could ship everything else out of state, for various reasons, you can't ship the service industry out of state because we always have to service our community. And so what I get concerned with on what we've just talked for 3 hours or listened for 3 hours or 4 hours about is the fact that we really didn't go deeply into what it means to be legal non-conforming and what that does to property owners or businesses. That's a big problem. We didn't go into the real factual information on what's contaminated and what's not, and who's actually polluting and who's not. And I believe strongly, as someone who's been in the city for 2/3 of my life, that the real issue is what's in the ground and not what's being generated in the air. And when I look at the air indicators, I see particle debris at the 101 and 33 caused by braking, in particular from the freeway. And if the wind blows, you see that blowing down the avenue. It's very clear when you watch those on the air indicators. You see some areas like we all know about the Southern California gas plant. We see when they do their releases, they're not the crane companies, they're not the landscapers, they're not the metal workers. It is amazing that these people can live and work in the same neighborhood and be able to walk and ride their bikes to their business. And with that said, we talked about the rest of the city, but before we get into all that, we're go ahead and take this vote and hear any other of my colleagues to speak. But when we're moving forward, there's a lot more conversation that we need to make, a lot more conversation that we need to have, because I don't think we differ much. We may not always agree on every issue, but whether it's heights of buildings or locations of those heights of buildings, I'm more interested, quite frankly, in design and transportation, because traffic is the main problem with density. That's the main issue. So I know that will be handled as we move forward as I chair the GPAC committee. But I also think that we have to connect the dots between why housing is so expensive and why what's being built is so expensive. And when we recognize that 25 to 30% of the cost of every new home, according to the state's own reports, is the cost of the process, I think we know where to start if we want to lower the cost of housing, okay? So anyways, I look forward to us once again recreating the balance of housing that we used to have before we started regulating and forcing people to go through a severely unpredictable, costly, and lengthy process to simply get approval to do something on your property. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Mr. Duran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to say thank you to all of you who showed up tonight. And I grew up on the Avenue. My grandparents lived on Canarga Larga Ranch, grew up there. Matter of fact, my Uncle Pete was former Mayor Monahan's compadre. I grew up on the Avenue. I grew up on Sunnyway Drive. My dad still lives on Sunnyway Drive. He works at the Red Barn Liquor Store. And if you've ever seen Georgie there in the morning, tell him hi, that you know his son. He'll give you a cup of coffee. And I say all that to say, as I grew up on the Avenue, G&S Lumber we shared an alley together. I'd go there as a kid, and they'd give me wood, and they'd help me make things. And I would hang out there. I'd be there for 4 hours a day in the summertime when I was growing up. When I'd sell candy, I'd go to different oil companies that were down there, and I'd walk in their office, and I'd sell candy just like that. It's a family, and I love the industrial down there. And I just want to let you know, thank you for providing all those jobs. Thank you for being with us for 100 years plus. I just want to let you know I'm going to be supporting this motion, but I thank you for all that you do.
I have on my queue staff 2. Is that you, Netta?
It is me, and I just wanted, if council is at the point for the motion, just clarification from Councilmember Campos on the motion. But if there's further discussion, I didn't want to hinder that. But
I've got a couple more, and then we can come back. Mr. Mr. Johnson?
May I just ask one question? If we are going to limit this portion of the discussion to those sections 4 and 5, Councilmember Halter needs to recuse himself. So I'm not sure exactly how this discussion is going to, what the format is going to be.
Okay, then how do I call this up on a section-by-section basis, if that's how we're going to vote on it?
I have a clarification question, too.
Go ahead.
So I understand Councilmember Halter's issue regarding 4 and 5, but then we've got like industrial pieces that we're voting on adjacent to it. So is he only recused from 4 and 5, but not the piece that's immediately adjacent?
So, Andy, you want to?
Well, we looked at it today. I mean, if there's additional areas that are within 500 feet or 1,000 feet of his property, then he would recuse himself from that as well.
So there is no 6 on this, or I'm sorry, there's no 8, 9. There's no 9 on this.
So if I get, right now, the motion is for us to overturn the recommendation by the Planning Committee and to agree, yes, and to agree with GPAC, right? Can Councilmember Halter vote on that motion?
Sorry.
I would recommend that he not, because that area, that dark gray area, is impacting his property.
Okay, should he be sitting here now?
No. That's why I wanted to make it clear, because it's a murky situation, as you could imagine. So if we're going to have this conversation in this level of discussion, then Councilmember Councilmember Halter should recuse himself if you're going to discuss those industrial sites on the west side.
If I may clarify, Andy, because what we, Mr. Hagelin, is what we had discussed is the fact that it's perceived conflict of interest within 500 feet. Therefore, by excluding my vote from 4 and 5, that gives me the distance away from anything else we decide. So my understanding is that I should be able to vote on everything else on the avenue other than the area 4 and 5 as reviewed by the GPAC. If that's not correct, then our prior conversations were not correct.
If I may, Mayor, council members, make a recommendation for discussion on West Side, given Councilmember Halter's conflict and understanding Councilmember Campos's desires. What if the City Council were to discuss and act on the areas of change? So on the screen is the West Side. There's areas of change numbered 1 through 8. What if we were to take 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8? And my assumption, Councilmember Campos, please correct me if I'm wrong, is to recommend GPAC's recommendation for areas 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8. Then to take a separate motion to discuss areas 4 and 5, where Councilmember Halter could recuse himself, and make recommendation for GPAC's recommendation on those areas, and then take a separate motion on the Planning Commission's recommendation for general industrial to go to light industrial. And Councilmember Halter, you do have some properties adjacent to your site that are general industrial, to recuse yourself from that motion as well. Okay. So to take one of the 3 actions.
Yeah. So, Councilmember Campos, you're the author of the motion. Would you be willing to consider a change in your motion to consider 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8?
So is 3 just the... Councilmember Campos, we can't hear you without the microphone.
I apologize. Is 3 just the part in red, outlined in red?
That is this area in red outlined in yellow. That is correct.
Okay. And the gray next to it does not belong to number 3. That belongs up to 5?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, I think that's good.
Okay, and the second, was that you, Councilmember Johnson? No. Who was the second?
Councilmember Halter.
Okay, that's kind of awkward, but are you okay with that friendly amendment then to the motion? That we take the vote on 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
Okay.
There's only one question I have, and that's, it has to be, sorry, it's only midnight, is I suspect it would be all right, but you mentioned the 2 other parts of the vote. And when they vote on 4 and 5, I will recuse myself. But you mentioned the heavy industrial issue because there's property next to me, that is. What if is this an option, is we eliminate voting on heavy industrial in 4 and 5 and vote on everything else in 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8. And then I'll recuse myself for everything in 4 and 5.
The areas in 4 and 5 don't actually have the heavy industrial. It's the heavy industrial that's adjacent to it, that is close to your property, where the Planning Commission just made a recommendation that all general industrial go to light industrial. There happens to be right adjacent to you general industrial and across the street from you. So you would be conflicted on those properties,
Okay,
which is
so-
why the recommendation for the separate motion.
Okay, so we're at 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, correct? All right.
That is correct.
Councilmember Johnson,
Mayor, I just want a clarification on the motion. I think we're good, thanks.
please. You want the clarification from the city clerk?
No, I think we're good. I got the clarification.
Okay. All right, Mr. McReynolds?
I have questions about 3, but if we want to vote on 1 and 2 first.
Yeah, any questions on 1, 2, 3,
I got
6,
3.
7, 8?
So we're looking at section 3 there. We're voting to change that from general industrial to commercial. So we're going to lose the general industrial. So based on the comments I heard tonight, it seems like we want to keep 3 general industrial.
There was a agreement on the GPAC discussion and the public discussion on that. However, if City Council wants to keep all general industrial, yes, there would need to be a change to 3 from the commercial, not to do commercial. And
Based on the comments I heard tonight, it sounded like they wanted to keep 3 general industrial.
Can you repeat that, please?
The comments I heard tonight sounded like they wanted to keep 3 general industrial also.
I would agree with that.
I looked at the aerials, and it's obviously being used currently as general industrial.
Would you like to amend the motion?
Yeah, my proposal would be that Section 3 remains general industrial per the current land use.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion, to that amendment? Second. Discussion on that.
A point of clarification, please. Mr. City Attorney, we do have a motion on the floor. Is this a substitute motion to the motion that's on the floor then for the one specific zone?
It's a substitute motion unless Councilmember Reynolds wants to propose a friendly amendment. But
Well, it would be a friendly amendment to just 3.
Is there confusion, Mr. City Clerk?
So it sounds like the current motion is for 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, remaining 3 as general industrial.
That's correct.
And just to clarify, for me, it was the original motion was to reject the Planning Commission recommendation and to adopt the GPAC recommendation. Is that correct? For 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, while keeping 3 general industrial?
I believe so, but I'm going to look at Ms. Campos.
So everything except 3 would be accepted as the GPAC. The Planning Commission recommendation is eliminated by this vote.
Mr. Mayor, I have to interject because I want to make sure I get this exactly right, okay? Because for me, it means a lot. I'm not the one that makes these rules. I, unfortunately, because of my involvement in the community and because I hire 84 employees and started a 30-year-old business, I'm forced in this position to have to figure out exactly what I can do and can't do. Patty, you could handle yourself over there. Any case, I need to know if we're going to exclude the heavy industrial from my ability to vote. And otherwise, we could reconfigure 500 feet around my parcel.
I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Halter. So you want us to, you're okay with the recommendation on 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8, and what do you want us to do with 3?
Well, Ms. Zaire had 2 other parts that aren't discussed yet, so I just need to make sure that it's exactly right.
so my understanding of the motion, which Councilmember McReynolds proposed a friendly amendment to, and it sounds like Councilmember Campos is in agreement with, is that the City Council would endorse the GPAC's recommendation for 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8, and adjust number 3 back to general industrial. And that would be the motion on the floor that Councilmember Halter seconded, and Councilmember McReynolds made a friendly amendment to.
In the other two parts that you mentioned 3 votes.
Right, and so the other 2 sections would be then to take 4 and 5 as standalone, and then Planning Commission's recommendations standalone, which Councilmember Halter, you would need to recuse yourselves from those 2 items.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, do I have any other questions? Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you. I'm mindful that we now have a motion and a substitute motion on the floor, and that is the max. I cannot make another substitute motion. With all that said, Ms. Ayer, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we are looking at this West Side additional Planning Commission recommendation, that was the sort of 11th hour change that was made at the August 23rd meeting, correct?
West Side was discussed on August 22nd.
On the 22nd meeting. And when we look at this item number 3, which is change to commercial 3 stories from general industrial and light industrial flex, that was part of the year-long discussion at GPAC?
That's correct.
Thank you. And so with that, you know, it puts me in a position because I support 1 and 2, but I will not be able to support number 3. And so I can't make a motion, but I would suggest we just start with 1 and then we do 2. And
So, Councilmember Johnson, help me. Your inability on 3s is because that's the Planning Committee's recommendation?
the issue with changing number 3 is that then we are ignoring the General Plan Advisory Committee recommendation. What we see in number 3 was not a last-minute change brought by the Planning Commission. This was something that was vetted through a year of public meetings, and I would support number 3. I think if we're going to be breaking it up to make accommodations, I would ask that we vote for 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8. That said, there are 2 motions on the floor. I cannot make a substitute motion. And so I encourage my colleagues to consider this. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of clarification. We have 1 motion on the floor, as I understand it. The addition of adjusting 3 was a friendly amendment that was accepted by the maker, Councilmember Campos, and the seconder, Councilmember Halter.
Thank you so much. Then I would just make a substitute motion that we approve 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8.
Is there a second for that?
I will second that.
Okay. Conversation on that, or do we go to a vote? I think we're ready to go to a vote on the motion of approving the recommendations that we have in front of us on 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you.
Okay, so we do have the motion then to endorse 1, 2, 6, 7, and 8. You can go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have been entered. 6 ayes, motion carries.
Thank you. On to section 3. Is there a motion on section 3? Or excuse me, on item 3? You can still stay around, I believe, Mr. Halter. On 3, Mr.
So I would
McReynolds?
move to maintain the.
Okay, maintain general industrial for area 3.
Correct.
I second that.
You got a second. Discussion? Let's go to a vote, please.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to maintain the general industrial for section 3 of the West Side map. Go ahead and enter your vote now. Looks like we're waiting for one more vote. All votes have now been entered. 5 ayes, 1 no, 1 absent. The motion carries.
Okay, we'll go to section, thank you, Mr. Halter, for exiting. Sections 4 and 5.
Mayor, I move we accept 4 and 5 from GPAC.
Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Second. Discussion on that. If not, let's go to a vote, please.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to accept areas 4 and 5 on the west side map. Go ahead and enter your map now. Excuse me, your vote. I apologize. We do have one recused member. I will have to do a roll call vote. Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Halter is abstaining, recused. Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios is absent. Mayor Schrader?
Yes.
5 ayes, 1 abstain, 1 absent. Motion carries.
Okay, could somebody go grab Mr. Halter?
We need
I would
one
like
more
to make
motion
I'm
before
sorry,
he comes
what?
back.
I have another motion I'd like to make before Councilmember Halter comes in.
Okay, sorry.
So regarding the properties north of Stanley, west of Ventura Avenue, east of the 33, and then I'm going to butcher this, Poltawami Street, south, on the, to maintain the general industrial on that portion only. And then we can bring Councilmember Halter back for the balance.
I would second that.
Okay. Discussion. Ms. Campos?
So for clarity, you're talking about the gray areas, which are in general industrial now.
Essentially adjacent to 4 and 5.
Right, okay.
But not anything, adjacent.
But only the heavy industrial areas, not the school district property?
Correct.
Which is in pink, okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions? You better do your roll call vote.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second floor, a motion and a second on the floor for the properties regarding north of Stanley, west of Ventura Ave, east of the 33. Looking for that last street. I apologize to make you repeat it.
It's Ottawatami.
Thank you. Okay, on the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Halter is recused. Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios is absent. Mayor Schrader?
Yes.
5 ayes and the motion carries.
Are we done? No. One more. What else do we have?
Now the balance of the industrial, the general industrial, to remain general industrial.
Okay.
So,
you want to make a motion on
I
that?
motion that we maintain the balance of the industrial, I'm sorry, it's getting late. The general industrial remain on the balance of the west side map.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Questions? Ms. Campos, there's a confused look on your face right now. Are you okay?
I thought we already voted for that. I thought that was included in those numbers.
Just a little, we just have to balance it up.
Okay.
Questions on that? We're ready for a vote?
Okay, so we do have a motion on the second on the floor to keep the remaining general industrial on the balance of the west side map as is. We have a motion and a second. Is that correct? Okay, then we can go ahead and enter your vote now, please. All votes have been entered. Six ayes. Motion carries.
I think the executive summary is you were heard loud and clear. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion. I would like to continue
Mr.
the item.
McReynolds, go ahead.
I'd like to continue the item until our next meeting on September 25th.
Can I clarify?
Folks, if we could just keep the volume down, we are still currently in a meeting.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify the motion. I think Councilmember McReynolds is requesting a motion to table the item, which would just hold the meeting where we're at right now and pick it back up on the 25th. So public comment wouldn't be taken. It would just be a discussion moving forward, as if the meeting were to continue tonight.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Second that.
Well, just hold on. I'm. The general plan is the biggest thing we're going to do probably for a couple years. I'm fine with doing public comment again. So
do you still want to hear, for instance, public comments on?
Yep.
On what we just approved?
Yeah. Well, no. I don't think the West Side's done.
Okay, so we'll take public comments, except for on the west side.
Sure.
Are we good with that? And
I agree with that because there was a lot of people in Montalvo area
Yes.
that just heard about this, and I'm sure they would love to express their feelings.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the west side is happy they won't be back.
Yeah, just to clarify, we can't exclude comment. So it would just have to be public speaking. If people wanted to speak on the west side, they could.
That's fine.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote. Are we? Okay. Vote, please.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second on the floor to continue the item to the September 25th for the purposes of council deliberation, which will include public comment.
Yes.
Go ahead and enter your vote now. All votes have been entered. 6 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comments, please?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we need to continue the rest of the agenda. We need to take a motion to continue the rest of the agenda.
We still have, item 21 was continued by motion, item 22 was continued by motion. We still have item number 23 on the agenda, 24, 25, and 26.
No, item 23 was moved.
Sorry, thank you. Item 23 was moved.
Mayor, I would make that motion, but I would also add direction to staff to work with council to see what we can do for the next 6 weeks to make sure we're able to get through all the business that we need to get through. We may need to be creative.
So, Mr. City Attorney, you're saying that we have to deal with 24, 25, and 26 now?
24, 25, and 26, that is correct. Those items can be continued. A motion is not required to continue the items. However, if you wanted to continue them to a date certain or to the next meeting, it's up to the council. But we do still have those items on our agenda for this evening.
I would say that we would continue them but date certain.
No.
Yeah,
no, I think we need If I may, I would not move them to a date certain. We need flexibility. Some of these are more time sensitive than others. And I would just encourage staff to work with council to see if there are ways we can make sure we really get everything done that we need to get done before Thanksgiving.
I think we did promise the doctors that they'll come back at the next meeting. The others, I don't think that'll take long either.
For item 26.
Yes.
All right. We're good with that?
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so item 26 will appear on the 25th agenda, and items 24 and 25 will be continued to a future meeting.
To be determined. Excuse me?
21 was continued to the next meeting.
Yeah. Public communications?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do not have any speaker cards submitted for public communications.
I will adjourn the meeting in memory of the West Side coming out and telling us how they feel. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.